All right, we're going to get started. I'm so glad you're all here. Thanks for coming. We're thrilled. We have a great lineup of speakers, and we're just really excited about it. So we're going to start today with Tony Kalenic, our director at Mathi Botanical Gardens and Nichols Arboretum, who will say a few words, and then I'll join you, run through the logistics of what we're doing today, and then we'll start with our speakers. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As Mike said, I'm Tony Kalenic. I'm the director here at Mathi Botanical Gardens and Nichols Arboretum, and I'm delighted that we're all here today to celebrate and discuss biodiversity and native plants of the Great Lakes region. It's a big year for us. It's the 10-year anniversary of our Great Lakes Garden, which is the reason to be able to stand up on that particular soapbox and recommit ourselves and celebrate native plants. And I'm going to be very brief, but you know, when we were discussing this anniversary and this recommitment, we were still emerging out of the pandemic. And I mean, out is not the right word, you know, but to see a room full of people like this finally, and it does feel like a return to form. So thank you all for being here. It's kind of electric, right? And I can't imagine a better topic to bring us all together than something as anchoring and real as the species with which we're interdependent. Part of that interdependence isn't just now and future facing, but it's historic, and particularly I think this is always the case, but especially for this topic, it's essential to recognize where we are, the waters and lands we're currently occupying, and how that history and present reflect and propel a power dynamic that calls for a radically different future. The University of Michigan was funded by and founded on Anishinaabe, including Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi and Wyandot lands, ceded in coercive historical treaties. We acknowledge that our university stands, like almost all property in the United States, on lands obtained through the dispossession of indigenous peoples. These lands continue to be the homelands of many indigenous peoples, and our obligations to these communities originated in Article 16 of the 1817 treaty, which stipulated that their children hereafter would be educated in their homeland. We affirm and preserve indigenous sovereignty, and we work to hold U of M more accountable in sustaining mutually beneficial partnerships with indigenous peoples, communities, and nations that recognize and fulfill their aspirations. And given the topic today, that couldn't be more salient as a reminder. In almost every instance, we're talking about plants that have been cared for, cultivated, and coexisted and co-evolved with the peoples of this place. And you know, we are their inheritors and the current stewards. So with that, I'm going to return it to Mike to say much and a cast of far more interesting people than me for the day. So thank you for being here. I look forward to celebrating and learning with you all. Drink all the coffee, please. There's approximately 30 gallons of it. So get in there. Mike, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I'm going to move towards sharing my screen, which is a fun thing that we do on Zoom these days, right? So, and I'm going to go back a few slides if we would. Okay. So, reminder, we've all been through this lots of times. Please silence your cell phones as best you can. And then I also want to acknowledge that we're streaming this. So we have about 80 some odd, maybe 100 people who have joined us virtually. And so we're recording this and we're streaming it. And during the Q&A sessions after the speakers speak, you'll be able to ask questions, but they won't be able to hear you. The virtual audience won't be able to hear you unless you speak into a microphone. So if we can, we'll get you a microphone and you can ask your question. But if you're sitting in the middle or far in the back, for time's sake, it might be easier for you to ask your question and the speaker may repeat it. So just be aware. And we're doing that simply because it's being recorded. This is a small enough room that all of you can hear mostly, but it'll be helpful. Also, so some of our speakers have produced some wonderful books. We have a lot of those books for sale in the gift shop. So just so you know. All right, so I want to get started with a couple of logistics. So in the morning, we have two keynote speakers with a 15-minute break in between. So we'll break 10:30-ish, and then lunch will be at noon. And then in the afternoon, we go through a series of speakers talking about native plants in community, native plants in industry, and native plants in public institutions. So there'll be two talks and a 15-minute break in between. So you'll have a chance if you're in the middle to run out and use the restrooms or whatever you need to do. And then I'll have some brief closing remarks at the end. And you're all invited to a reception afterwards. So please stick around. At 5 o'clock. We'll be opening it up and we'll have some beverages and snacks. And so please come help us celebrate the Great Lakes Garden after a reception. Okay, so thank you. We also have right now is a native plant sale. So you see people coming in to the building to buy native plants. It's in Greenhouse 3, which is halfway down the hallway. So and everybody here gets a 10% discount on the native plants. They're going like hotcakes. So on your way home, if you want to stop, you have to bring them. I think you're going to be paying for them at the front desk here. But anyway, grab some native plants, take them home, beautify your yard. I know many of you have many native plants in your yards, but you can always use a few more. So, all right. Okay, so one of our goals is to catalyze work around native plants to really build that work and enhance it, allow you to collaborate, and network with one another today. So I know many of you, but I know you from different audiences, and that's the same for all of us. So I look around the room, I see some new faces, some faces I've known for a long time, but I want to try to make some connections here for a couple minutes. Who is a landscape architect here? Why don't you stand up so everyone can see you? If you want to get to know a landscape architect, here are a couple of landscape architects. Tom Charney, stand up. You just graduated. Tom just finished his MLA degree. Izzy, where are you? Stand up. Izzy just finished her MLA degree and she's moving toward a PhD now. So yeah, so connect with these people. How many of you are students? Current students? Stand up. All right, so we've got some students who are looking to network. Virtually, we have dozens of students because it was a discounted price to be virtual. All right, how many of you are native plant growers from an industry standpoint? We have Bill Schneider. All right, Bill's going to be speaking, wild type. Wild Ones, how many are members of Wild Ones? Stand up. All right, so yeah. So this is an amazing organization. Thanks for coming out, because if you're looking to if you're on a low budget and you're looking to get some native plants, these are the folks they'll give you. They're growing in their paths, they're growing in their sidewalks, they're like exploding with native plants and they're looking to get rid of them. So they're happy to share. Michigan Conservation Stewards Program, Bindu Bhakti, stand up. So if you're looking to learn more, Bindu runs through MSU, an education program. It's fantastic. I've taught in it. It's often based here. It's a county based. So is there going to be a one in this fall here in Washtenaw County? Some of you have helped coordinate that. So connect with Bindu if you want to learn more about an education program that's non-credited, a few weekends, and you learn a lot. It's Connie here, Project Wingspan. Connie Kranzer signed up. Hopefully she'll be here. Many of you know Connie. She was the native plant specialist here at Mathi some years ago. City of Ann Arbor. We've got some NAP folks signed up, and yay, all right. If you're looking to volunteer with the City of Ann Arbor to manage natural areas, those are your go-to folks. Someone from the City of Toledo. Yeah, okay. So if you're from Toledo, welcome. Anya, Office of Campus Sustainability. Have you? Yeah. So Anya's worked to make UM a B campus. So there's a lot of UMers, especially who are here today, especially virtually. Anya, stand up again so people get to know who you are. Okay, thank you. So connect with Anya if you're interested in helping advance toward biodiversity conservation, creating pollinator gardens, all those wood chip places that are under trees. Well, they could be vibrant native plants, and Anya is helping coordinate and work with grounds to make that happen, and our staff too. Is Mary here? U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Mary will be here in a little bit. Several of us are working with Mary Holmes, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to increase the diversity of native plants available in the trade, especially at the seed level. Anyone from the Ford House? Yeah, doing I'm glad you're here. You're working with native plants where you are as well. Great. MBGNA staff and native plant volunteers. Stand up. Come on. So connect with these folks if you're interested in volunteering, especially Kala, stand up. Especially Kala, she's a native plant technician who's coordinating native plant volunteers. Herbarium. Tony and Brad. Okay, if you want to connect on research with native or diversity of plants, we've got folks from Michigan State University, raise your hand. Eastern, lots of students, and native plant enthusiasts. We all get to stand. Everybody, come on. Yay, all right. Yeah, all right. WHAM, Wildflower Association. I didn't know that. Great. Yeah, Michigan Wildflower Association. Wildflower Association of Michigan. Wonderful. All right. I'm going to be mentioning that in a minute. Okay. So thank you. I want to thank that's my last slide. Okay. I'm going to move to introducing our first speaker, and I'm going to share my screen, but I've got to stop and share a different screen. Okay. So I'm sharing my screen and you should be able to see it. Wonderful. Okay. So our first speaker is Doug Tallamy. So I mentioned I'd say something about Michigan Wildflower Association. Actually, it's the Wildflower Association of Michigan. So I was invited to speak. I've spoken at a few of your conferences. And in 2005, I was invited to speak at the conference. My presentation was in the afternoon, and I had prior commitments in the morning. I got there, right, I don't know, maybe it was lunchtime, and the room was abuzz. Doug, all I heard, Doug Tallamy. Did you hear Doug Tallamy? Did you hear Doug Tallamy? Did you hear Doug Tallamy? I was like, dang, I missed it. So Doug was writing his first book, Bringing Nature Home, and which was published in 2007. And the buzz hasn't stopped. It's just grown. Doug Tallamy has produced a number of books, written a number of books, Bringing Nature Home, Nature's Best Hope, The Nature of Oaks, The Living Landscape. We co-authored with a landscape designer, and recently a children's book, Nature's Best Hope, the Young Readers Edition. So it's been wonderful to see the evolution of this thinking. Doug has well over 100 peer-reviewed publications. It's been cited 7,000 times in the peer-reviewed literature. I wrote to him a couple of weeks ago. His wife wrote back and said, Doug's in Peru on a research expedition. It's like, oh, I hope he comes back alive. So he's been really helpful to the evolution of my thinking. I've used his work in my teaching. He's got lots of podcasts. I share them with my students. I've used it in my public speaking. I cite your work all the time. Yeah, all right. And and I used it in my curation. So welcome, so glad you're here. I'll turn it over to you.
What was amazing about that 2005 talk is that I was only 10 years old. Okay, I'm gonna talk about it.
You need to use a different mic.
Different mic, not this one. Uh-oh. How about this? Okay, good. All right, I want to talk about my idea of what nature's best hope is. I want to give you a spoiler. You're nature's best hope. Any questions? All right, I'll tell you about why I think you are nature's best hope. But before I do that, let's talk about what E.O. Wilson's idea of nature's best hope was. He, of course, very famous professor, Harvard, 60-year career, did a lot of things. But one of the things that was consistent throughout his very long career was his love of life on planet Earth and his efforts to save it. And in 2016, he wrote this book, Half Earth, Our Planet's Fight for Life. And he had one simple message. And that was, if we don't save nature, if we don't save functioning ecosystems on at least half of the planet, we're going to lose life everywhere, including us. And he spent most of the book talking about the science that supports that very bold statement. But then he ended the book. He did not spend a lot of time telling us how we were going to save nature on half of planet Earth. Of course, to a conservation biologist, putting half the Earth aside and all those things that are declining, all the things we love will be there, and they'll be happy, and we'll be in the other half. That sounds like a great idea. Problem is, half of terrestrial Earth is already in some form of agriculture. I don't see us getting rid of that. And we got 8 billion people in the other half, along with all our airports and roadways and detritus. And we don't have a third half to put aside for nature. So a lot of people are wondering, how can we actually do that? And that's really what I want to talk about today, because I do think we can do it. I think we can realize E.O. Wilson's dream, but we need a new approach to conservation in order to do that. Before we talk about that, though, let's talk about what happened in 2019, particularly in the East Coast. Really large oak mast. Members of the Red Oak group got together and decided to make their acorns at the same time. And that's what it looked like in a lot of places. Well, I'm easily entertained. So I just took one of those acorns and I stared at it. And I was rewarded because an insect started to chew its way out of the acorn. It chewed a little hole for its head, then it forced its head capsule through there, then it forced its entire body through there. It was a tight squeeze. And finally, when it plopped down, it's a very dangerous time for that insect larva because it's good to eat. So a lot of things are after it. So it gets to safety by wiggling and squirming beneath the soil surface in about 30 seconds. And once it's underground, stretches in all directions and forms a chamber. And then within that chamber converts itself to a pupa. And then surprisingly stays in that underground chamber as a pupa for 2 years. After 2 years comes out as an acorn weevil. That's what an acorn weevil looks like. A lot of people think weevils have big noses because it looks like they do, but that's actually an extension of the head capsule. And the mouth parts are way down there at the end of that extension. And they take those mouth parts, they chew a hole into the center of the acorn, turn around, lay an egg in it, and that's how the larva gets into the acorn. Why do they spend 2 years underground? Want to think about the next year the way most insects would? Well, it takes red oak acorns 18 months to complete their development. So if they came out the very next year, there wouldn't be enough acorns for them. Of course, once they leave the acorn, it leaves a hole. It's kind of like a true vacuum, and you know that nature abhors a vacuum. And in this case, she had filled it with 3 species of temnothorax ants, tiny little ants where the entire colony lives in the holes made by acorn weevils after they leave the acorns. And if scouts find a new hole in a new acorn, they get all excited because their old acorn's falling apart. So they tell everybody it's time to move. They grab the larvae, they grab the eggs, they move the entire colony into the new acorn in about 30 minutes. And they post a guard at the door there, making sure nobody else comes in. And that's where they live for the next 2 years until that acorn falls apart. So what's my point with this little story? That's just one little story. That's one of literally millions of very specialized interactions, largely between animals and plants, that comprise the bulk of nature. This is another one, relationship between jays and acorns. Jays are the primary disperser of oak acorns. They'll take an acorn, they'll fly mile and a half from the parent tree, tap it below the surface of the soil. And the object is they're going to go back in the wintertime and have something to eat. But for every 4 acorns they bury, they only remember where one is. So for every 4 acorns they bury, they've actually planted 3 oak trees. Specialized interaction between pileated woodpeckers and carpenter ants. That's what they rear. That's what pileated woodpeckers rear their young on, carpenter ants. So you won't have pileated woodpeckers unless you have a lot of carpenter ants, and you won't have a lot of carpenter ants unless you have the big trees that make those carpenter ants. You won't have this bee, Andrena Phacelia, unless you have this plant, Phacelia. That is the only pollen that bee can rear its young on. And it turns out that pollen specialization's really common in our native bees. We've got somewhere around 4,000 species of native bees, and somewhere around a third of them can only reproduce on the pollen of particular plants. You want to have the Baltimore checker spot, unless you have white turtle head. I could talk all day, all week, all year about nature's specialized relationships. Point I want to make this morning, though, is that these relationships, nature itself today is on the ropes. And it's on the ropes largely because we did not take Teddy Roosevelt's advice. Way back in 1908, Teddy heard that the state of Arizona was going to mine the Grand Canyon. So he went to the canyon, stood on the edge. We've all stood on that edge and looked out over there. And he said, leave it as it is. And with those 5 words, he started the process of creating the Grand Canyon National Park. Well, we didn't leave most of the country as it was. There's only about 5% of the lower 48 states. It's anything close to its original pristine condition. And those are typically mountaintops. And that's because we have logged the country repeatedly. We have tilled it. We have drained it. We have grazed it. Got 770 million acres of rangeland in this country. That's 4.5 times the size of Texas, dedicated to cattle. And of course, we've paved it or otherwise developed it. We have straightened our rivers and dammed them. You can spell that any way you want. We polluted our skies, changed our climate for centuries to come. We have drained our aquifers. We've introduced more than 3,300 species of plants from other continents, many of which are running amok in our natural areas. In short, we've carved up those natural areas into tiny remnants of their former selves. And each one of those remnants is too small and too isolated to sustain the amount of nature that we humans need. Selfishly, we need it to sustain ourselves. It's nature that keeps us alive on this planet. So you might wonder why we have done this. And I wonder why we've done this, and I don't know. But I suspect we thought that our nest, planet Earth, was so large, we could foul it forever and there wouldn't be any consequences. Of course, we were wrong about that. And that's why we're seeing some scary headlines these days, like the insect apocalypse is here. What does it mean for the rest of life on Earth? Talking about global insect decline. Followed by this one. North America's lost 3 billion breeding birds in the last 50 years. That's 1/3 of our North American bird population already gone. And now the UN says we're going to lose 1 million species to extinction in the next 20 years. It's a prediction, hasn't happened yet, but it's a prediction. We have to make sure it doesn't happen. Those are the species that keep us alive. This is serious stuff. So it makes a nice headline and then we ignore it. It's serious stuff. We have to make sure it doesn't happen. So I could go on talking about the pox that we humans have delivered upon the environment, and thus upon all of our houses. But that's not what this talk is about. This talk is about a clicker that doesn't work. This talk is about a cure for that pox. It's a cure that'll take small efforts from lots of people like you and me, but those efforts will deliver enormous physical, psychological, and environmental benefits to everybody. All right, let's return to this headline. The insect apocalypse is here. What does it mean for the rest of life on Earth? Well, E.O. Wilson actually told us what it would mean if Earth lost its insects, and he did it way back in 1987 with this paper, The Little Things That Run the World. And again, his message was very, very clear. I don't know if our batteries are fading here, but you know what? All right, let's try that. Simple message. Life as we know it depends on insects. And if they disappeared, lots of nasty things would happen. Most of our flowering plants would also disappear. And if most of our flowering plants disappeared, that would so drastically change energy flow through our terrestrial ecosystems that the food webs that support particularly our vertebrate animals, would collapse. Our amphibians, our reptiles, our birds, and our mammals, they'd all disappear. That includes us. The biosphere, the living portion of the Earth, would rot, because we would have lost insect decomposers that rapidly turn over nutrients. And all we would have is bacteria and fungi. And humans would not survive any of those drastic changes. There is good news, believe it or not, and that is that none of that has to happen. We can save our insects, we can save our birds, we can save nature itself, but we're going to have to change the way we landscape in order to do it. Why is that? Well, remember, humans are products of nature. We are totally dependent on the life support that functioning ecosystems provide. We call them ecosystem services. Here are just a few things that plants do that we depend on every day, like the production of oxygen, like clean water. Plants are cleaning water after it rains, slowing its journey to the sea where it becomes too salty to use. Carbon capture, enormously important today. Plants, of course, are pulling carbon out of the atmosphere, building their tissues out of it. But equally or more important, they're pumping that carbon, extra carbon, into the soil. And once it's in the soil, it's extremely stable. It can stay there thousands of years. Plants are building topsoil, holding it in place. They're preventing floods. They're dampening severe weather. They're converting sunlight into food. If we lose our plants, we're going to have to eat sunlight. And that will be a real IT challenge. What do animals do for plants? They provide pest control services, really important. They pollinate nearly 90% of our flowering plants. They disperse plant seeds. So designing landscapes like this that destroy the production of ecosystem services is just not a good idea. It never was a good idea. Today, it's a terrible idea because of those 8 billion people demanding more and more ecosystem services every day. Now, we do have parks and we do have preserves, and they're doing the best they can, but we're in the 6th great extinction event the Earth has ever experienced, so it's obviously not good enough. The solution is to start to practice conservation outside of parks and preserves on landscapes just like this. There have been visionaries through the ages who recognized that we humans needed to work on our relationship with planet Earth, and Aldo Leopold was one of the most eloquent. Of course, he wrote extensively in the first half of the 1900s. And one of the things he said is that the oldest task in human history is to live in a piece of land without spoiling it. There have been indigenous groups who have been able to do that for long periods, but our huge Western societies and our huge Asian societies are terrible at doing that. We habitually take more from the earth than it has to offer, completely wrecking an area, going to another area, doing the same thing, not sustainable behavior. But Aldo Leopold had a lot of faith in humans. He believed we were capable of developing what he called a land ethic. He knew we had to use the land. We had to farm and lumber and mine and graze and do all of those things. But he believed we could learn to do them gently enough that we did not destroy local ecosystems. That's what he called the land ethic, and he wrote about it in his most famous book, the Sand County Almanac. What he did not write about was developing a land ethic where we lived. I'm not sure why that was, but I suspect the notion that humans and nature can't live together. They can't coexist in the same place at the same time. That notion was so deeply embedded in the culture of Aldo Leopold's day, still embedded in our own culture. He might not have recognized it as an option. What I want to argue this morning is that not only is living with nature an option, it's now the only viable option that's left to us. In the past, of course, conservation biologists practiced conservation where there weren't a lot of people. We now need to turn that on its head and practice conservation where there are a lot of people, because that's pretty much everywhere. And that means we've got to find ways for nature to thrive in human-dominated landscapes. Not hang on by a thread, but thrive. So where are we going to start? Let's go back to private property. Most of the country is privately owned. 78% of the entire country is privately owned. 85.6% east of the Mississippi is privately owned. If we don't practice conservation on private property, we're going to fail. And of course, we can't afford to fail. We're too big to fail, as they say. Now, I use the word conservation. I don't mean we're going to conserve the parts of nature that are still left. We certainly want to do that. That has been our conservation model for the last century, but it's not enough anymore. We have to go beyond that and move into restoration. We've got to restore areas like that landscape I just showed you. We've got to destroy all those places where we've dismantled nature in these human-dominated landscapes. That's called restoration biology, restoration ecology. And before you tell me, well, you're never going to put it back exactly the way it was, I know that. But we can reunite enough of those specialized interactions so that we have functioning ecosystems once again, even if it's not exactly what was on that space at some point in the past. And that's the goal, ecosystem function. But not all species contribute to ecosystem function equally. So we have to start with the building blocks, the ones that contribute the most. And there's two groups that we can't do without. And one, of course, is those flowering plants that are capturing energy from the sun through photosynthesis, turning it into the food that then supports just about all the animals on the planet. So now we have, and we need the pollinators, of course, to allow those plants to reproduce. Now we have the energy from the sun, the food in plant parts, mostly leaves. If we don't get that to animals, we don't have any animals. If we don't have any animals, we don't have functioning ecosystems. Well, it turns out that most vertebrates do not eat plants directly. Most vertebrates eat invertebrates that ate those plants. Most of those invertebrates are insects, and not just any insect, Turns out that caterpillars are transferring more energy from plants to other animals than any other type of plant eater. So if we design landscapes that do not have enough caterpillars in them, we get failed food webs and eventually failed ecosystems. I'm going to use the Carolina chickadee as an example. That's the chickadee that I have at my house, Southeast Pennsylvania. You've got the black-capped chickadee, practically the same bird doing the same thing. They're the birds that are feeders all winter long, eating seeds, and we tend to think that's what chickadees need, seeds. Even in the wintertime, only 50% of their diet is seeds. The other 50% is insects and spiders, even in the wintertime. And when it comes time to reproduce, their babies can't eat seeds at all. True for most of the birds out there. The babies cannot eat seeds. So they switch to invertebrates, and if they're in a healthy environment, they will rear their young exclusively on caterpillars. And they are not exceptions. 96% of our terrestrial birds rear their young on insects, and most of those insects are caterpillars. How do I know that? There's a number of lines of evidence that suggest that, but this is a citizen science project that one of my grad students did a few years ago, Ashley Kennedy. She put out a call to bird photographers across the country and said, please take pictures of birds during the breeding season when they're carrying food to the nest. Send those pictures to me, Ashley. I will identify the prey items in the beaks of the birds and reconstruct the nestling diet for as many species of birds in North America as possible. It was a great success. She got thousands of pictures, did a lot of identifying. You're looking at a summary of her results for the 20 most common bird families in North America. The green bars are the percentage of those nestling diets in each one of those families that was caterpillars. And in 16 out of the 20 common bird families, caterpillars dominated the diet. So again, what would happen if we design landscapes that don't have enough caterpillars in them? Most of our birds would not be able to successfully reproduce. So there is something special about caterpillars that we need to talk about. And there's actually several things special about caterpillars. One of them is that they're soft. So think of this guy as if he's a little sausage with a very thin wrapper. The thin wrapper is its exoskeleton. It's made of chitin. It's undigestible. And because they're soft, you can stuff the caterpillar down the throat of your offspring without fear of injuring it. And if you've ever watched a bird rear their young, they're pretty rough. The beak's like a plunger. You just stuff it down there. Caterpillars are also relatively large prey items. One medium-sized caterpillar is equal to the biomass of 200 aphids. Now, some of our smaller birds do chase aphids around, but do you want to chase 200 aphids or get one caterpillar? They're nutritious. They're very high in fat, very high in protein, low percentage of chitin of exoskeleton compared to many other insects, particularly beetles. Beetles are not like little sausages. They're like little tanks. So much of a beetle is undigestible. And a lot of beetles have very sharp edges too. And finally, it turns out that the caterpillars are the best source of carotenoids for birds during the breeding season. And I mentioned carotenoids, not because I love organic chemistry, but because I'm a vertebrate. You're a vertebrate. Birds are vertebrates, and we vertebrates cannot make our own carotenoids. Only plants make carotenoids. So we have to get our carotenoids from plants. And we have to get them from plants because carotenoids are essential components of vertebrate diets. Where are the birds getting their carotenoids from, particularly during the breeding season? They're getting them from the prey items they bring back to the nest. But look, carotenoid content is not equally distributed among bird prey items. Those two bars all the way over there on my right, your left, are caterpillars. They have far more carotenoids than other types of bird prey. Here are the adult caterpillars right here, the moths and butterflies themselves. They have fewer carotenoids because they're not eating the green leaves. That's where the carotenoids are. And here's the earthworm way down here. So the early bird gets the worm, but he doesn't get any carotenoids when he gets the worm. So that study and several others are suggesting that caterpillars are not optional parts of bird diets. They are essential parts of most bird diets. So the next question is, how many caterpillars do they need? Is one or two enough? Or one or two a day enough? It's a good question. So let's go back to Carolina chickadee. There's a lot of data on Carolina chickadee. How many caterpillars does it take to make a nest of Carolina chickadees? One or two is not enough. One or two a day is not enough. It takes thousands, 6,000 to 9,000 caterpillars to get one clutch of a bird that's a third of an ounce through to maturity, to the point where they leave the nest. And after they leave the nest, the parents continue to feed them caterpillars another 21 days. Then they feed themselves caterpillars. So you are talking about tens of thousands of caterpillars required to make one tiny bird. A third of an ounce, by the way, is 4 pennies worth of bird. And if you want chickadees to breed in your yard, and I would think you would, because in so many places, it's all we have is our yards. you have to have all those caterpillars in your yard because the chickadees only forage about 50 meters from the nest. They and most other birds are not flying 5 miles down the road to the nearest woodlot. That takes way more energy than you get from the food that you gather. So they're foraging very close to the nest. And if we landscape in a way that does not include all of those caterpillars, that's called insect decline. And it's really looking like insect decline is one of the major causes of the bird declines that people are measuring. We went to the original data set of Rosenberg et al. That's the Smithsonian group that said we've lost 3 billion birds in the last 50 years. And we divided the terrestrial bird species into 2 groups, the species that require insects, typically when they're breeding, and the species that do not require insects. So things like doves and finches and crossbills can actually make a little milk out of seeds, and that's what they rear their young on. They don't need insects. And look, they didn't lose any numbers at all in the last 50 years. But the species that require insects lost on average 10 million individuals per species. That doesn't prove cause and effect, but it does suggest that as you take bird food away, you lose the birds. It's not just birds that like caterpillars. That's an ornate box turtle. And I ran across a reference in the 50s of these guys when they used to be common. They would follow armyworm and cutworm outbreaks and eat hundreds of caterpillars a day. So caterpillars really important. That means we've got to put them back in our landscape. You know, that means we got to raise the bar about what we've asked our landscapes to do. In the past, we've asked them to do one thing, be pretty. Now we're going to ask them to do 2 things, be pretty and ecologically functional. And that's the challenge. And they're not going to be ecologically functional unless we put those caterpillars back. So how do you add caterpillars to a landscape? You add caterpillars to a landscape by adding the plants that support those caterpillars. Seems pretty straightforward, but there is a catch, and that is that most plant species do not support a lot of caterpillars. So we have to be fussy about which species we include in our yards. And we have to be fussy about it because the caterpillars themselves are fussy about it. And the monarch butterfly is a perfect example. It's not an exception. It's just an example that we happen to know about. You know that if you want monarchs in your yard, you got to have milkweeds. You can have all the buckthorn and all the privet and all the camellias and all the Bradford pears and all the ginkgos and all of the burning bush, all the things we typically landscape in our yards, and you won't make a single monarch butterfly. The only thing that's going to make monarchs is milkweeds. That's called host plant specialization. And it turns out that most of the insects that eat plants are host plant specialists. They can only eat particular plants. Why? Well, plants have made them specialized. Plants don't want to be eaten. They want to capture the energy from the sun and use it for their own growth and reproduction. So they've loaded their tissues, mostly their leaves, with nasty tasting chemicals. Secondary metabolic compounds that make those leaves either bitter or downright toxic. And it's a really effective defense that keeps most of the insects of the world from eating most of the plants of the world. And if you don't believe me, after you leave here at break time, go out and eat a plant. Don't they base see? See if you like it. You're not going to like it. There's a reason it's hard to get our kids to eat their vegetables. They inherently know they're toxic. But insects do eat plants. So how do they do that? How do they get around those chemical defenses? Well, this is where the specialization comes in. 90% of the insects that eat plants are host plant specialists. They can only eat plants for which they have specialized enzymes that store and excrete and detoxify the defensive chemicals, behavioral adaptations and life history adaptations that minimize the insect's exposure to those compounds. It takes a long period of evolutionary history with those plant lineages for all those adaptations to fall into place. But once they do, the insect is locked into eating that particular plant. Host plant specialization. So if you take the milkweeds out of your yard and replace them with hostas, the monarch's not going to be able to make a living on your hostas. It has 2 choices then: fly away and find milkweed someplace else if they can, or starve to death. Turns out 3 kinds of plants out there. I love to make things easy. This is easy. There are plants that contribute energy to local food webs. So they're making that food from the sun and they're passing it on. There are plants that do not contribute energy to local food webs. And there are plants that actively remove energy from local food webs. Oaks are the best contributors in 84% of the counties in North America in which they occur. They're transferring more energy that they have created from the sun to other animals than any other type of plant genus. Ginkgo Ginkgo biloba from Asia, great ornamental plant, beautiful yellow in the fall. It's just an example of one of these non-native ornamentals that we brought over because they're pretty, but nothing eats a ginkgo. So it's a non-contributor. It's not allowing any energy to flow into the local food web. And a good example of a detractor would be any of the invasive ornamentals we brought over, like calorie pear. Not only are they not contributing energy to local food webs, but they are escaping and pushing out the plants that do. Terrible invasive wherever it is. So, point is, plant choice matters. If we're going to restore local ecosystems, it's not going to work unless we choose the plants that actually share their energy. And I'm going to give you 3 examples of how well it does work when we do choose the right plants, starting with my house right here. My wife wants me to call it our house for some reason. In Oxford, Pennsylvania, this is where we moved in the year 2000 to a farm that was broken up into 10-acre lots. It was a very old farm, been farmed almost 300 years. Last thing they did was mow it for hay. There was very little there. So our job was to put it back together again. And we were actually starting to put it back together again before we knew how to put it back together again. But I did know that I wanted to see how many caterpillars I could get to make a living there. I hadn't learned how important that was yet, but one of the things I started with was the Canadian owlet. And I'd never seen a Canadian owlet. People say, why'd you choose a Canadian owlet? Because I was looking through Dave Wagner's book of Caterpillars of Eastern North America, and I said, that's the pretty one. That's what the adult looks like, just like a leaf. Well, you're not going to have Canadian owlets unless you have meadow-rue, host plant specialization. And the only thing it eats is meadow-rue. We didn't have any meadow-rue. I'm sure it was there. Again, the area was farmed to death for 300 years. I'm sure it was there before that, but meadow-rue long gone. So I got some seeds from someplace and I planted it, and it grew very nicely. But this was early on, and I actually had very little faith that the Canadian owlets that I've never seen are going to find my little patch of meadow-rue. So I didn't even go out and check it after I planted it for about 2 months. And I was walking by for another reason, and I looked over and it was covered with Canadian owlets. They'd found it right away. I'm still impressed with that. So now we have a good population of Canadian owlets and a good population of meadow-rue. We've added 2 species to the property. Restoration has begun. Same story with the goldenrod stowaway. That's a misnomer. Has nothing to do with goldenrod. It's actually a specialist on this plant, Biden's aristosa, ditch daisy. And of course, we didn't have any Biden's aristosa, but I did know where there were some Bidens in a power line cut 14 miles away. So I got some seeds, planted them. They grew very nicely. As a matter of fact, last summer, they took over my front yard. That's okay. Well, I had to wait a year for the goldenrod stowaway to find my patch of Bidens, but they did. And now we've got a good population of both of those. So now we've added 4 species to the property. I wanted to see if I could get the hackberry emperor to make a living at our house. Not because it's the most beautiful butterfly in the world, but because it belongs there. It's one of the species that should be there, but as its name suggests, it's a specialist on hackberry, on celtis. We didn't have any hackberry. So I got 4 hackberry trees. I planted them. I had to wait 4 years for the hackberry emperor to find my hackberry trees, but they did. And now we've got populations of them. We've added 6 species, and that's how the restoration proceeded. I did not plant goldenrod. It came in on its own. And along with it came many of the things that require goldenrod, like the beautiful brown-hooded owlet, the Arcigera flower moth, the goldenrod leaf miner, the distinct Sparaginothus, the goldenrod gall moth. There are 110 species of caterpillars on goldenrod in the mid-Atlantic states. I planted Virginia creeper. Yes, Virginia. How many people love Virginia creeper? How many people do not love Virginia? Yeah, I hear people don't like it, but I don't know why. It's a great native plant. It's got good fall color. It's a good ground cover. It can climb our trees without girdling them, without pulling them down. It makes valuable berries for the birds in the fall. And by valuable, I mean high fat. Our migrating birds need a lot of fat to fuel that migration, and our overwintering birds need fat to get them through the winter. And those berries come from tiny little inconspicuous flowers. You don't even know that Virginia creeper's in bloom until you see this big cloud of native bees around them. It's a wonderful pollinator plant. Remember, when you're making a pollinator garden, you're making it for the pollinators. If it's not big and showy for you, that's okay. I planted Virginia creeper because it's the best host plant for producing the large sphinx moths that are a primary component of cardinal diets. So things like the Pandora sphinx and its beautiful adult, the lettered sphinx, the hog sphinx, the abbot sphinx, all on Virginia creeper. Want to see if I get the double-toothed prominent in my house, just because it's such a cool moth. Even if you don't like caterpillars, you got to like that guy. It looks like a stegosaurus. Well, it's a specialist on elm, particularly American elm. Of course, we didn't have any American elm. We lost it decades ago to the Dutch elm disease. But there are two big American elms at the University of Delaware that did not die. And every year they make a lot of seed. So the year after we moved in, they gather up some of that seed from the curb and planted them. They germinate in 6 days. They grow really fast. And today those trees are over 80 feet tall. And they brought in the double-toothed prominent American elm. Want to see if I get the evening primrose moth at our house because it's beautiful. I like beauty like anybody else. Well, as its name suggests, it needs evening primrose, and we didn't have any. So I planted it. The moth did come, spends the day with its head stuffed in the flowers. Sometimes it's crowded in there, but it's always very cute. And I planted lots of oaks. Now, these are just examples of the plants that we put back on our property. I want to focus on oaks for a while because they are such important plants. That's the Bedford oak in Bedford, New York, Martha Stewart land. People argue about whether it's 400 years old or 500 years old. It really is enormous. And I hear people say, I'm not going to plant an oak because I won't live long enough to enjoy it. And if you can only enjoy your oak when it's 400 years old, you're right, you won't. But if you can enjoy what your oak is contributing to your local food web, and remember that's a new goal in landscaping, you can enjoy it right away. And I can say that with confidence because I planted most of my oaks as acorns, which means they were free, or 2-foot bare root whips, which were also free because somebody gave them to me. They cost $1.50 each. And immediately they started to call in the moths that make the caterpillars that run the food web at our house. Things like the solitary oak leaf miner, Juvenil's dusky wing, the yellow-shouldered moth, Suzuki's promolactus, the red-washed caterpillar, the yellow-vested moth, the orange-tufted oneida, the spiny oak caterpillar, the two-spotted oak punky, the variable oak leaf caterpillar, the red-humped oak worm, the pink-striped oak worm, the hesitant dagger moth, the lesser oak dagger moth, the greater oak dagger moth, the streaked dagger moth, the afflicted dagger moth, the crown bucolatrix, the orange-patched smoky wing, the white-blotched heterocampa, the oblique heterocampa, the red-line panapoda, the laugher, and literally hundreds more species of moths have come to they've come to the oaks on our property, and you should be clapping for oaks because they're so important. And guess what? They come right away. This is a pin oak that has just popped its head above the leaves, and there's a caterpillar standing on the ground eating the leaves of that tree. You don't have to wait decades or hundreds of years for your oak to start to support the life around you. It will do it immediately. Now, that's what our property looks like today, taken from pretty much the same place I took that first picture. Just to show you, we put some plants back. Still working on it, certainly not all the plants that used to be there. But over the years, since I started this, I have learned how important caterpillars are. And I've learned that we're talking about moth caterpillars. Butterflies, not so much. Butterflies are bad tasting day flying moths. They really are. They come right out in the middle of the moth lineage. But if you know the number of species of caterpillars in your food web, you know how productive that food web is, and you know how stable it is. So 6 years ago, I guess, I started counting all the moth that occur in my yard. Take a picture of them. If I don't have a picture, it doesn't count. And I'm still at it, but I'm up to 1,220 species that have colonized this place because we put the plants back. We've got 10 acres. Pennsylvania's 2.4 million acres. So on 1/240,000th of the landmass, we have 44% of all the moths that occur in the entire state. And because many of these are types of bird food, we have recorded 62 species of birds that have bred on our 10 acres. Not flew by, but bred. Why am I telling you this? Well, this is another headline we see all the time. The World Wildlife Fund says Earth has lost 2/3 of its wildlife since 1970. It's a terrible statistic. But I'm thinking, gee, not at our house. I am convinced we have increased biodiversity by more than 2/3. It didn't take that long, and it wasn't that hard. We just put the plants back. What would happen if everybody put the plants back? We really could turn statistics like this around. But I know what you're thinking. We've got 10 acres. A lot of people have less land than that in suburbia. Will it work on smaller properties? A very good question. So let's go to Margie and Dan Terpstra's house in Kirkwood, Missouri. They have 0.6 acres, 18 times less land than Cindy and I have. They're in the middle of a development. They're surrounded by everybody with the big lawns. When they moved into their property, it was loaded with Amur honeysuckle, bush honeysuckle, another invasive from Asia. So they got rid of that. They planted 70 species of native plants. put in a water feature that they call a bubbler, and then they started to record all the birds that are using their yard. And they're still at it, but they're up to 149 bird species, including 35 warbler species have used their yard. That's an amazing number of warbler species. We've only recorded 8 warbler species at our house so far. So does it work on smaller properties? Absolutely. What about urban yards? Let's go to Pam Carlson's house, right in Chicago. In Chicago, she's right next to O'Hare Airport. She has 1/10 of an acre, 3 times smaller than the average lot size in North America. She is not connected to any natural area at all. It is a pretty 1/10 of an acre. Pam is a native plant landscaper, and she's good at it, but she's an isolated little habitat island. She did the same thing. She got rid of her non-native plants, planted 60 species of native plants, put in a little water feature, and then she says she sat back with a glass of wine and started to count, maybe many glasses of wine, I don't know. Count the birds that are using her yard. She's up to 124 bird species using her 1/10 of an acre, including a woodcock. There's Pam's woodcock. So if you haven't seen a woodcock, go to Pam's house. It's sitting right there. Okay, there are 4 things we need to think about if we're going to succeed in a big way, and we need to succeed in a big way. And top on the list is we've got to reduce the area that's in lawn. The latest stat I've seen is 44 million acres of lawn, an area bigger than all of New England combined, dedicated to an ecological deadscape. Why do we do that? Well, it's a status symbol. It's a very important status symbol. And we need to display our Halloween decorations. But what if we cut that area in half? Not get rid of lawn, but what if we cut that area in half? What if we took places like that and turned them into this? I got this picture from Dan Getman. He lives in Missouri. I've never met Dan, but he had this giant lawn. He said, look, I'm putting the plants back. Here's a picture. Okay, great. Well, let's make the math simple. Let's say we got 40 million acres and cut it in half. That'll give us 20 million acres we can put towards, we can restore right where we live. And that'll be a space big enough to create what I'm calling homegrown national park. And it will be big. It'll be bigger than the Adirondacks, plus Yellowstone, plus Yosemite, Grand Tetons, plus Canyonlands, Mount Rainier, North Cascades, Badlands National Park, Olympic National Park, Sequoia National Park, plus the Grand Canyon, plus Denali, which is huge, plus the Great Smoky Mountains. Add up all those parks, still less than 20 million acres. So Homegrown National Park be the biggest park in the country. What do you get when you put a park at home? What do you get when you put some part of nature right where you live? You get the opportunity to interact with it, become friends with it. Maybe you had a good interaction with nature when you were a child, and not so much lately. Maybe you never had one, but you can do it at your own time, your own pace, if some part of nature is right where you live. You can avoid crowds. You know, if you go to a real national park, 375 million people there with you last year anyway, and I know what you're going to see. It's free. There's no admission fee. It's never closed, no matter what pandemic comes down the pike. No travel hassles. You get to experience the natural world alone, which I think is essential to developing that personal, unique relationship with Mother Nature, not mediated by somebody else. And it's particularly important for our poor kids who are suffering from nature deficit disorder, according to Richard Louv. But we're trying. We get 30 kids, we put them on a bus with a teacher and they drive for an hour. They go to a natural area and they walk around for an hour and the teacher tells them not to touch anything. Then they get back on the bus and they go home. And that's their experience with the natural world, which I'm sure is better than nothing. But if they had some part of nature right where they live, all they have to do is go outside and get to know it. Alone, no parental supervision. They will come home again. When we hover over our kids, we are sending the message that this is dangerous stuff. These are the future stewards of our planet. If they're afraid of being steward, if they don't know what good stewardship is, if they don't love stewarding, they will be lousy stewards, and we've had enough lousy stewardship. And maybe they will learn how to hunt lizards. I'm learning this from my own granddaughter, Zoe, who lives in Hawaii on a very modest patch of nature, little piece of lawn with a hedge. But there are anole lizards there. And when she discovered that, she sent me this picture very seriously to describe how you hunt lizards. You get on the ground, you cover yourself with leaves and sticks so the lizard can't see you coming. Then you crawl very slowly towards the lizard. No smiling. This is serious business. You can wear your best dress. That's okay. But you sneak up on the lizard, you catch the lizard, you put it in an aquarium, you'll learn how to take care of the lizard. You learn how to be a good steward of that part of nature. You fall in love with that part of nature. No, I don't think Zoe's going to be crawling on the ground in her best dress catching lizards the rest of her life. I don't think. She sent me this picture not too long ago, so who knows. But I guarantee she's going to remember catching lizards in Hawaii the rest of her life. And I guarantee she's going to be a good steward of those lizards and everything else when she grows up. And if you want to join Homegrown National Park, you can do it. Go to our website, homegrownnationalpark.org. It is free. All you Wild Ones members, doesn't mean you can't join Homegrown National Park. As a matter of fact, if you're a member of Wild Ones, you absolutely have to join Homegrown National Park. What you're doing is recording where you live, your location, and the amount of area you're being a good steward of, or you're pledging to be a good steward of. Maybe you really are going to reduce the area of lawn. Maybe you're going to plant an oak tree. Maybe you're going to put an aster in a flower pot. Doesn't matter how small. You put that area in the database, and then your piece of your county will light up with a firefly. And the object, of course, is to get the entire country to light up with a firefly. We're starting to call this the biodiversity map. What are we asking? We really are asking people to reduce the area of lawn. Lawn doesn't accomplish any of the ecological goals that our properties have, and replace at least part of that lawn with the native plants that do accomplish those ecological goals. We want people to remove the invasive species that are on their property. Most people do have invasive plants on their property and they don't even know it. And if you're already protecting some natural area, you certainly want to keep doing that. Continue to do that. We've got important ecological products of Homegrown National Park. One is a significant increase in biodiversity, and what's happened at our house in Pennsylvania certainly illustrates that. Measurable reduction in invasive species. Remember, if 85% east of the Mississippi is privately owned and everybody got rid of the invasives on their private property, we would be 85% done. That would slow the seed rain from our properties down into the natural areas or public spaces. It would make our job of managing these species so much easier. Significant drawdown of atmospheric CO2. When you convert lawn, which is the worst plant choice in terms of sequestering carbon, into something like that, or you put some trees in there, you're helping climate change while you fight the biodiversity crisis. And you're also transferring areas outside of parks and preserves into viable habitat. Every bit of conservation we do outside of a park helps conservation inside of a park. There are also important sociological products, very important sociological products of Homegrown National Park. National awareness, not just of what the problems are, but what the solutions are. The main point is that you're the solution. We're trying to change the culture. We want people to recognize that nature's not optional. We all absolutely need it. That means we all share the responsibility to sustaining it. We want to convert hope into action. Hope is great, but action's better. And we want to merge existing national wildlife or national conservation efforts like Wild Ones, National Wildlife Federation, Audubon, Sierra Club, all the land conservancies, get them all on the map so we have a very good measure of the effective conservation happening on private property. There's the 30-30 initiative, the UN's 30-30 initiative, save 30% of the planet by 2030. That's not going to happen if we don't record conservation on private property. So we're going to shrink the lawn. We're going to join Homegrown National Park. What plants are we going to put in the areas of lawn that we take away? I'm going to argue that some of them have to be what I'm calling keystone plants. Remember what a keystone is? It's a stone in the middle of the Roman arch. And if you take that stone out of the arch falls down. Well, if you take keystone plants out of your local food web, the food web collapses. Well, it turns out that just 14% of our native plants are making all the food in those food webs. They're supporting 90% of the caterpillars in those food webs. And that's why I call them keystone plants. Think of the keystone plants as the 2x4s in the ecological house that you're building. They are the support. They're making the food that runs that ecosystem. You can't support your ecological house with wallpaper. That's what we've been trying to do for the last 100 years. Well, it's the best keystone plant. I already mentioned it. It's one of the oaks. Got 91 species of oaks in this country. And where most people live, there are oaks. They're supporting more caterpillars than any other type of plant. 557 species in the mid-Atlantic states, over 950 species nationwide. So really important. If you want to know what the best keystone plants are where you live, you go to Native Plant Finder, the National Wildlife Federation website, put in your zip code, and the ranked list of both woody and herbaceous plant genera that are best at supporting the life in your county will pop up. These are just examples, and it's a much bigger list than that. So we're going to shrink the lawn. We're going to use keystone plants, invite a lot of insects to our yard, and then we're going to kill them with our security light, which is not the goal. It does turn out that light pollution is one of the major causes of insect decline. These are all the ways that lights are killing our insects every single night. This is good news to me, folks, because we've got to not just stop insect declines, we've got to reverse them. We've lost more than 45% of the insects on the planet so far. They are the little things that run the world, so we've got to turn that around. If we can do that by flicking a switch, we're getting off easy. There are a lot of switches to flick, but there's a lot of us to flick those switches. But I know what you're going to say. Oh, I can't turn the light out over my barn, or I can't turn it over my garage or my front porch because the bad man will come. Okay, put a motion sensor on it, so it only turns on when the bad man does come. And of course, the first thing you'll realize is the bad man doesn't come very often. And the easier thing is to take the white bulb out of your security light and put in a yellow bulb, yellow incandescent, yellow LED. Nocturnal insects are far less attracted to yellow wavelengths. So that simple action can reduce insect mortality at night. If we were to switch out our white bulbs for yellow bulbs overnight, we could save millions of insects. And if we use LEDs, we could save millions of dollars as well. So we're going to shrink the lawn. We're going to use keystone plants. We're going to modify our light system. Then we're going to invite one of the mosquito foggers to come kill all our insects. Booming business around the country. But they say it's okay. What we are fogging is a natural product, and it is. It's pyrethroids. That's the compound used to kill insects in chrysanthemums. It's industrial strength pyrethroids, but it is a natural product. But so is cyanide a natural product. So is ricin a natural product. So that doesn't make sense to me. The world is shocked by this. They also say it only kills mosquitoes. No, it kills all the insects it comes in contact with, all the pollinators, all the monarchs, which are now red listed. This is after a mosquito fogging event in the eastern shore of Maryland. You can find these examples all over the place. You can't kill an adult mosquito without killing all the other insects. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. The interesting thing is it does not control mosquitoes. We're doing this for nothing. Actually, not for nothing, because they charge you a lot. It doesn't control adult mosquitoes because they're very hard to control in the adult stage. You have to kill 90% of the adults to get good control. These guys kill between 10 and 50%. So they're not even close to getting good control. If you really want to control mosquitoes, you do it in the larval stage. You get a bucket, fill it full of water, put in a handful of straw or hay, and put it out in the sun for a couple of days. You build up the populations of diatoms and algae. And that is what mosquito larvae eat. That becomes an irresistible brew to ovipositing mosquitoes, females that want to lay their eggs in your yard. They will go to your bucket, lay their eggs in your bucket. Then you go to the hardware store and you buy a sheet of mosquito dunks, $12. Bacillus thuringiensis. It's a natural bacterium that only kills aquatic diptera. And the only aquatic diptera in your bucket is a mosquito larva. So it's really targeted. If a dragonfly gets in there, it doesn't hurt it a bit. If your dog drinks it, no problem. You might put a coarse screen over the bucket so that chipmunk doesn't commit suicide, but it's targeted, it's cheap, and if everybody did it, it would be effective. But you know what else is effective? If you just want to use your yard on a Saturday night, get a fan, plug it in, it creates a directed breeze, and the mosquitoes don't fly into it. You don't have to kill anything. All right, we also have to landscape in a way that allows those all-important caterpillars to complete their development. What do I mean by that? Well, this is just an example, but I live in Chester County, Pennsylvania, where oaks support 511 species of caterpillars. A few of them, like the polyphemus moth, complete their development on the tree. The caterpillar eats the leaves, then it spins a cocoon and hangs from one of the branches, then it emerges as an adult, then it does it all over again. Everything happens on the tree. And I wish everything did that, but most species don't. Most species finish growing as caterpillars and drop from the tree and wiggle their way underneath the ground and pupate underground, or they spin a cocoon in the leaf litter that's under the tree. And that's the problem. There is no leaf litter under the tree. We don't tolerate it. and we mow and compact the soil around our trees. So there's rock hard, particularly in the summertime, very difficult for those caterpillars to get underground. And of course, the cement landscape is not the answer either. This is what most people do. You've got a tree in a yard. I've got a new grad student this year, Emma Jonas, who's measuring how well caterpillars do in a situation like this, but I guarantee they are going to do better in a situation like this, a layered landscape, where you have a tree and maybe a dogwood, then a native azalea, ferns and ground cover. The soil's not compacted. They can fall down. We call it soft landing. Fall down. They can easily get underground. There's plenty of leaf litter under there. They can spin their cocoons. Much higher survivorship. This is where you can do your spring ephemeral gardening. This is how you shrink the lawn, folks. You put big beds around your trees. The bigger, the better. The bigger the bed, the less lawn you have to mow. And your tree will be happy, and so will all those caterpillars. You can use our native ground covers liberally, things like wild ginger, native pachysandra. This is the Virginia creeper, I said, a good ground cover. Golden seal. Mayapple, foam flower, ferns. If you can see the ground under your trees, you don't have enough plants. Green mulch is the way to go. Your trees will love it, and so will those caterpillars. Okay, another former grad student, Desiree Narango, did some wonderful research with chickadees in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., inside the Beltway. She had one simple question. How well do chickadee populations do over time in suburban landscapes that are dominated by native plants versus dominated by the typical introduced non-native plants? And when they are dominated by non-native plants, they produce 75% fewer caterpillars. So right away, you've reduced the amount of bird food by 75%. Those landscapes were 60% less likely to have breeding chickadees at all. They all had nest boxes up, but the chickadees would come and look around and say, there's not enough food here. We're not even going to try to reproduce. If they did try to reproduce, they laid 1.5 fewer eggs. Those clutches were 29% less likely to survive at all. If they did survive, they produced 1.2 fewer fledglings, and it took them 1.5 days longer to do that. And if you put all of that into a population growth model as a function of the percentage of non-native woody plant biomass in your yard, from 0 to 100%, this is what you get. The dotted line in the middle there is replacement rate. That is the rate at which the population has to make babies to replace the adults that die every year. Chickadees don't live that long. And if you breed at that rate, you have a sustainable population. It's not growing, but it's not shrinking either. If you make more babies than adults die, this blue area above the line, you've got a growing population. But if you make fewer babies than adults die, and that's what happens when you have a lot of non-native woody plant biomass, you have an unsustainable shrinking population. We looked at woody plants because that's where chickadees forage. Well, right here, liberally speaking, is where those lines intersect. So it suggests you can have up to 30% of your woody plant biomass non-native without reducing or without collapsing your local food web. That's the area of compromise that I'm excited about. Now, we can't compromise with invasive species, no calorie pair, no burning bush, because those guys don't stay in your yard. They're ecological tumors that escape and castrate the local ecosystem. But there are plenty of ornamentals that are not invasive. Back to Dan Getman. Did you pick up that that was a ginkgo? Why does Dan have a ginkgo in his native planting? Because Dan's wife likes ginkgos, and she said, Dan, plant a ginkgo. So he did. Is that plant destroying the ecological functionality of that landscape? No. Is it going to escape and wreck the woodlot? No, it's just there. So I tend to think of plants that are just there as if they're statues. So there you go. If every one of Dan's plants were a statue, he wouldn't have a functional landscape. But it's not the presence of these non-native plants that destroys local food webs. It's the absence of those contributors, those powerful native plants that are boosting the carrying capacity of that area. If you increase those, we can tolerate a lot of those ginkgos. Can we use native plants in formal landscapes? Of course we can. This is a Lynn O'Shaughnessy design taken by a drone 400 feet up. You don't get more formal than that. And every plant in that design is a native plant. Formality is a function of the design. It's not a function of the plants in the design. Our native plants are used in formal designs in Europe every day, and they love them over there. Maybe it's okay because they're non-native plants over there. Can we get a pollinator garden into a suburban yard like this without offending anybody? Of course we can. Put a little fence around it. It formalizes it. It tells your neighbor that it's not a bunch of weeds you forgot to mow. It's pretty when it's in bloom. It's servicing several species of bees. It's not very big, could be bigger. But if everybody did it, it would help a lot. Help what? Help our pollinators. Why do we need pollinators? Well, the media will tell you that they pollinate a third of our crops. May Berenbaum will tell you, no, it's only a 12th of our crops. And I hear people say, well, I don't live next to a farm, so I don't need any pollinators. Forget the crop argument. It's more than our agriculture, really. We need pollinators because they pollinate 80% of all plants and 90% of all flowering plants. Where do we need pollinators? Everywhere we need plants, which is everywhere. How about this? Drew Latham design, much bigger. Imagine the amount of life supported here versus the amount of life supported here. Seems like a no-brainer. Can municipalities help live with nature? Yes, they can, and more of them are doing it. Minnesota's been doing for several years now, cost-sharing program, which pays homeowners to reduce or replace their lawn with appropriate Minnesota prairie plants. Very popular. Pennsylvania has a similar program. It's much younger, and there's a big, long waiting list. There's an island off of Florida, I think it's Marco Island, that is paying homeowners to allow burrowing owls, listed species, to burrow in the front yard. This is the way the Endangered Species Act should have been written, with carrots rather than sticks. If you have an endangered species on your yard, we're going to pay you to take care of it rather than fine you if you use your property. Everybody would want an endangered species. Put a bounty on these invasive ornamentals like calorie pear. That's what St. Louis, Missouri did, Fayetteville, Arkansas, North Carolina's got a bounty on them. South Carolina's banned them all together. If you take out a calorie pear, you get a free tree replacement. Utilities are giving people $100 coupons to plant water efficient native plants. And of course, the big lawn reduction programs in the West, particularly California, that's gone up $3 per square foot now, rebate for every square foot of lawn you replace with a xeric planting. And if you want more information on any of those programs, memorize that. All right, I think we made 3 missteps in the early years of conservation, and the first one's important. We're starting to think of nature as if it's optional. It's not that we don't like it. We do like nature. We like to visit it. We like to ride our bikes and go bird watching, but it's not essential. And if it's not essential, when push comes to shove, when resources are in short supply, which is always, nature takes a back seat. I went to the Cincinnati Zoo before the virus broke out, and there's this wall-sized poster there, which to me epitomizes our society's view of conservation. We want to save nature, save wildlife so that future generations can enjoy it. That was Teddy Roosevelt's argument for expanding the national park system. They're beautiful places, we want to save them so that future generations can enjoy it. And I get that because nature is enormously entertaining, but it's much more than that. We want to save nature so that we have future generations. It's a little bit more urgent. We've also assumed that nature and humans can't coexist. And we talked about that. But if we restrict conservation just to places where there's not a lot of humans, we're going to fail because those places are too small, too isolated, and there's too few of them these days. David Quammen has an excellent analogy between a Persian rug and an ecosystem. That's a functional Persian rug. That is not 71 Persian rugs. That's 71 rug fragments, none of which act like a Persian rug. And that's what we've done to our ecosystems. The UN designates biosphere reserves as places of ecological significance. And I don't like that language because it suggests there's places on planet Earth with no ecological significance. Not so. Every square inch of the planet has ecological significance, including our yards, including our corporate landscapes, including our roadsides, even including much of our agriculture. So we've got to glue our rug back together again, folks. We've got to put the plants back. Not just to make biological corridors that allow plants and animals to move back and forth between viable habitats, but to recreate viable habitats where they used to be. And this is starting to happen. It's starting to happen. And when it does happen, it'll be the first time in modern history that humans have coexisted with the natural world. Our third misstep was to leave Earth stewardship to just a few specialists, a few conservation biologists, a few ecologists. For some reason, we did not see it as an inherent responsibility of every person on the planet. But I don't know why, since every single person on the planet depends entirely on the quality of Earth's ecosystems. So why wouldn't everybody bear the responsibility of being a good steward of those ecosystems? Stan Rushworth, the Cherokee elder, once said the Western settler mindset was, I have rights. Mindset of indigenous people is I have obligations. You're not born with those mindsets, you're taught them. We're great at teaching this one. We have been terrible at teaching our kids and our peers that we all have obligations to good earth stewardship. That does not mean that you have to save biodiversity for a living, but you can save it where you live. And if you do, it empowers you. A lot of people recognize the planet has serious problems now, but they all feel powerless. What can one person do? Well, one person can shrink the lawn, one person can fire Mosquito Joe, one person can change their light bulbs, one person can put in a pollinator garden, one person can use keystone plants, one person can remove their invasive species from their property, one person can totally revitalize their little piece of the planet and enhance their local ecosystem instead of degrading it. And it reduces the problem to something manageable. Don't think about the entire planet's problems. You will get depressed. Just think about the piece of the planet you can influence. If you own property, it's obvious. That's where you start. If you don't own property, help somebody who does. Help a land conservancy, help a park preserve, help an arboretum. They're all underfunded. They're all understaffed. They will love you as a volunteer. So as a property owner or a volunteer, each one of us has the responsibility. We have the opportunity to change dead landscapes like this. Whether or not we do so is going to determine nature's fate and then ultimately our own. So I think I've convinced my grandchildren that you are nature's best hope. I hope I've convinced you as well. Thanks very much. Okay, thank you. I think we got about 10 minutes for questions, if you have any. Yes? How does a moth find its host plant? Insects find their host plants through chemistry, through smells. All plants release odor plumes in the air. Sometimes we can smell them, but most of the time we can't. And the moth is flying around. When he hits an odor plume of his host plant, he changes direction and follows it until he loses it. Then he changes direction until he picks it up. I should say she. It's mostly the females that are looking for host plants, and they zero in on their plants that way. It's an entire matrix of thousands of plants out there. And you really would wonder, how do they figure out where they're going? How does the monarch find its milkweed? It's through smell. Yes.
So I've got like 2 acres, and I've inventoried everything I've put in and what's there. But what I'm much more interested in doing now is trying to measure its functionality. And as a homeowner without a graduate degree, how can I, are there tools for homeowners to use to see what the productive functionality is in the ecosystem of my property?
Are there tools to measure ecosystem function on your property? No. It's a really hard question. Way back in 1950, excuse me, 55, Robert MacArthur made the prediction that as you increase the number of species in an ecosystem, you increase ecosystem function and ecosystem stability. That hypothesis, he called it, I forget what he called it, the law of nature, that's what he called it. But that went untested for 30 years. It is so hard to measure ecosystem function. But several groups have tested them in long-term experiments, huge NSF grants. They all say the same thing. MacArthur was right. So the easiest way to get an index of your productivity is to know the number of species on your property. And we'll add that new component, the keystone species, because they have an outsized effect. And if you know you've got those powerful plants, you're going to have a productive ecosystem, unless you're killing it at the same time with the mosquito foggers or all the other things we do. But measuring your plant diversity, particularly those keystone plants, would be the best way that you could do. You don't need the graduate degree to do it. Yes.
Thank you. Regarding nighttime lighting, are you aware of any insect preservation groups that are partnering with amateur astronomy groups with their dark sky promotions?
Yeah, I don't know, but I hear talk about it because the dark sky people have been on this for a long time. How do we reduce lighting? Of course, they want it black. Great. I want to reduce it, and you can actually have lighting. You know, people feel very uncomfortable in the dark without some lighting. So if we turn it to those yellow wavelengths, we could see where we're going without killing all the insects. Also, direct the lighting down. Have those shades that help the dark sky folks. We don't need to project light up into the sky. So there's lots we can do. Yeah. Yes. Did you say, should we be controlling mosquitoes?
Feeding birds with seeds in our backyard, while in the park we are told don't feed the geese. Are we wrong?
Okay, should you be feeding birds? I say yes when you do it properly. And first of all, we're talking about the winter time, the overwintering birds, most of them, not kinglets and things, but most of them are seed eaters during the winter. And you will hear ornithologists say they don't need to be fed. There's plenty of food out there. There is not plenty of food out there. We have converted that food into driveways and houses and lawns. So supplementing the food for these birds, people have measured it. They enter the breeding season heavier. They lay more eggs. Now, you can't crowd them because that can spread disease. And I don't feed during the summertime because it's warm and the seed can get rancid. So it's, and when you put the right plants in your yard, you are planting bird feeders and they get to feed themselves. So I think properly done bird feeding is a boon, but you don't have to feed them all year round. And remember, in the summertime, they need insects. Their babies can't eat seeds. So some of the adults will continue to eat seeds, but what they really need are those insects. Yes.
I have an acre and I have many of the keystone species plus lots of other, pollinator species. But I have never seen those caterpillars.
Yeah. No, I hear that all the time. People can't find the caterpillars I show you pictures of. The best time to find caterpillars is at night. Remember, the birds are looking for them all day long. They are really good at finding them, much better than you are. So the caterpillars are good at hiding. There are species that will crawl entirely off the tree and then come back on it at night, or they'll get off the leaves and hide on sticks and bark. I'm not sure how they do it either, but I can go out at night with a flashlight and I can see 2 or 3, variable oak leaf caterpillars, and they'll say, I'm going to find them the next day in the morning. I go right to those trees. They're not there. I mean, they're someplace close by, and then the next night they're back out. So night is a great time to find them. And also right now, mid-August, late July is when caterpillar populations are the highest. In the spring, people are out looking for caterpillars. The birds have found them all. Not really, but they're going to find them, and the populations are way down. So, I've thought about that. My 62 species of breeding birds, they're eating all my caterpillars, but that's why we're doing it. So,
yeah, hi. I live in the city, and some of my neighbors have lawns no bigger than this room, and you have a huge pickup truck pulling up with a trailer with 2 riding mowers on it. And when I talk to them about this, the most common objection or most common concern is that they don't know how to maintain a native prairie. So are there any landscape, how would you suggest developing, landscape maintenance companies that can satisfy these?
right. How do we develop landscape maintenance companies? That is a really important point because most people do not garden at all. They simply hire somebody. So what they hire now is their lawn care industry, and they don't worry about it. They're raising kids, they're doing all kinds of things. So what we need is what's essentially an empty niche right now. We need ecological landscapers that are as commonplace as the lawn care companies, or convert the lawn care companies into something that's more meaningful. I'm not trying to make anybody lose their job, but most people want to hire somebody. Those people will pick the right plants. They'll install them correctly. They will maintain them. You don't have to worry about it. So who are the people that just graduated here? I hope you were taught all this stuff because really you're the future. Everybody wants to hire you wherever I go. Who can I hire? I don't know. You raise your hand. You know, we're going to hire you. That's the future. Yes.
My neighbors are somewhat sympathetic to my what I do, which is probably crazy crawling around in the woods. But do you have like a 1 or 2 page summary of what you've said that I could give to my neighbors?
You know what? I get asked that a lot, but I do a lot of interviews too. And I did one for a magazine in Philadelphia called Row House Magazine or whatever. And they sent me the copy just the other day. It is the best review of what I talk about that I've ever seen. So I said, I want to use this. So if they give me permission, I will just send that to you. It's like 2 pages and it summarizes it really clearly. Because I've been too lazy to do that. Okay. Oh, okay, great.
So I have a friend who's got a large lot and he wants to continue mowing it. He doesn't want to convert it quite yet. He wants to develop it down the road. Doesn't want to plant oaks for that reason. But what are some plants that I could put in that can compete with the lawn, survive with some mowing if it's higher, that if he doesn't mow, will then just take over and not be just killed by the lawn?
Yeah. All right. So you don't want trees because he's gonna develop it someday, right? And you're really talking about putting in a prairie system. Now, starting a prairie without getting rid of the lawn is really hard because lawn grasses are highly competitive. It's very tough to get those seeds going unless you put plugs everywhere. So getting the grass under control is probably a first step. It sounds like he's not, actually starting a prairie or meadow is the hardest thing to do. Everybody says, I'll just stop growing my lawn. Yeah, that's the hardest thing to do. It'd be great, a really productive thing. And if he never does develop it, you've got a wonderful prairie system there, but it's not particularly easy. And he's not, with this caveat, Larry Weiner says, if you shift your mowing schedule so that you mow heavily in the spring and then not the rest of the summer and do that several years in a row, you will favor the warm season bunch grasses and forbs that are doing well in the summertime and depress the cool season grasses without actually planting anything. And I've seen that work. So it's a little bit slower, but just by changing the mowing schedule, you can convert it. So I take back everything I said in the beginning. Are we out of time here? Or?
Take one more question.
Okay, here's somebody right back here.
Just about your thoughts about, and I may not pronounce this correctly, but the pesticides.
Right, neonicotinoid pesticides. Neonicotinoid pesticides are 7,000 times more toxic to insects than DDT was. Now we use them in lots of different ways. But one of the biggest ways, which is not even counted as an insecticide, is as seed coatings. So all your corn, all your soybeans, the things that are planted commercially and what you buy at home, that little pink on there, that's neonicotinoids. 5% of that material is taken up by the plant. The other 95% washes off into the watershed where it's very persistent or blows away on dust where nobody has any idea what it's doing. The interesting thing is, when you compare yield in corn or soybeans in a field that has neonicotinoid seed coatings with yield in a field that has no neonicotinoid seed coatings, there is no difference. It's preventive. In other words, you're using it whether you have an insect problem or not. And it's not increasing yield. Why are we doing it? It's cheap and it's the only thing out there for growers, and so they do it. But it's already banned in Europe. The EPA just re-registered for another 8 years or something. So I think, now there are people that disagree with me, but I think it is a major cause of insect decline that's kind of everywhere now, and it's not necessary. That's what I think of neonicotinoids.
Could you contrast that against herbicides that we may use in a restoration and difference of the impact on the environment?
Okay, herbicides, very different story. We're using herbicides to control invasives for the most part. And, you know, controversial, I'll just give you my personal opinion. I call these plants ecological tumors. What happens when you get a tumor in your body? You do chemotherapy. You've got to kill the tumor before it kills you. And a lot of people say, how can I control invasives without herbicides? In most cases, I don't know. You can try for several years and fail and then go to herbicides, because I did that. But properly used so that you kill those tumors. I like stump cutting. So I don't like to spray because you always hit non-targets, but I use a very little bit of material on a stump. After you cut it, it kills the root system and then you're done. So I'm not up for spraying the world all the time. It's very easy to misuse herbicides. Roundup has been terribly misused by growers by spraying right to the road and replacing all the weeds, the milkweed and the asters and goldenrod with lawn. Totally unnecessary. That's what's wiped out the monarch. So we can easily misuse it, but I think it's a critically important tool in our control of invasives. Thank you very much.
All right, 15-minute break. See you back in 15.
All right, so our next speaker is Heather Holm, and we're really excited about having Heather here. She's been super busy the last 10 years, just cranking out books. It's really, and making the rounds on the podcast circuit, being interviewed. And and I have a number of books. I just picked up her wasp book, which is a coffee table book. The wasps are huge and they're scary and they're beautiful. And it's just amazing. And it really helps with identification. Her first book was Pollinators of Native Plants. And what I love about that book is that it's our native plants. So many times when I'm looking at insects and books with insects, and it has plants, they're not the plants in my neighborhood. These are the plants right here from Michigan. They're from Minnesota. There are probably a lot of them from your yard, I'm guessing, but they're our native plants. So that's wonderful. She's got a book, 2 books on bees, an identification book, and then a book that's focusing on native plants and bees, and that's super helpful. I use your podcasts in my course. I've learned a lot from them. I've listened to lots of those, and the other thing that has really helped me is I've never quite had a good handle on what nectar is. I've taken a fair amount of botany, and I always just glossed over. Yeah, plants produce pollen, and the insects come and get that pollen. And yes, there's nectar, but I'd never really thought about it that deeply. And as I'm reading your books and understanding, oh, there's extra for all nectaries, and the animals are visiting just for that nectar and at different times of year, and the plants are producing nectar different times of day. And wow, it really adds another dimension to ecology, my understanding. And I think you've really helped bring that to a general audience. So thanks for all the work you've done, and we'll welcome you up, and thank you.
Thank you, Mike and Kala, for inviting me to be here. I'm going to take a little bit of a different direction, but it's always so hard to speak after Doug Tallamy. It's like, oh boy. But Doug really set the stage for hopefully what I'm going to talk about, which is the relationship between native bees and native plants. And then I really want you to come away with thinking like a bee after this presentation. So, we're gardening and we're learning things about native bees and where they may nest and what we're doing that may potentially benefit or harm them. And so I'm really going to dive into some of the details, such as sample life cycles, so that if you observe something such as a bee nesting in your garden, I want to give you a better understanding of what time frame that bee would be doing that activity, what you could be doing to support that, or perhaps not disturbing it while it's nesting in your garden. So you're going to get a lot of details that maybe you didn't sign up for, but I really want to give you this information so that you can better think about how you're stewarding the land that you are to support pollinators. So I'm going to first talk about bee habitat components and basically kick off by talking about where do bees live, where do they nest. They are very, very different, and I'm talking about native bees than the European honeybee, so I'll draw a little bit of comparisons between the two. The food, why native plants are so important. And as Mike just mentioned, plants are producing both pollen and nectar, or sometimes just pollen. Those floral resources can have really wide range of floral quality or nutrients. So I really want to sort of drill down and give you, some choices near the end of the presentation that you can think about to really provide those extremely nutritious plants within your planting. And then finally talk about how we can maintain gardens for bees. So just some things to do. So native bee diversity, what is the secret? Well, it really, if you just distill it down to a very simplified formula, it is providing undisturbed nesting sites, a diversity of native plants, preferably 70% of your garden is native plants, as Doug mentioned, and leaving those pesticides on the shelf. So we don't want to create these beautiful habitats and continue to use toxic chemicals. I also agree with Doug that herbicides are an important tool for combating invasive plants. If you're at the beginning stages of battling some of those things that shouldn't be thriving in your garden. But once we start to establish these gardens, we really want to keep the pesticides on the shelf. So just to talk about bee diversity, I'm sure many of you, so many native plant advocates here today, you already know that we have more than 5 species of bees and close to 3,600 species in North America, north of Mexico. And here in Michigan, close to 460 species. So that includes probably just shy of 20 species of bumblebees, and then a whole other assortment of native bees, all different sizes, shapes, seasonalities that are calling Michigan home. And as Doug mentioned, many of our native bee species here in Michigan, approximately just over 100 species are pollen specialists of native plants. So close to 1/4 of all the native bees that you may see out in your garden rely specifically on a certain type of pollen that a native plant is producing. Later in the talk, I'll dive down a little bit deeper and highlight some of those plants that are supporting those pollen specialists. But to break it down even further, and as I mentioned, the European honeybee is not a native species, but if I were talking to a general audience, that is the bee that most people base their model of what is a bee. And that makes my job rather difficult because honeybees are a highly social species here in the northern part of the US. They nest in managed hives maintained by humans. They have a perennial colony if that colony survives the winter, and they really are the only bee that produces honey. People often ask me, well, what good are native bees if they don't produce honey? They're not doing something for me. Well, as Doug mentioned, native bees are pollinating the vast majority of flowering plants, and that in turn is helping those plants reproduce, produce seed and fruit that other organisms are relying on. So the native bee world is very different. About 90% of native bees have a solitary nest, and that means just one single female bee is actively looking for a place to nest, either above ground or below ground in your garden or landscape. And the vast majority are nesting below ground. they have an annual life cycle. That is true for both our solitary and social native bees. So if they are a social species, they are active typically throughout the growing season, producing a colony, but that colony is annual. So at the end of the growing season here in Michigan, where you get really cold temperatures, that will equal the cessation of these social nests. The solitary species, on the other hand, are out for a very short window of time. So the adults live anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks. The females tend to live a little bit longer than the males because they are the ones actively doing the nest establishment, collection of pollen from flowering plants, bringing that back to the nest, doing all the egg laying, et cetera, et cetera. So the males don't have a role in those parts of the bee life cycle. And then the remaining 10% of native bees are somewhere between social, some are semi-social, some are communal. That's basically a spectrum of sociality, but they are not solitary. And that includes many or all of our bumblebee species, in addition to many types of sweat bees. So to break it down a little bit further, here is the life cycle of our social bumblebees. And bumblebees, again, have an annual colony. So early in the spring, the new queens, also called gynes, emerge from their hibernation site, typically a shallow burrow that they excavate in the ground. They come out when the soil temperatures warm and the first flowering plants start to bloom. They are actively spending about 10 to 14 days following emergence, looking for a place to nest. And I call this the Cinderella period. So roll back the clock and think about your garden or maybe your walk in the woods in early spring. You may have seen a very large bumblebee flying close to the ground, doing sort of an investigation-like thing where she's investigating a hole in the ground or a cavity that maybe is behind a rock wall, et cetera. And she is looking for a nest. But it is a Cinderella period because she is very, very picky. She will spend days and days and days doing this investigation until she finds just the perfect place to establish her nest. And that can include here in the northern US, usually below ground, abandoned rodent holes, chipmunk burrows. We do have some species that nest on the ground, but underneath heavy layers of plant debris or leaf litter. So that is still providing some insulation. Less often, some species will nest above ground. They may take over even an abandoned bird nest box. So once that colony is established, the queen starts to go out to flowering plants, collect pollen. So you see that middle image, those large kind of orange circular things, those are masses of pollen. And she lays multiple eggs once that mass is the right size, covers it in wax, actually sits on top of it like a bird incubating eggs to keep it warm until those eggs hatch. And her first few broods of offspring that she produces are all female. So her daughters are also called the workers, then start taking over foraging in the landscape. So what does this mean at this point in time from a gardening? Well, you don't see very many bumblebees in early spring other than those large queens doing their nest searching perhaps, or maybe you catch a glance of them visiting flowering plants. But fast forward into mid-June and suddenly you have a number of different flowering perennials blooming in your garden. And that's when you start to see some bumblebees showing up. So that's an indication of the first broods that are produced. Midsummer, the queen starts laying unfertilized eggs. The Hymenoptera order has a very interesting sex determination process. So when a female bee lays a fertilized egg, she produces female offspring. When she lays an unfertilized egg, she produces male offspring. So she starts laying unfertilized eggs midsummer to produce males, followed shortly by producing new queens or gynes. So mating is occurring in either late summer or autumn. You may see mating pairs of bumblebees on flowering plants like that photo shows. Perhaps you see them on the ground, but the queens are usually mating with one male before they prepare for their winter hibernation. So fast forward into late October here, that colony is done. All the bees that were within it are dead, except for the new queens who have excavated a shallow burrow in the ground to spend the winter. So that is the social life cycle of a bumblebee. Now we're getting down into the sociality spectrum to a different type of sociality called communal. And this one is really fun. It is basically, my friend described it as an upside down apartment. So a communal nest includes multiple females sharing a nest, but they each are provisioning their own brood cell. So if we talk about that apartment upside down, you can picture the nest burrow is the elevator, and then each female bee within that apartment building has their own room where they're rearing their offspring. But what's really interesting with these communal nests, you will find nest guards. So they're cooperatively defending the nest while each is provisioning their own brood cells. So those middle images are showing a female sweat bee. She's perched at the nest entrance, and there are multiple entrances because this is a very bustling upside down apartment, and she's helping to keep natural enemies from entering the nest. So these social, semi-social, and communal bees are mating in the fall, the new reproductive females, or in the case of bumblebees, the new gynes, and then they are overwintering as adults. So the social bees are the only bees typically that overwinter as adults. Now switching to the 90% of solitary bees, and remember I mentioned you think about over 400 species here in Michigan that have a solitary life cycle, each having their own very narrow window of time through the growing season that they may be actively nesting. So if we went out into the garden this afternoon and saw some solitary species, they would be actively nesting right now. And again, a very short window of time, 2 to 6 weeks, that they're producing their nest. And so this graphic is really just a staggered graphic showing, depending on when the adults are active, when they would be actually doing their nest establishment. But as you can see, if you shift over to the winter column, most of our solitary bees are overwintering in what is called a pre-pupal stage. So the larvae are preparing to pupate in a silken cocoon within the nest. So what does that mean from a gardening perspective? That means that you have solitary bees nesting within cavities above ground, and they are going to be spending the winter likely in a pre-pupal stage. Similarly, if you see ground nesting bee activity in your garden, whether it's from early May into September, those larvae will be, or the pre-pupa will be, overwintering in the nest. So this, from an egg to an adult lifespan, is typically 12 months for these solitary species. So keep that in mind as you think about maybe what you have observed in your garden. The exception with the solitary species are the ones that come out very early in the spring. They will overwinter as adults. So the larvae will, and the pupation will occur, and the adult will sit in the nest throughout the winter and then emerge in the spring. So this is a type of cellophane bee called the unequal cellophane bee. It's one of the first bee species to emerge in spring, sometimes in between when we have those late spring snowfalls. So the females will actually start excavating and establishing a nest, and then it will snow, and they will hang out in their nest and wait for that snow to melt and to get outside on warm days to continue foraging. So that breakout of the green section is the nesting activity. With solitary species, mating occurs after nest emergence. So typically Males always come out of the nest first, followed by females. And this can translate into some activity you may have seen. Many male insects will do something called patrolling. So they will come out of the nest anywhere from 5 to 12 days prior to females. They will fly low to the ground and basically patrol, waiting for the females to emerge. And then what they're obviously looking for is an opportunity to mate. So mating occurs in these solitary species after nest emergence compared to the social species where it's occurring in late summer or fall. The females, once they have mated, start to establish a nest. Sometimes it's right next to where they grew up in their natal nest, and they just start excavating if it's in the ground right in that same area. And partly that is because they have very specific nesting preferences, whether it's slope, the amount of vegetation, the type of soil. So if they've got a good thing going, they often don't move very far in order to start establishing the new nest. So that is an example of a species that overwinters as an adult, but that's unusual. So 70% of native bees are nesting in the ground. And this can be confusing because some, like I said, if it's ideal nesting habitat, many females will say, hey, this is a great spot. Let's all build a solitary nest here. And what that results in is what we call a nesting aggregation. So a whole bunch of nests together in close proximity. And these photos are showing a series of solitary nests by the same species, but they're all nesting in close proximity because they really like these specific nesting habitat, whether it's soil type or patchy vegetation, or again, slope, for example. So if you see something like this, just remind yourself, it's probably a bunch of solitary nests and not an active social nest where I may be susceptible to getting stung. Then we look at our urban and suburban places. So 460 species here in Michigan. I can tell you not all are going to occur even in your amazing native plant garden, because we have, of course, some pretty rare species that have very restricted habitat that they simply aren't going to show up in your garden unless maybe you live next to that rare habitat. But we have many urban and suburban species that are very adapted to nesting in a variety of situations. They don't need a specific soil type per se. They nest, you can see this picture. This is my friend's parents' front yard. They're elderly. They don't do much gardening, but every May, this bee species called the Dunning's mining bee, which is a solitary species, loves to nest in their front yard. Many, many years ago, they mistakenly put down plastic and then that rock in their garden, which I don't recommend doing, but the plastic is broken down. And the native bees are excavating their burrows either in that rock garden or in the bare soil, and even all the way out into the lawn. So this is a very common adaptable species that you would find in any urban or suburban yard. So this activity is happening in my friend's front yard in May, and every year in May, as long as my friend's parents don't go and spray insecticides or till this up or do something drastic to impact this population. So if this is your garden and you have a species that likes a certain type of habitat, and you see activity and maybe females excavating and in their nests, then you know that every year it's likely that activity is going to happen around the same time because of that egg to adult lifespan of 12 months. So here's an example of a species that you won't probably find in your garden. So we have very rare, in some cases, pollen specialists that are really just hanging on in places such as high quality remnants or reconstructed or restored sites. So this is a type of leafcutter bee in this leafcutter bee family, and the females nest in sand. But you know, nesting in sand is a pretty difficult thing. Think of a hot, dry, sandy beach and you're trying to dig a hole. The sand just keeps collapsing in on itself. The species that do nest in this dry, loose sand have a number of strategies. This bee actually uses plant resin. It likes to nest at the base of bunch grasses, for example, little blue stem. So the bunch grass is already starting to hold that structure of the soil. But then in addition to that, the females need a source of resin, and that can include things such as pine sap. And she's going to pine trees, she's collecting pine sap, and that again has to be near this high quality place that's very sandy, that is in addition supporting or providing the flowering plants that she specializes in the aster family. And she collects the resin, and then she uses that resin to help hold the sand particles together to provide her nest structure as she excavates burrows at the base of bunch grasses. So that is an example of a very specialized situation where this bee you are very unlikely to find in your garden. But what you can do in your garden is start thinking about these different types of nesting habitats. So 30% of native bees are nesting above ground. This group of bees is really I would call the easiest to maybe provide places for them to nest and also to monitor and look for. It's very hard to know what's going on below ground and whether you actually do have ground nesting bees. So holes in standing dead trees. Those holes were usually created by beetles, and once the beetles no longer occupy those holes, we have a number of native bee species that like that horizontal orientation, and they will use those as nesting cavities. It depends on the kind of bee, but our bees use these amazing array of natural materials. So your garden not only is providing these nesting sites, perhaps the flowering plants that they need to collect pollen and feed on nectar, but you can also provide these natural materials that they're seeking out, and they use those natural materials to partition or basically make walls inside of their nesting cavity. So my little brown walls in the illustration are indicating that those walls could be made of mud, pieces of leaves, chewed up pieces of leaves, resin, and sometimes stem pith. So each species uses its own material. The bottom image is showing the orchard mason bee, and she's unusual. Not very many native bees use mud. Typically mason wasps are the primary user of mud and for nest partitions, but anyway, the bottom image is showing the mud partitions, and then you can see the female has collected a whole bunch of pollen, deposited that inside of a brood cell, and then unlike the bumblebees, the solitary bees just lay a single egg on that pollen mass. Here's some series of photos showing that orchard mason bee. I set up an observation box so I could actually look inside and see their activity. So busy as a bee is no exaggeration. Bees are out not only finding a place to nest, mating, finding enough floral resources to collect pollen and nectar. But in addition to that, these cavity nesting species are going out and trying to find these natural materials for their nest lining and partitions. So there she is in the top image. She's got a wet bolus of mud, and she's applying another layer of mud to the lining of her nest cell. In the bottom image, she's coming back from a foraging trip. She belongs to a family of bees that collects pollen on the bottom of the abdomen. I'll talk a little bit more about where bees collect pollen, but then in that bottom right image, she's offloading that pollen load to add to that pollen ball that she has created. As after the egg hatches, and then the larva goes through 5 growth star stages or instars. So the upper right image is showing an early instar larva, and it just sits on top of that pollen mass and munches away, gets bigger and bigger, sheds its skin during its instar stages. And then it gets absolutely big, has consumed most of the provisions that bottom left image, and then prepares to pupate. And before it pupates, our native bees spin a silken cocoon. So that bottom right image is of a pre-pupal silken cocoon. And the larvae have spinnerets in their mouth parts. So they're actually spinning strands of silk and in making this cocoon enclosure. And that is, for most solitary native bees, the place or the state in which they overwinter. Going back to natural nesting materials. So the leafcutter bees, there's a family called leafcutter bees. And then within that family, a genus, Michigiizhigookwe, and they're really truly the leaf cutters, because the females have these oversized mandibles with various numbers of teeth. They're basically like scissors. And the females will perch on the edge of a leaf, start using their mandibles like scissors, cutting a piece of leaf. They get to the mid vein of the plant and then kind of make a circle. So they're either cutting oval or circular shaped pieces. The oval pieces, like the one that the female's carrying in the bottom left image, is used to make the wrapper on the side of the cylinder. And then the circular shaped pieces are used to cap the cylinder. So this bottom image is showing two brood cells lined up, one after the other, wrapped in leaves and capped on the end with leaves. So researchers have looked at what kinds of plants are leafcutter bees using, because you'll start to see their work if you're growing certain plants. This is a picture of an ash tree seedling. Even with emerald ash borer coming through the area, we still have ash tree seedlings coming up from the seed bank, often heavily used by leafcutter bees. And then you see the list of other plant genera that I have here that are commonly used. If you are on iNaturalist, you can take a picture of a plant that you see the leafcutter leaf cuts and add it to the iNaturalist project. And they are building on that list of flowering plants that the leafcutter bees use. The study in 2016 demonstrated that many of the leaves, they looked at 54 different plant species, and the vast majority, 48, the leaves had antimicrobial properties. So they are selectively looking for specific plants, perhaps to provide some benefit within the nest while the larva is developing. Then some bees, such as Osmia and Hoplites, instead chew up the leaves or masticate the leaves. And so that's a completely different plant damage. And you may see chew marks. It could be one of Doug's caterpillars, or it could be the work of one of these other types of bees. So they carry it, they chew it up, they masticate it. In the bottom image, you can see those green partitions that is chewed up pieces of leaves. They use that also to cap the nest. What I have found in my area, they really like plants in the rose family. So the potentillas, the wild strawberries, the prairie potentillas, which now is in a completely different genus. Thank you, plant taxonomists. But they tend to like these herbaceous plants in the rose family. Then resin. If I was a bee, I would not sign up to be a bee that collects resin, because I'm sure all of you have had a run-in with pine sap. That is an extremely sticky material, but of note, plant resins also have antimicrobial properties. So the females are going to grab those resin globs in their mandibles, take it back to their nest, use it as a nest lining in addition to nest partitions. Sometimes they'll mix it with other materials. That top center image is a campanula leafcutter bee, and you can see she's mixed in pieces of wood fiber with the resin as her nest closure. So I'll think about this on a broader habitat scale. Some of these native bees are really relying on not just flowering plants, but plants that are providing these natural materials for their nesting. Back to gardening and the cavity nesters, it's not uncommon to have native bees nest in wood lying on the ground. So this is sort of a safer option. If you have a small yard, you can't leave a standing dead tree that poses a hazard to falling on your house. But you can easily incorporate logs lying on the ground in your garden. A number of types of sweat bees will use, abandoned holes usually created by beetles and make their nesting cavities. They tend to like dry rotting wood. So if you have a really wet log or one that's in a wet area that remains moist, that would be less attractive to one that's up higher and on the ground and dry rotting. Then we're getting down in size as far as these cavity nesters, and the really tiny or smaller cavity nesting bees like to nest in plant stems. That can include perennial plant stems in addition to some flowering shrubs that have soft, pithy centers, sumac, for example, elderberry. And these tiny bees, so the small carpenter bee is about 1/4 to half the length of your baby fingernail. And they like to bore down in pith-filled centered flower stalks to make their nesting cavity. So that's what those images are showing. The females then reuse that styrofoam-like pith material as their nest partition. And so this is I think one of the easiest things that we can do in our garden. And that is leaving stem stubble. This is a volunteer restoration garden at a Mississippi River Visitor Center. And so the volunteers maintain this native garden. So you can see in spring, they leave all the plant material up for the winter. The seeds are providing food for birds. The stems are helping to catch leaf litter to provide that wonderful insulation layer for other beneficial insects. And then you can cut the flower stalks from last year as low as 8 inches or as high as 24 inches, your choice. The longer the better, because that's a longer nesting cavity, meaning you'll have more bees nesting within it. And then you leave this indefinitely. So that's the caveat. If you really like tidy looking gardens, just try it on a few flowering plants. My previous slide, I mentioned plants in the aster family. So if you're growing coneflowers, black-eyed Susans, goldenrods, asters, those would be the plants to experiment with this. But remember that egg to adult time frame is 12 months for most solitary species. So if you provide stem stubble next spring, a native bee may decide to nest within that stem stubble, but that native bee offspring will not be emerging until the following spring, 12 months later. So that's why stem stubble is left indefinitely. It eventually breaks down. So the graphic on the left is available from Xerxes, my website. We created that just to help better explain what is going on from the plant and the bee point of view if you do leave stem stubble. Okay, switching over to what bees eat. So we just covered where bees live, and now we're going to talk about what may be obvious, what bees eat. And bees, of course, are considered vegetarian. They are related to the nest-building predatory wasps that I featured in my wasp book. But they really branched off from their wasp cousins, and their wasp cousins are carnivorous, hunting various types of insects or spiders and putting those in the nest instead of pollen. Bees decided that they can get all of their nutrients from flowering plants when we had a large radiation of flowering plants. And so they have switched to a completely plant-based diet. Nectar is really their primary source of carbohydrates. So it can include sugars, minerals, amino acids, secondary metabolites. But really from a gardening perspective and a bee reproducing perspective, pollen is the most critical thing that you can provide in your garden. But again, most or all flowering plants produce pollen unless they have been heavily bred and have double petals. But not all pollen is created equal. So pollen protein content can range anywhere from 2 to 60% protein content. So we can have very poor nutritional plants that are still producing pollen, but may not be the pollen that a native bee needs to stock in her nest to successfully create new offspring. Pollen is basically the meat equivalent. It's full of fat, it's full of protein, in addition to vitamins, minerals, and amino acids. And it is necessary for both the bee larvae, who are munching on that big pollen mass the female puts in the nest, but it's also essential for a lot of the solitary bees. The females need that pollen in order to start producing eggs. So you'll see a lot of solitary bees, females actually perching on flowers, just consuming that pollen while they're actively provisioning their nests. So the females are the pollen collectors. They are the ones that I say have the grocery bags. That's not to say males don't have grocery bags, but they're not very good at carrying pollen. And the females have very specific structures. And so from a gardening perspective, if you're starting to become a bee watcher, you can start to differentiate what am I seeing just based on this female and how she's carrying pollen. Bumblebees and honeybees have a pollen basket, also called a corbicula. And it's basically the lower part of their hind leg, the tibia has a large indentation, it's flared, and they are packing pollen mixed with nectar onto that pollen basket. Bumblebees have a sort of an array of strong bristly hairs, as you can see on the left image, that holds that pollen mass in place. I call them the orange footballs. So if you see real distinct orange masses on anywhere from a honeybee size to a bumblebee size bee, it's probably a bumblebee or a honeybee. Other native bees, on the other hand, have hairs of varying lengths on their hind legs, and they are grooming the dry pollen grains, and those pollen grains are adhering to those hairs. Those hairs are often branched, so it helps hold the pollen grains, and that's how they're carrying it back to the nest. And I mentioned the leafcutter bee family. They're the only ones that collect pollen on the bottom of the abdomen. So very different strategies, and you think of how a bee would approach a flower. A leafcutter bee, I sometimes call them scooters, because they will actually drag their abdomen across an open flat flower and quickly get a lot of pollen adhering to those hairs on the bottom of their abdomen. Whereas the other types of bees have very different foraging strategies. They may be grooming or pulling pollen off plants, but then they need to transfer it back to the hind legs. Back to the pollen specialists. So close to a quarter of all native bee species here in Michigan are pollen specialists of native plants, and there's a real range of specialization. So very, very narrow specialists are called monolectic bees, and those are types of bees that just are relying on pollen from a single plant species. So they're very, very rare and uncommon. One step up from that, the narrow oligolectic bees I see quite frequently. They are collecting pollen from a single plant genus. So some common plants may include spring blooming plants, violets, spring beauty, what else? Golden Alexanders, and then summer and fall, goldenrods, asters, black-eyed Susans. And I have a slide on, and ironweed rather, sorry. And then I'm gonna not hang on this slide too much longer, but the eclectic oligolectic bees, that's a mouthful. The podcast interviewer said to me, "You should put that on a t-shirt. That sounds really cool." Well, this is so unusual. The southern blueberry bee is an eclectic oligolectic. It does not occur here to my knowledge, but they are collecting pollen or specializing on pollen from two completely unrelated plant genera or families. So the southern blueberry bee, as the common name suggests, specializes on blueberry pollen, but it also will collect pollen from redbud trees, which belongs to the pea family. So pretty cool. All right, so once that pollen is put in the nest, how important it is providing those essential nutrients for larval development. I once gave a talk right after a monarch researcher, and he had these beautiful images of monarch caterpillars. And then I showed this image, and I said, this is why people need to care about bees, even though the larvae aren't cute. But we always talk about these native bees being vegetarian, but in fact, there's a lot of breakdown of these complex proteins in the pollen facilitated by bacteria and fungi that the female bee is introducing through regurgitation of nectar and combining that with the pollen mass. And that actually causes fermentation. A recent study found that the bee larvae may be consuming more of the bacteria and fungi than the actual plant materials. So they may not be completely vegetarian, as we've once said. So just to summarize where I've come from, where they live, what they eat, thinking about your habitat, your garden. So you are gardening basically 24/7 throughout the growing season for all of these different bee species that may have a social nest, meaning they are active throughout the growing season, or you're also gardening for these solitary species that may just show up for a couple of weeks in May in your garden, and then the next species is going to be active for a couple of weeks in July. So seasonal phenology is meaning that flower restaurant is open 24/7 through the growing season. Bees come in all different sizes and tongue lengths. So thinking about flower structures and forms, the aster family flowers are open. They're easily accessible. They're going to supply pollen and nectar to any bee or flower visiting insect that is interested in those resources. But we also need really complex flowers, flowers that have long tubular flower corollas. Those are supplying floral resources to a limited number of bees or perhaps butterflies and moths, and that is providing them with sort of an opportunity to get something more that is not being competed with. Proximity to nesting sites. So Doug talked about this. These really small native bee species typically don't fly more than a couple of 100 yards. So thinking about connectivity within your garden and how you can facilitate where they are nesting and where your flower patches are located. Energy expenditure is a huge trade-off, whether for any organism and particularly for bees, because flying really is a taxing energy suck. And so they really need fueling stations and connectivity, not only in your yard, but throughout your neighborhood to facilitate movement. So I'll talk a little bit about landscaping for bees, but I know we have some talented designers presenting this afternoon. So I'm just going to talk about concepts and maybe ways to convert turf grass and then some plants to think about that are very high in nutritional quality. So keystone plants, I'll talk a little bit about those, floral resources, flower color and form, green or living mulch, as Doug talked about, thinking differently how we actually put plants in the ground, right plant, right place. I know as native plant advocates, you already understand that you can't put a wetland edge plant in a sand prairie, right? That's the whole point. We have these wonderful native growers that are telling us where this plant grows in its natural habitat. So it's an easy button. Figure out your site conditions and then purchase the plants that thrive in your site conditions rather than trying to amend your site conditions. So creating a cohesive design, this is a common thing that happens. Maybe you just purchased a new house and that home had previous homeowners that had different ideas about gardening that may have included non-native or invasive plants, but it also could have been something where on that left diagram, it was really not very a cohesive design. People get inspired and start maybe putting a flower patch around the mailbox, and then they've got an isolated vegetable garden, and then they've got something else going on over here. And that's pretty common, right? But if we think about starting with a master plan, and even though you can't do it all at once, you can think about this connectivity. My home landscape, we backed onto a somewhat natural area, so it made sense for me to initiate a planting that expanded on that natural area. So now I'm growing the size of viable habitat, connecting the planted spaces throughout the yard for both wildlife and pollinator movement rather than having isolated islands. So this is just a really basic graphic of something you can consider. The other thing with native plants is we need cues to care. We need to show people, neighbors who have no idea what a native plant is or what a native plant garden would look like by having cues to care. That means having a sign that says this is a native plant garden and this is the purpose of this garden. I really like the idea of using specific edging. This is my friend Marilyn's garden. She's a Wild Ones member. She uses the stones to differentiate her turf grass with the planting bed. So someone walking along the sidewalk that sees her garden understands visually right away that this is purposeful. The other thing I really like to use more recently in my home garden is metal edging. It's kind of expensive, but it really stops a lot of those wonderful native plants from moving into your pathways and other spaces that you really want to keep those defined edges. So where to begin? I would love to have a blank slate. You guys are maybe on a different trajectory, or you have a garden full of native plants, but sometimes it would be nice to wave a magic wand and start over with a blank slate. This is a home in my neighborhood. It's a blank slate. The homeowner doesn't really do any gardening, which is fine for him. But what I what I really like to do is solve problems. So why do turfgrass conversion in the most obvious flat place in your yard? Start with the problem areas. My house sits up on a hill. I had very steep slopes when we purchased our house, and they're still there because we didn't change those. But that was the first place I converted the turf grass into a planting. There was no way I wanted to run a lawnmower along a steep slope. Some people have wet areas. Think of that as an opportunity. You now have places where you could plant native plants that thrive in poorly drained sites or sites that remain moist. You can also think about strategies to capture water. One of the things that we did is we took out a lot of impervious paving when we first purchased our house. The homeowner had put in extra parking pads and asphalt everywhere. We tore all of that up and turned that back into native plantings. You can also capture water from your roof, from your driveway, or even pull it off the street and into a rain garden, which is a depressed garden that helps water infiltrate into the ground within 24 to 48 hours. How do you convert turf grass? Well, the easiest way, if you have time on your hands and you don't want to use chemicals, is sheet mulching, or people call it various things, but I've heard most commonly called sheet mulching. When I started converting turf grass in my home landscape, I would do it in the fall. So I'd have a plan about what I was going to plant in the spring or the area. The paint stores and the local home improvement stores sell these rolls of what's called builder's paper in various thicknesses. And so that is a lot easier. People a long time ago would use newspaper and cardboard, and that's really tricky if you live in a windy area. It's like playing Twister. You need 12 arms to keep that paper down before you can get some mulch on it. So what I like to do it in the fall. And then I first rake the leaves, extra leaves that I have, into the area I'm converting, and then roll the paper out on top, and then add mulch on top to weigh it down. Some people are getting away from using wood mulch because it can be a vector for invasive jumping worms. Lee Freilich, who's at the University of Minnesota, has been studying all these invasive worms. He does say his research shows that if you buy bagged mulch, which isn't ideal, leave it out in the sun for a few days, it will kill any jumping worm larvae that are in the mulch. But you have to be careful with bulk mulch. That's typically where you may be introducing jumping worms. So weigh down that paper with mulch, and then that is ready to plant in the spring. The turf grass will get killed underneath the paper and mulch. A newer material that is being offered by a native plant nursery in Minnesota is called a weed suppressant mat. It's made of wood fiber. So you can see from that bottom left image, it's about 3/8 of an inch thick, and it's completely biodegradable, but it doesn't break down right away. It takes about 3 years to break down. You can just roll that out across your turf grass, staple it down temporarily with metal stakes, and then start planting right into it. The look is a little, maybe not what you're thinking or your neighbors are thinking. This is my friend Angela's yard. She just bought some of this weed suppression mat. Her husband hooked her up with a cordless drill with a circular hole saw. And she went out there and just went zip, 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 and drilled her little holes inside of this weed suppressant mat and then plugged in her native plants. So you could add mulch on top of this weed suppressant mat if you don't like the look, but this is a really quick and easy way where you don't necessarily need to wait for that turf grass to smother underneath. Under the drip line of trees is another place to start. As Doug mentioned, my friend Leslie Pilgrim said, I've heard Doug talk so many times and he talks about keystone plants, but what happens to the caterpillars once they're ready to pupate? And so she approached me and got in touch with Doug and Desiree Narango and said, we really need to talk about planting under the tree. And so we hired the same artist that Desiree and Doug hired to do the Keystone Tree graphic. Elsa Cousins created this soft landings graphic. And soft landings is basically a diverse native planting under the drip line, a canopy of a keystone tree. So we're helping to support all of those life cycle stages of the caterpillars, in addition to providing flowering plants for pollinators and providing viable habitat for beneficial insects to overwinter. So this is not building up soil on a root system. Remember, trees have lungs. You have to be very careful planting underneath a tree. We recommend very small plugs. So a lot of native plant growers are even growing their plants now in cell pack sized. So very small holes and plugging in a variety of different flowering plants underneath your keystone tree. This is a picture from the University in Illinois Extension. They have been doing a lot of turfgrass conversion on their campus. I really like this picture. They used Pennsylvania sedge, wild geranium, foam flower, and they selected very low growing native plants for their soft landing. We developed a plant list that covers the Midwest, this area, Great Lakes, and the Northeast. And that includes low growing different types of native perennials, sedges, grasses, and flowering plants. So if you want to learn more about what to plant in your soft landing, you can check that out. Back to the rain gardens and capturing water. This is really important. It's a win-win. You're helping to improve local water quality. You're pulling off water and making sure it stays on your property and does not go out into the street, down the storm sewer, collecting pollutants. So a rain garden is a very easy thing to do. Most people do one to capture the water from the roof downspout. And you really need to have a designer help you with this. You'll have to understand how quickly your soil will percolate the water, because you don't want standing water for more than 48 hours or it becomes a mosquito breeding site. But again, my house is up on a gravel hill. So if I put in a rain garden, which I did along my driveway, I now have expanded my native plant palette to add flowering plants that can tolerate periodic inundation of water. This is something my friend Lori did. She sold her single family home. She had an extensive native plant garden, but didn't really want to give up native plant gardening. So she approached her church, and this planting was formerly turf grass. She said, I'd like to convert this into a rain garden. And she got permission from the church to create a curb cut. So all of the water from the church parking lot is flowing now into this small garden area alongside the parking lot, instead of flowing onto the street, into the storm sewer and into the Mississippi River. So we're capturing pollutants from parking lots, from the street. We're helping to recharge aquifers through that groundwater infiltration, rather than pushing it out into surface water with its pollutants. All right, talking about plant selections. So it's complex. It gets complex very quickly. But as I mentioned earlier, you need to have your flower restaurant open 24/7 throughout the growing season. Take notes. I don't know if you've noticed, but we have some changing weather patterns. We've had 3 years of drought in Minnesota. Our native flowering plants are blooming for a very short period of time. It's quite disconcerting. So now I'm really keep trying to add more and more flowering plant diversity to make sure that flower restaurant is open 24/7. Do not forget about trees and shrubs. People often think, oh, just perennials. Pollinator gardens are perennials. That's not the case whatsoever. You can fill most of that spring time frame with flowering trees and shrubs, and many of those are very important plants. Back to keystone plants, here's just a smattering of ones to consider for your home perennial garden. The black-eyed Susans, the asters, sunflowers, ironweed, goldenrod, and thistles. Yes, even we have native thistles that support pollen specialist bees. These are all pollen specialists featured on this slide. So all the flowering plants practically out probably in the native plant garden today would likely be supporting a specialist. This is the time of year specialists are prevalent. But for woody plants, willows hands down are the best at supporting the most bee pollen specialists. They're kind of tricky though, because we don't have many willow species that thrive in home gardens. If you have a larger landscape, then go crazy with various types of willows. Here in home gardens, I typically recommend prairie willow. It thrives in drier habitats in prairies, as the common name suggests. And so it is going to provide you with some early spring pollen and nectar and interest and pollen for those pollen specialists. Dogwoods, there's a dogwood for every situation, whether you are growing it along a wetland, in a woodland understory, in various types of habitats. Just pick the dogwood for the right place, but they do support pollen specialists. And then the blueberry genus, the blueberry, huckleberry, cranberry, not always the easiest plant to grow, but if you have the right conditions and habitat, you may want to consider something in the vaccinium genus to support some bee specialists. As far as pollen-rich plants, so if you were to make some, sounds like some of you already have a plant list of what you have growing in your garden. We'll get a little bit more sophisticated and determine which plant family do those plants belong to. These 4 plant families tend to be the heavy, what I call the heavy hitters for pollen production and very nutritious pollen. So the pea family, the heath family, the rose family, and the aster family. The pea and aster and rose family, very easy. Most native plant growers have a wide variety of flowering plants that grow in those families. I sort of curated the list by one of the local native plant nurseries, Wild Type. I think someone's here from Wild Type today. So I want to make sure these recommendations align with what you can find locally. Now, nectar. I often differentiate flowering plants based on bee visitation behavior. Many of the mint plants, wild bergamot is an easy example, or bee balm. Most bees and other flower visiting insects are visiting plants in the mint family for nectar. Now, the caveat is we do have some small bees that will hang out and collect the pollen from those flowering plants. But in general, you can think of the mint family plants are really the nectar workhorses. Even a lot of the non-native mints, the catmints, the nepetas, are really a lot of really high visitation, and people will say, oh, this plant attracts so many different bees. Well, often it's a lot of male bees or maybe a lot of honeybees, and they really love those nectar producing plants. Some of the pea family plants, but not all, are also nectar producing, so very important. And again, aster family plants. And then finally, the milkweed family. So if you don't have a type of milkweed growing in your garden, that's the one plant you're going to buy today at the plant sale. But I'm sure all of you have milkweeds. And then the sister genus, the dogbanes, very important. So if you are not a rambunctious gardener and you just want to get some more plants in your landscape that maybe it's a little bit tidier, easier to manage, you can easily have a diversity of native shrubs that are helping with pollinator forage. So these are some examples. The common 9-bark, pasture, your native roses are an example of a nectarless plant. Fun plant to have in your garden, but you need to get out there in the morning before 11 a.m., pull up your lawn chair and listen to the number of native bees coming into those flowers to buzz pollinate the plants. So they're actually sonicating, and you can hear that sonicating noise as they extract pollen from the rose family plants, or excuse me, the wild roses. Bush honeysuckle is used frequently now. I've seen it in parking lot islands, places where it gets heavy snow load in the winter, salt. You can basil prune it every couple of years and get flush new growth. The rabbits basil prune it for me in my yard, but it really, you can't kill that plant, and it is a wonderful plant for tough situations. Buttonbush, if you have a moisture site, this is an amazing plant for both butterflies and native bees, producing pollen that the bumblebees love to collect. Nectar, you're going to have monarchs and other types of butterflies visiting buttonbush. Redbud is a really wonderful ornamental tree. I mentioned the southern blueberry bee that specializes on that pollen. And it's producing flowers really early in the spring. So that cellophane bee I talked about, one of the really early emerging bees, it heavily relies on redbud flowers in certain parts of the country. And any types of viburnums. Viburnums tend to be a pollen-rich plant. They don't produce a lot of nectar. So good for those female bees who are actively provisioning their nests. So what about insect pollinated trees? Well, insect pollinated trees are historically may not have been so prevalent on the landscape as they are now. Many of them are fire intolerant, and with the prevalent use of prescribed fire by Native Americans and also wildfires, wild lightning lit fires, these insect pollinated trees may not have been as prevalent as they are now, but we plant quite a few of them: American basswood, Kentucky coffee tree, tulip poplar. So again, if you have a neighbor that has no interest in gardening, such as my neighbor, but you can influence them if they are thinking about planting a tree, have them plant an insect pollinated tree. Now you've just provided a significant, what I call vertical flower power, because those trees are going to grow 60, 80 feet tall, be covered in flowers, yes, for a short period of time, but they really can provide a significant number of floral resources. You don't need Doug here for me to tell you to plant an oak tree. Most of my ecological restoration work is focusing on oak habitat, fire-dependent habitats. So it's never too late to plant an oak tree. I spent the last week collecting acorns, and it's sometimes container-grown oaks just don't do very well. And Doug talked about buying really small seedlings or planting an acorn. They do grow quickly. They do need protection from deer, if you have deer in your neighborhood, which many of you probably do. But it is always worthwhile to plant an oak tree, not only because it's a keystone plant, they're just absolutely amazing trees. I'm fortunate to have 4 really large mature oak trees on my property. One of the reasons we purchased our house. Plant arrangement. So you're going to the plant sale. Try to buy the smallest container size possible. It's cheaper. It's also going to be easier to plant. I frankly do never want to dig another 1, 2, or 5 gallon hole in my life. Like I'm done with that. It just doesn't make any sense. So the smaller, the better. Forget about if you buy it from a traditional nursery, which try not to do, support your local native plant nurseries, but plant densely. And that's no exaggeration. 12 inches on center, mix up the plants. You want to get within 2 years good coverage so you don't have any bare ground. And now your life is so much easier because you've got this green and or living mulch. You don't have heavy weed pressure. You are still providing habitat for ground nesting bees. They can easily crawl underneath those flowering plants to excavate a burrow. And you don't have to keep buying mulch, which is kind of tricky with jumping worms. So getting the plants to cover the ground solves a lot of different problems. And finally, pesticides on the shelf. I'll repeat it. Keep those pesticides on the shelf. My friend Marilyn would never think about going out there and spraying insecticides, having worked for years to convert her heavy clay residential yard into this thriving native plant habitat. So if you are going to bring in the pollinators, we don't want to kill them while doing so. Start some conversations with your neighbors if they are spraying for mosquitoes. This is really just starting to become prevalent where I live. It's horrifying to drive down your neighborhood street and to see someone with a backpack sprayer basically willy-nilly spraying insecticides everywhere. And it makes absolutely no sense where I live. We have a 7-county metropolitan area mosquito control. They drop BT pellets in our wetlands. We have very low mosquito populations. So if you are able to have a conversation with your neighbor, please talk to them about mosquito spraying. And finally, be a habitat hero. Let's just be a little messier. We want those cues to care, but we can also be bold and drag a log in our habitat to provide nesting opportunities. We can leave some stem stubble. Start in the backyard if you have neighbors that like to look at your yard all the time and wonder what you're doing. Keep it in the back maybe, but experiment with these different ways to provide these supplemental places for these wonderful bees and beneficial insects to thrive in our landscapes. So thank you so much. I see we're at noon. How much time do we have, Akello? A few questions. Thanks, Mike.
See, like mason bee boxes, good or bad, or
The question is, things such as mason bee boxes, are they good or bad? It depends. I do not recommend people purchase them and put them up because, like a bird nest box, they do need cleaning and maintenance. And some are constructed poorly where they may be really shallow. And so the tubes or whatever cavities are within it are so shallow, a native bee may only be able to get a couple of brood cells within it. And woodpeckers and natural enemies are going to take care of those bees. So providing those natural situations I talked about is what generally I'd love for people to do. I know people have great intentions. I'm just not confident that those supplemental nests are the right architecture and they are going to get the maintenance they need. So.
Hi, I have 2 questions from the chat. The first one is, will a 2-inch layer of mulch destroy bee habitat?
No, not if you're just doing it like with the one time with sheet mulching, because generally, not many native bees are going to nest in dense turf grass. I did show an example of some nests on the edge of turf grass, but it's pretty uncommon for them to be right in the middle of dense turf grass. So if you're doing that turf grass conversion with sheet mulching, you are going to prevent native bees from excavating nests there. But if you had native bees nesting underground before you sheet mulched, they would emerge and then find their way out. So you're not preventing them from doing their thing.
Thank you. The second question from another user is, please discuss herbicide drift. How far does the spray spread? Is there a way to block it?
Herbicide drift, it's really dependent on the equipment being used to apply the herbicide, the nozzle, the wind speed, whether you have buffering plants along your property boundary that are going to stop the spray drift. So that's a kind of a difficult question to answer. If you live in a rural area and you're next to agriculture, you definitely may want to consider planting some kind of plant screening that aren't flowering plants. Xerces usually recommends evergreens, so you're not going to be attracting pollinators to that spray drift screen, and that will help prevent the spread of spray drift. Your neighbors, on the other hand, I think in most states you have a right to not have a neighbor spray pesticides on your own yard. So there are ways in which you can talk to the person who is doing the application, or there may be legal means for you to make sure that your yard isn't getting sprayed by a neighbor.
Put out a lot of bird bans for the birds.
And we notice a lot of bees use them, but unfortunately, some drown despite our efforts to put rocks in the water. Is there a safer way to provide moisture for bees?
So
Well,
the-
and so the for the birds, so that the bees don't. We want to offer it to the bees as well, but we don't want to kill them in the process.
Right, you need a little bee ladder.
That's right.
Yeah, any kind of small stones or ways that they can get off out of the water and out of the bird bath. For native bees, not very many native bees, especially in our area, Great Lakes area, they don't really rely on water. The mason bees that are using the mud for their nest partitions may be seeking out a little bit of water, but it's the European honeybee that heavily relies on water. So you don't necessarily need to supply water if you're gardening for native bees. I'm not saying don't be discouraged by killing bees in your bird bath, but to answer your question, I don't have a good answer other than what you're trying, different objects that provide a way for them to get out.
Do the bees, the ground bees need like open areas, or will they like build right in solid clay?
I didn't talk about soil type too much, but most of the ground nesting bees like well-drained, easy to excavate soil. There was a study that sort of looked at the soil triangle and the different plant or bee genera and families. They're all erring toward loam or sandy loam or sand. If you have pure clay or pure silt, very few native bees nest in those heavy soils. The ones that do will collect water and use the water to soften that really heavy soil to make it easier to excavate. So I liken our native bees to, gardeners. They really like digging in soils that are easier to excavate.
His garden. Is there a way to actually cut those and store the stems so that the life cycle is completed?
So the question is, for a guy who doesn't like stems in his garden, can we cut and store them and then let the bees exit? Is that correct? Well, that egg to adult time frame of 12 months, that gets pretty tricky because you have a variety of different species that will nest in the stem, different seasonal activity. So you probably wouldn't know whether you would have something in the stem or not if you were to cut it and put it somewhere else. What I have seen in more public and gardens, they are putting the stems in a more of a design pattern. So the gardeners are cutting everything down spring or fall, depending on the site, but they're keeping the stems, the dry stems, and then you can just stick them back in the ground. They don't have to be actually from where they grew on the plant. And they're sticking them back into more patterns. So Missouri Botanical Garden, they experimented with like a serpentine of stem stubble going through the garden. So just be creative. There are ways to make this a little more aesthetically pleasing. And then your neighbors won't wonder why you're leaving all this funny debris in your garden. If you looked at the end of the stem and it had some kind of natural material closure, then you would know that there may be nest occupancy. Sometimes if you're really observant, you'll see the males guarding the stem in the case of the small carpenter bees sometimes, or you'll see female activity coming in and out of the stem, or you may see pith coming out of the stem with evidence of excavation. But generally, it's pretty hard to know if you have occupancy or not.
I have another question from the chat, Mike. Are black wasps good for pollination? I have a lot of wasps on my native plants this summer.
Yes, wasps are pollinators. They're not amazing pollinators like bees. They tend to be a lot less hairy. But I talked about the wasps being carnivorous. They're generally just carnivorous in the larval form. So the mother wasp is out hunting various types of insects, stocking that inside of a nest instead of pollen like a bee would. But as adults, wasps basically switch over to a completely carbohydrate-rich diet. And that's where flower visitation comes in. They're heavily relying on flower nectar, honeydew, plant sap. So that's why you see wasps coming to your flowers. And while they come to the flowers, they will inadvertently move pollen around from flower to flower, possibly resulting in pollination.
I'm currently talking to a friend about their landscape and how to get rid of a massive tree of heaven. And one of the options we're looking at is like putting, concentrated glyphosate in the cut method.
Yep.
If we kill that tree, could it just be left there to serve as bee habitat potentially?
Yes, if it's not going to, pose a hazard to a building. Some people will, limb off a tree, herbicide it to kill it, and then leave, some portion 10, 15 feet of the tree snag standing. I've got a bunch of snags in my yard, some of them accidental, and some of them we did exactly that. We just had the tree contractor cut it off high, and then it will slowly break down and provide habitat. So.
Those habitats are easily observable.
They are. And you can have fun with those. You can get a native clematis growing up your old snag and do all sorts of fun things. So they become a whole ecosystem in themselves once you have a dead standing tree.
About an hour might not have been enough to mingle, to eat, to take a bio break, and to get outside. And it's kind of a shame to be inside on a day like today. So thank you for that. And I promise if you stick around and you're around for the reception, we'll make sure we enjoy it fully out there. As you may tell from the shape of the symposium, there are a few different themes and chunks all surrounding and animating native plants. So this morning, we got to learn and hear from two of the leading minds in the field about the relationship between ourselves and our individual properties and disturbance and native plants and larger ecological function. I think of the universities, one of the best things a university can do, in my opinion at least, is bring ways of knowing the world in conversation with each other to produce a better future. And particularly when it comes to the important nexes of that are represented by native plants, that couldn't be more true. So with that, I'd like to kind of contextualize the rest of the afternoon. So again, this morning we learned from Doug and Heather. We're about to hear from a couple of folks who are helping broaden it out to the community level in the form of city and nation and tribe. And then and really beyond. And then we'll recontextualize again. We'll kind of rotate the lens on the microscope again, and it will be focused on, we'll hear from our other folks who are going to be leading us through what it actually takes to run a business that focuses on native plants, or start working with clients and thinking about it as a career and a way of knowing the world from that angle. And then we'll rotate it again and hear from Bob and Tony, and it'll be we'll end our day focused on what it takes and what it means to do so in a public forum like here. So those are the turns of the microscope lens. I don't know why I have that metaphor in mind. Maybe I've been hanging out with too many scientists lately. But it is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome our next speaker, Michigiizhigookwe, also known as Robin Clark, is a member of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians and lives with her partner and two teenagers in their community at Bawating Robin is passionate about Anishinaabe forest relations and supporting community health through our relationships with plants and other Manitoug. She earned a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Studies and a Master of Science in Community Agriculture, Recreation, and Resource Studies from Michigan State. And in 2021, Robin earned a doctorate in forest science from Michigan Technological University and continues research that supports and engages Anishinaabe sciences for good forest relations. Finally, she also serves as Assistant Professor of Natural Resources and the Environment at Lake Superior State University. Please help me welcome Michigiizhigookwe.
So Buju, Michigiizhigookwe Indigenous, Baoting and Dunjiba, Mayanga and Dodam, Miigwech, Tony for that intro. I was thinking like, oh, how am I gonna now out of left field? I'm gonna talk about this compared to this morning, but I'm just gonna share a few stories from my dissertation research and then ongoing work with 2 Anishinaabe communities or tribal nations up in the eastern upper peninsula of Michigan, focused on Giizhik. So I'll share a little bit more about myself, although that was a great intro, and the focus of much of this work, Giizhik. Then I'll share a couple of those stories from our dissertation, other research going on, and then hopefully talk about ways that we're moving this work forward, as well as ways that potentially you all down here can also connect with that. So some bad pictures of my family. As I said, I'm from Baoting, which is where Lake Superior flows into the St. Mary's River. Baoting is the place of the rapids, and those rapids have been dredged out and replaced with the Sioux locks, unfortunately. But there are restoration efforts going on there. So my family's from Sugar Island, which is just right there at Baoting too. Here's my husband, Eric, and I in front of a very large Giizhik tree. And then our 2 kids way back before they became teenagers. Yes. So, okay, so who is Giizhik, right? Giizhik are known as northern white cedar, the Occidentalis, Nokomis Giizhik or grandmother cedar. They are these slow-growing conifers. They grow in lowland or wetland and upland forests, so super diverse growing conditions. And they can live to be 800 and over 1,000 years old. Very slow growing, very long lived. This is their Little's range map, right, for Giizhik. All the green area are the places that they can live. I think, I guess the red star is where Baoting kind of is, and then the yellow star is where Giinoje-Conning is. So Baoting is the center of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians, which I'm a member of. And then Giinoje-Conning is the center of the Bay Mills Indian community, so 2 tribal nations. Importantly, those 2 tribes are Anishinaabe peoples, and I'll talk more about that, but this green area overlaps with Anishinaabe peoples in our homeland, so we're very tied together. So when I'm thinking about and talking about who is Giizhik, I'm also thinking about who is Anishinaabe. So we are Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi, or Chippewa, Ottawa, and Potawatomi, right? Potawatomi. These 3 fires of nations, and we have maintained this millennia of adaptive relationships with Giizhik through our different origins on Earth, through historic periods of climate change, glaciation, movements of people and plants, those migrations, through settler colonial occupation and the great cutover of the late 18 to early 1900s, when all these forests were logged extensively and then burned, right, followed by these intense wildfires. We're also maintaining these relationships through current periods of climate change. So a lot of my work has focused on climate change and maintaining plant-people relationships through that change. In these relationships, we maintain important knowledges, right? Not only about Giizhik, but the forests that they grow in. So much of my work focuses on Anishinaabe Giizhik harvesting relationships in particular. Here's Giizhik is known as a elder being, right? Giizhik was created prior to humanity within our Anishinaabe knowledge systems. Giizhik is a provider and a protector. I have a photo of our front door where some Giizhik foliage hangs above there to help protect our space, our home. Giizhik is an elder and a teacher. Little often overlooked, Giizhik is the framework or provides the framework for birch bark canoes. And so there's some photos here from Michigiizhigookwe, a community organization or a Anishinaabe organization over in Minnesota. So Giizhik is really ubiquitous in Anishinaabe life. Going out, visiting, harvesting, cleaning, working with Giizhik gifts are a part of the way that Anishinaabe people can live a good life. Over the last 2 centuries, we've seen declines in Giizhik populations across that range, across that map, due to forest management, the draining of wetlands for agriculture, right? Land use, infrastructure development, changing deer populations and herbivory, as well as current climate-driven change. So now, at least in Michigan and this Great Lakes region, we're seeing these senescing or maturing stands of Giizhik forests with limited recruitment. So low numbers of seedlings and even lower numbers of saplings. But these mature trees that we see, they're 100, 150 years old. Many of them came in after that extensive clear cutting and the fires that came through. So I like to point out at this 100 to 150-year-old tree within a lifespan of 800 to 1,000 years, those are like teenagers. So these senescing stands that are over mature are still kind of babies, right? They're missing their elders. Also, when those teenagers first came up, we had lower deer populations in this region. But now we see these higher deer populations, and in some areas on the landscape, those deer are making it really impossible for Giizhik seedlings to make it up into mature trees. So a little bit more, we'll take a trip up to the eastern upper peninsula of Michigan. This is our community powwow at Bawating, and we have this drum arbor. The drums sit in the middle for our powwow, and there's every year we line most years we line the drum arbor with Giizhik conduct or Giizhik boughs. Here again, another important part of protecting those spaces and honoring those spaces. But in response to declines in Giizhik populations to the south and to the west of us, both communities at Bawating and Giinoje-Kaning have used less and less Giizhik. We're altering the ways that we're using these gifts, trying to be respectful, even though we have really abundant Giizhik right there in the eastern UP. It's a safe place. So all these discussions and these changes in the way that we're using Giizhik's gifts got me thinking about our responsibility to pay attention to these elder beings and to observe and make sure that what we're doing is respectful. So we got together. There's a bunch of different research partners, and I include Giizhik as an active participant and teacher in this process. I worked with 25 different Anishinaabe harvesters from Bawating and Giinoje-Kaning, and as well as the 2 tribes, Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Wildlife Program and Bay Mills Indian Community Biological Services, Intertribal Council, and Michigan Tech, of course, right? So the goals of the research were to, what's going on, take the pulse of Giizhik in this eastern UP at Bawating and Giinoje-Kaning, and then to come up with ways to support their futures given these, population declines, with a focus on Anishinaabe harvesting practices, right? This is where the rubber meets the road in our relating to one another. So I'm just going to talk to you about 2 questions. What are Anishinaabe harvesting practices and good forest relations from these Anishinaabe harvesters' perspective? And then how abundant are Giizhik trees that meet different harvesting criteria on tribal, federal, and state lands? And we looked at these 3 land tenure types because harvesting regulations and other influences differ across land tenure. It would be great to have included conservancy and private lands, but that's, I guess, moving forward, what we're hoping to do. So in a nutshell, I just want to point out that, we started out this work with the tribal communities by starting out with the tribal governments. So each of the tribal councils passed resolutions of support for the research before we did anything. And then we also went through institutional review board. Then the work started. And I center visiting and harvesting together as it was and still is an essential part of this process of learning from and working with Gizik and these two tribal communities. I had semi-structured interviews. We did field assessments. We went out to 99 different sites across the Eastern UP and, hugged and measured trees. And actually, I should have talked about some of the plant community analysis that I think probably you guys would get excited about, but we also had iterative group meetings. So throughout this whole process, we met so that the community these harvesters were guiding the process of like, what questions are we asking? What do we want to learn? Checking out, reviewing the findings, and then what do we want to share, with the public, with forest managers, etc. In this work, I always recommend Scott Wilson's Research is Ceremony. It's a super short book. It's great perspective on Anishinaabe and other indigenous ways of learning about the world. But throughout this process, everything is relational, everything is related. And any sort of research with indigenous peoples needs to address this understanding that knowledge is active and entrusted. Knowledge sharing, which is why harvesting and visiting together is still so important. And then knowledge sharing is an investment with embedded responsibilities that are understood in community. I am an active community member, and so my perspective in this and my responsibilities are core. So when those 25 Anishinaabe, from Bawating, Ginog agreed to talk with me, talk with the forest managers, do these interviews, they were investing in me as a person, as an Anishinaabe and community member, but they're also investing in our forest communities, our communities of plants and people, and what the future could be. And they're also trusting me to respect and protect what they share. That sort of those embedded responsibilities. So everything that I share, I'm still coming back to community so that we're not always being accountable. So what did we find? And I focus on being a good relative because that's pretty applicable across, beyond Gizik in particular. But so when these harvesters in our interviews and our discussions, some of the major themes that came out were spiritual relationships and ethical harvesting practices, that spirit, the money doog that Tony just talked about, and then physical relationships and access, like the land tenure issues that I talked about. And then harvesters described their harvesting practices in terms of our original instructions or natural law. And I think Robin Wall Kimmerer, Winona LaDuke, there are other folks who have written about natural law. The instructions that were passed down through creator, through elder, plant, animal, and other Monidug or spiritual beings that tell us Anishinaabe how to live a good life, how to be good human beings and fulfill our responsibilities or obligations in creation. So within this context of original instruction, we understand that Gizik are elder sentient beings and they're spiritual beings with their own responsibilities and obligations in creation, in their forest communities that are antecedent to humanity, that are beyond us. And so our relationships and interactions with them need to respect that. These are some of the common themes in our harvesting practices. That here again, centered in original instruction or that natural law. And they start out with this prerequisite of need. You would never harvest anything unless you absolutely need it. Then we go to preparation, being prepared, being mindful of what you bring into the forest community and what you take from, being prepared to only harvest what you can commit to taking care of. And I always like to draw connections with timber harvest and forest management, and trying to apply these ethics to that process. Then there's processes of consent, communication, and gaining consent from the trees and from the forest community, like more than tree beings. Offering a SEMA is a common part of that process. Ensuring mutual benefit. And so ensuring that the individual trees can benefit. We think about pruning, opening up growing space. Those are absolutely a part of that process of ensuring mutual benefit, so that not only am I benefiting, but that forest community is also benefiting from my harvest. Minimizing harm. This is a pretty broad one. That's like paying attention to local, to landscape scale qualities of Gižiig trees and then forest communities. Are there seedlings, saplings, and mature trees locally here? Are they around, to the north, to the south, to the west of us? And then adapting, your harvest to that. So when I talked about us using less Gižiig conduct or Gižiig boughs in our powwows, that was responding to more regional declines. And then considering all our relations, respecting my ancestors and then being good ancestors to those yet to come. So like my harvest reflects my ancestors and what's been passed down to me, and then it affects my great-great-grandchildren, nieces, nephews, those future generations. We have sharing at the end here. And so that includes sharing the harvest itself. Folks talked about sending Gižiig conduct or those cedar boughs out to the water protectors at Standing Rock when that was going on. But folks also talked about sharing harvesting opportunities with tribes downstate. The Pokagon band often comes up to the Eastern UP, as well as sharing harvesting opportunities with Wabos, with snowshoe hare, with Wawashkeshi, with those deer, right? With these other beings who also rely on Gižiig for their good life, for their habitat or nutrition, etc. I was able to spend quite a bit of time with Basil Willisibun, this elder who has since passed on, but he talked about the changes in Eastern UP forests since, over the course of his lifetime. And he said they used to get the Gižiig were so big you couldn't put your arms around them, but they're gone now. As soon as they get big, they're cut down. He said they had no regard for the bush, and so we considered that. How large is a Gižiig tree that's so big you can't put your arms around it? When our senescing forests have trees that are up to 20 inches in diameter. When talking about physical relationships, those harvesting relationships and access, harvesters talked about what Kyle White has written about as the settler colonial project, which replaces indigenous governance, ecology, and systems with your settler colonial systems. And in our indigenous ecologies, the land is acknowledged as living. Gižiig and our forests are elder relatives. And large diameter Gižiig, those Gižiig that you couldn't even put your arms around, they were abundant on the land, as well as more old growth forest communities. And the settler colonial systems that we find ourselves, or ecologies that we see now across the Eastern UP, the land is owned, and these land tenure types. Gižiig and the forests are managed as resources and not relatives. And then those large diameter Gižiig and old growth forests are rare. Our old forests are teenagers, right, in their lifetimes. So some takeaways from this were, clear recommendations to protect the forests and wetlands in which Gižiig grow. You wouldn't think that tribal elders would be like Clean Water Act, but that it was brought up. And then the importance of influencing management on state, federal, tribal lands. And then those Anishinaabe harvesting practices can guide that forest management, as well as larger forest relations. So So we talked a little bit about, more abstract relationships. And then we also did those field assessments, like, okay, what Gizik are growing in the Eastern UP? And are they, we talked about what types of tree characteristics that harvesters were looking for with the different uses. I will say a lot of the research, forest research, often focuses on regeneration, so seedlings and saplings, and we're not as much interested in older, mature, or over mature trees. But those large old trees confer resilience to forest ecosystems and forest communities, both from Anishinaabe science and from Western, ecological forestry perspectives. So this was really rough. We came up with just some initial preferred characteristics for harvesting for foliage, which, the leaves or the boughs, as well as the wood. And I'm just going to talk about the canoe. Okay. So foliage harvesters are harvesting from upland as well as lowland sites. Trees that are about 6 inches in diameter, harvesters more often feel comfortable that they can share some of their foliage and still survive and thrive into the future. Smaller trees are definitely harvested from, but this is just like a way to start the conversation. And then for canoe gunnels, just as one place to talk about what harvesters are looking for. These are larger diameter trees, and they're looking for trees with a straight wood grain. So the Gizik bark oftentimes, winds or twists around, and that indicates the wood grain as well, right? If the bark is twisting, so too is the wood grain, and that means you just get shorter pieces of wood out of that tree. So harvesters in building a canoe, which is a rare occasion or a rare need, they're looking for larger 14 to 20 inch diameter trees with no limbs to about 15 feet to avoid knots in the wood. And they're looking for that straight grain wood. So across those 99 different sites on those 3 different land tenure types, or 4, because we have federal wilderness areas. These are in stems per hectare, which I just want to focus on the comparison. So on the far left, we have tribal lands. So these are Sioux Tribe and Bay Mills lands. Gizik stems that are available for foliage. So 6 inches and less, or 6 inches to 14 inches, right, for that foliage harvest, are significantly less common on tribal lands than state, federal, and federal wilderness. Then we move to the center, and those are those whole tree harvest, 36 centimeters or 14-ish inches. Also significantly less common on tribal lands. You can hardly even see any stems whatsoever on that far left bar. And then on the far right, we have 20-inch trees. Now, these are trees that you can still fit your arms around. But they were so rare across all of these sites. I should have calculated the total area that we walked, but out of over 1,000 Gizik trees that we hugged and measured, only 3, across all of it. So still very, very rare landscape. So some takeaways from this are just that, those large diameter Gizik are rare on the landscape, indicating the need for a longer recovery time since that great cutover. Our forests haven't reclaimed their elders just yet, as well as the importance of federal and state lands for Anishinaabe harvesting practices, how vital our ongoing access is. So looking ahead, what do we want? We want to restore those Anishinaabe ecologies where the land is acknowledged as living, where our Gizik forests are acknowledged as our elder relatives and treated as such, and where those large diameter Gizik and actual old growth forests are abundant. But how do we get there? Some of the ways are that long-term forest management planning. If these trees live 800 to 1,000 years, 100 to 200 year management planning is insufficient. We need to abide by and follow forest community timelines and life cycles, right? So pushing for longer management time frames, as well as a focus on intergenerational well-being. And that does mean regeneration, seedlings and saplings, but it also means ensuring that those forest communities can, reclaim their whole communities, get their elders back. So a few final thoughts. So learning from and working with Gizik means slowing down. It means stopping, visiting, spending time, and learning from these elder tree relatives. And that's really hard, right? Their life cycles and timelines are like 10 times ours. If we have 100-year lifespan, could be 10 times as long. So that requires patience and like allowing sufficient time to really learn from the forest and how they're growing and responding. Humility, like in our rush to focus on seedlings and saplings, regeneration, something that occurs within our lifetimes easily. But being able to wait and learn about like the development of elders within those communities. And then courage to talk about trees as spiritual beings, and even without that, just having courage to push back against forest management, the status quo. So that's all I got right now.
Thank you. You mentioned from a forest ecology perspective and both more of a native narrative perspective that it was advantageous to have those elders in the forest community. And I'm curious if you could speak to both of those a little bit in that, we don't have a lot of old growth forest communities to study. So what are those advantages to having currently in the mainstream, we've started to come to fruition that people are starting to discover all the different communication between the trees and the mycelium network, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm curious from both of those perspectives what those targeted advantages are that we could speak to.
Yeah, I like to talk about some research that's been done in Maine on old growth Gizik forests, and it's like a handful of folks who are working on this, but in forest management and trying to influence forest management, we really need numbers, right? That's why we have that 6-inch diameter. We're looking for these. It's really hard to translate that more holistic or contextualized recommendations for that. But what always comes to mind is an elder was talking about the role of fire down near Hessel in the eastern UP, and the fire came through in recent years, and now we have all these Gizik seedlings, saplings coming up, and then the water, because this was on the shoreline, was coming up, and there's an appreciation for the complexity of those interactions. But that same person was also talking about the mycorrhizae and other below ground communities, and he was like, we just don't know. We don't know what's going on under there. We do not know. And so we need to be careful and protect those without even knowing. But there are, like the three-tier stool. There's a lot of overlap and synergy between ecological forestry, those tenets, and Anishinaabe. You don't have to go so far as to say this is a spiritual being in respecting and protecting the life of that being in that community. So I think I'm too generalizing, but
seeing the effects of climate change yet, or what have there been changes?
Yeah, so when you throw a bunch of stuff into models, right, it's land management and infrastructure development is the very clear direct relationships. There's some research done with other tree species. We have lots of ideas about changing snowpack like losing snowpack and the decline and this kind of like northward shifting of seedling sapling densities that we're seeing. But it's all kind of in the early stages of documenting clear relationships. Luckily, these are super long-lived trees, so we're thinking of them as refugia in and of themselves, that these communities are safe places. And so that's how different harvesters have talked about how lucky we are to be in the Eastern UP, where we have these thick, strong Gizik swamps that are protecting us and really resilient.
I'm wondering, in terms of preserving Native American Indian beliefs in nature as sacred, are there books for children that you know of that you could recommend?
The Mishomis book is always something that's like it's a college, well, it's a kid's book, and there's actually a series that goes more into depth. Same by Eddie Ben-Bene Hibun. There are a lot of other, especially in Anishinaabe, there's a lot of Anishinaabe people. So there are, Marie, can you think of anything? Oh yeah, the Water Walkers book came out. I think there's two different at least two different. Okay, yeah.
And beliefs in nature as sacred. Are there books for children that you know of that you could recommend?
The Mishomis book is always something that's like it's a college, well, it's a kid's book, and there's actually a series that goes more into depth. Same by Eddie Ben-Bene Hibun. There are a lot of other, especially in Anishinaabe, there's a lot of Anishinaabe people. So there are, Marie, can you think of anything? Oh yeah, the Water Walkers book came out. I think there's two different at least two different. Okay, yeah.
All right, thank you, Robin. Next, we're going to move on to our next speaker. And, part of the thinking here too is we often, as we heard from Doug this morning, there are several sources of ecological degradation. Ultimately, a few main sources, but different sets of manifestation. We often think about agricultural production as being at odds, right? And certainly is the way that we've converted a lot of land for monocultural production and things like that, and the way that we've moved from grazing to other formats. But there are a lot of wonderful organizations doing work to bring agricultural practice in conversation with sustainable ecosystems. And I'm going to introduce someone here who's doing exactly that kind of work. Akello Karamoko is our next speaker. He's a farmer at Keep Growing Detroit, and he's trained in programs like 4-H Gardens with Dr. Wesley Godfrey, KGD's Urban Agriculture Youth Apprenticeship Program, MSU's Organic Farmer Training Program, NFU's Beginning Farmer Institute, and others. Akello has worked for the Food Warrior Program with Detroit Black Community Food Security Network and City Foods Good Food Ambassador Program. Amongst other things, his purpose is to provide similar opportunities for others. He also wants to inform others about their rights to healthy and culturally appropriate foods, and provides the next generation with the spark to partake in organic agriculture. And for today's purposes, Akello also leads KGD's Native Plants Program, working to increase the presence of native plants in his community and grow ecological and agricultural interactions and health. Please help me welcome Akello.
Hello, everybody. My name is Akello Karamoko. I'm the farm manager with Keep Growing Detroit. Keep Growing Detroit, we're a nonprofit within the city of Detroit, focused on helping the city become a food sovereign place. For us, that means that we want a simple majority of the foods eaten there to also be grown there. And to reach that goal, we run numerous programs throughout the city of Detroit. And we're going to go over just a couple of those programs, then we'll get into the vegetables of it, if you will. Yeah. All right. So Our main program that we run throughout the city of Detroit, one of the ones that we're more well known for, is our garden resource program, where we grow and distribute transplant seeds, compost, wood chips, stakes, and also provide soil tests to about 2,200 gardens within the city of Detroit this year. Those gardens range from market gardens, family gardens, school gardens, all shapes and sizes and so one of my main roles is to do the procurement for those transplants, growing them at our farm, and then also the seed procurement too. And I also want to give a shout out to the student farm here at U of M. They helped us grow out some of our tomato varieties for our hot crop distribution. All right, just a picture of the farms and where they're located. All right, I gotta be serious. Sorry. One of our other programs, we have a garden development support. So along with providing resources for people to come and pick up and use those at their farm, from trellis nets to raised beds to helping people also get their gardens maintained and planted, along with some good signage to let people know that this is a garden within the city. And let me point out, these are the resource distribution hubs that we have across the city so that people don't have to come to one place. Detroit is very big, so we have it nice and spread out for people. And then we also have special projects helping people develop greenhouses, hoop houses, water catchment systems. Oh, a little native plant distribution right over there. And then also a fruit tree distribution that we do throughout the city as well. An educational series that runs throughout the year, covering from many different topics, from trellising to planting to also cooking classes to so many different various things, along with a youth apprentice program that we run on our farm throughout the summer, spring, and fall. And then really the focus of what we do is to build capacity. So with food sovereignty, it's not just providing those resources, but it's also providing that education, the motivation, and information as well. So all of the things that we do is more so that people can ultimately go out and do it for themselves, and then also teach other people, without needing us. And then we also do a lot of community building. So cooking classes, cooking demonstrations that also take place on our farm, getting people working together with chefs to put on classes and also have dinners at our farm, and then also added value products that are also sold at our market. And hey, look at that. And then we also have a stand at Eastern Market that is called Grown in Detroit. So those gardens who are a part of our garden research program that are ready to sell their food and want to get more experience before they jump off into their own, they can sell at our Eastern Market stand with us right at Shed 2. They get to have that experience of growing and selling food at the market, and they also keep 100% of the produce proceeds that they sell. We also run a CSA distribution that includes their produce as well. And such. All right, and we also have a farm located at the center of Detroit, right by Eastern Market, the KGD farm, where I am mostly at typically. So we have a 1.3 acre farm where we run out our programs there, growing and producing food for our operations and also producing our transplants for our programs. And really at the core of what we do, we try to get people involved as much as possible. So it's not just our staff producing those resources, it's the community producing the resources for the community. And so with our transplants that we produce for the Garden Resource Program, that's all mostly done by volunteers and so on. And then also people who are on the farm helping us grow that food, planting that food. So really at every single portion, from planting the seed to harvesting that fruit. We want people involved as much as possible. All right. And yeah, why grow a garden? To grow community, to get people active, and then also one of my favorite sayings, taste is king. It's really good. But I put that question in here as a little thing. So why native plants? All right. So we began our native plant production at KGD back in 2017, about fresh for me, with just landing the job in 2016 November, right after completing the OFTP training program. And I was presented with a flat that looked like it had some mulch and some compost mixed in together. And I was told that that was some overwintering native plant rootstock. I was skeptical at first, but one of the things we wanted to, also grow this native plant program too, started to figure it out, see what we could do with it. And that was along with also growing and producing those transplants for the garden research program. And so as I'm taking care of this flat and, producing those transplants and so on, we're watching and seeing what's, gonna come from that flat. And a plant started to grow out of the moss and such. And then we potted up that plant. And then we later learned that the plant that we were, protecting and thinking that was a native plant that would be nice and attractive for people was a weed. And yeah. Luckily, we didn't put our eggs into one basket. We started some rose milkweed, some black-eyed Susan, some blue vervain at the time and such. And so, as that process was going on, I was learning and getting my first experience with the cold stratification, learning how to break the dormancy process of native plants. If you come from a farming background, you just throw those tomato seeds in there, put some water on it, and they grow. It's very different for native plants and such. But, through trial and error, and also going out to Wild One classes here in Ann Arbor, and then also visiting with Bill at Wild Type, we've, developed our native plant program throughout the years. And so we've started off growing native plants solely for partners. So we worked with Friends of the River Rouge and also Sierra Club with their Rainwater Gardens program to the rescue, producing plants for their rainwater gardens. So rehabbing, or not rehabbing, but taking down water spouts and planting native plants and redoing front lawns and so on with their program. And then we started to move into doing more educational work with our native plants, just growing them out and selling them to partners and so on, or landscapers. We've worked with Wildlife Federation and Xerxes Societies this year to put on native plant classes that take place during ideal time to plant your plants. So we would be in conversations with them early in the season to figure out what's the plant mix, what we want those gardeners to have. And they would help us with covering the cost of those native plants. We would grow them out. We also put together a class curriculum and all for people to come and participate in that class when it took place. So typically I would go over the maintenance, the plants that we're getting, talk about the partnership and so on. And then they would come and pick up their plants, come to the class, and the cost of the plants would be covered. So really the crux or the entire goal of it was just to get native plants out to people within the city. And we've also opened up selling native plants at our farm as well, along with them being available for free if people come to complete the classes and education when we have them. And so one thing that we noticed while we were producing native plants, that we were the only nursery within Detroit that had the nursery's licensed to grow plants, but specifically to produce native plants. We're the only native plant producer within the city of Detroit. And so when we got started, we saw that there was a opportunity to kind of build more interest in native plants, not only with our people growing plants within Detroit, but also to help out people who are interested in doing those programs. So Wildlife Federation, Xerxes societies, making it a little bit easier for them to get plants right in Detroit with the people that they're also servicing as well. Right. And also throughout the entire portion, we're getting volunteers involved with the cold stratification process, the potting up of the native plants and taking care of them. And so it's not just me or our staff, it's the community as well producing those plants for them. Now, getting to the question of why native plants. Recently, we had some meetings with the mayor's office down in Detroit, and the purpose of that meeting was to talk about a proposal to increase taxes for vacant lands within the city of Detroit. But they brought us in to kind of figure out a way how to, protect farms, protect gardens from that tax increase. And we got into conversation, and one of the farmers in the room are like, well, we also need an exemption for those native plant gardens. And then the mayor replied, why native plants? Yeah, there was a big gasp. We're like, but that shows a lot of progress though, because back in the day, that question used to be, why vegetable gardens? Why grow food in the city? So, we're making continuous progress there. And, and it's also a perfect teachable moment. This is a photo of, well, you all know it very well, but a photo of rose milkweed on our farm. And native plants, well, what are native plants, right? For those in the audience or in the online. Native plants, I like to describe it as nature's heirloom, as nature's heirlooms. They're not, because they're cultivated not by us, but they're cultivated by, the seasons, they're cultivated by the insects, they're cultivated by the mammals, cultivated by the soil, and so on, by that specific region. And so, they just do a lot better than our typical vegetables. A lot of what farmers are told as they're learning how to, take care of their plants and so on is to protect the soils and, build the soils. But to really have a thriving garden or farm, you need to be more concerned than just the soils. There are an entire ecological system that we need to be paying attention to and also stewarding and caring for. And if we just do a comparison, our brassicas and our solanaceous crops, our collards, peppers, and tomatoes, and so on, they're really good at attracting those cabbage looper moths and attracting those cabbage looper worms, and also those aphids too. But, those aren't native plants. Those are, plants that have developed somewhere else that we really like. And that's really good. Those insects can sometimes be eaten by those birds and all of that, but that's not really a part of their original diet and such. And then we also look at, how we take care of those crops too, like those collards, those peppers, and so on. Many gardeners and, some farmers too, they're told to rip out that entire root system at the end of the year and, throw it in their compost pile. Well, that doesn't really do a lot of service to those insects and such that like to live within those root systems and all. And when we look at native plants, they, check a lot of those boxes for the ecological work that we need to do, in general. One of the major ones that we utilize native plants for on our farm is stormwater management. This is the side of our greenhouse here. And then on the inside, we got things like peppers, eggplants planted and such. And to really utilize the native plants, we planted things like asters, rose swamp mallow in this area. And to really give a vice versa, the plants that were planted in here that we wanted for vegetable production and harvest and such, they really didn't do good on that side with all that water. But our native plants out here, this is about their first year of growth or such. They're about in their 4th year right now. They're thriving, they love the rain, and they've also helped us to be able to plant that side of the farm now because those root systems are all developed and they're able to hold and absorb that rainwater for our plantings. And that's just another way that farmers can use native plants and such. Yeah. And this is just a picture of our greenhouse and so on. And so to get back to the crust of it of why native plants, they just have so many more uses than our vegetables that we produce for ourselves. Although we might not consider native plants that we grow, all of them, there might be some that are edible for us, but generally not food for us, but they're food habitats and homes for other insects and other vertebrae and birds and so on. And so, they're very important for farmers and gardeners to include into their farm plan or garden plan. All right. Oh, very heavy-handed. So, gonna open it up for some questions.
I'd like to hear more about your program where you bring people in to pick up native plants for their yard and provide classes at the same time, kind of how that was set up and how it's working.
Oh, it's working very well. So in partnership with those organizations that I mentioned, Wildlife Federation, Xerxes Society, for the past 2 years now, we've been working with Wildlife Federation to put on a class at some point during the year, during August, when it's a good time to plant native plants, or September. And so we pretty much just started with, okay, we want to try and reach about 50 gardens or so within the city of Detroit and also downriver communities as well. And so as far as the receiving of that program, we've had lots of people come out to the class, lots of plants that were been given out. And we're going to be doing that program again this year. It's going to take place September 21st at our farm at Eastern Market in the Eastern Market District from 6 to 8 p.m. So if you all want to stop by. And then I also want to mention another program that we're also doing. So not only just bringing, people to the farm, but we're also working on bringing other native plant producers down to the market and exposing them to, the Detroit market as well. So last year we did a pilot of a program where we worked with about 5 other distributors with Friends of the River Rouge helping organize. And so we basically just had a open day on the farm in the first week of October, where we invited those farmers to come down and set up at our farm and sell plants. And we invited our community, and we basically just had a big sale where we, not only just had customers there, but we were also a good opportunity for those growers to talk to each other, learn about different practices, see what they're doing and what they can do better or differently as well. So that will be happening sometime in October. So we can get that on you guys' email list.
Thank you. That's very inspiring. What about edible native plants? I've grown sunchokes and I tried Apis americana, but haven't been too successful at that so far.
Edible native plants, as far as being a part of our list of plants that we distribute. Yeah. So we also do a medicine garden class. So we grow out specific plants like your hairy mountain mints, native plants that are like that. We also have a separate distribution for those that take place. And really, we don't make distinctions between whether it's edible or not, unless we're highlighting it in a specific class. If it's a native plant that's beneficial or, has good benefits, we're just including that in our kits. And in our native plants that we give out, we're giving out 3 or 5 at a time so that people get a nice clump to get started with their plantings, not just onesie twosies. Yeah. All right.
Do you go into the school?
We do go into schools. We haven't had any native plant centric classes within school education yet, but mostly the classes that we give within schools are about growing food, vegetables, and fruits.
I have a question from the chat. They want to know, are you or any of your community partners growing native plants in green roof systems?
In a green roof system. We're not growing them in green roof systems just because of our, what we have available to us at our farm. But I'm not sure if I saw to anybody who's doing that. I'll have to check. And there also might be a concern about native plants growing in roof systems. You got to look at the amount of soil that they need and all of that. So there's some calculations to do before. Yeah. Oh, right.
Have you observed pollinators, the relationship between pollinators on your native plants and your garden, your vegetable garden plants?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. We have, of course, our honeybees set up at our farm, and then we got our native plants kind of planted within a border within the front of the farm. And, the honeybees love the native plants along with the native bees, and then also the birds just love all the bees. So, there's a lot of activity on our farm. It's not just those honeybees that are out there. We're attracting all types of insects and animals and mammals on the farm, which I'm happy about because I like to see a lot of life and diversity on my farm. I just don't want to see one thing, just humans on my farm. I actually don't know.
Last question. Tax program you're talking about, mitigating.
Yeah. The question is, the tax program that I was mentioning in the talk, is that about mitigating the cost for farmers? Yes, the conversation that we were all in was about figuring out ways to exempt farmers and exempt people who are growing on vacant lots, that tax. And also the people who are growing on vacant lots are also repurposing them, turning those into farms or gardens and so on, so that they're technically and really no longer vacant lots and thus should be exempt.
Did it work?
Oh, we're in the process. But we'll just say it. Yeah, it's working. Yeah.
As Tony mentioned, this next portion of the afternoon, we'll have 2 great speakers that will be focusing on the native plant industry and the how-to of native plant gardening. Thank you. I'm super excited to introduce our next speaker, Bill Schneider. I'm sure for many of you, you're very familiar with his name if you head to Wildtype. Yes, so Wildtype focuses on growing Southeast Michigan genotypes and has a plant list of over 300 species, which is pretty incredible. They have their next public sale days next weekend, and you can head to their website to check that out. I would recommend going with an empty car though, because you will want a lot of plants. So Bill has been a continuous and generous supporter of the Great Lakes Gardens, and today he will be discussing the challenges of maintaining a native plant landscape and what to consider when designing one. So welcome, Bill.
Well, thank you very much. I want to start by just taking a moment to celebrate the Great Lakes Garden. I am so appreciative to the people who financed this garden, to Shannan and Insight who designed it, to those who created it and continue to maintain it. So it's a great space. It's a amenity to the region, and it's an honor to be here speaking to celebrate that garden. So I'm gonna take it down a notch and talk about maintenance. Okay, a rather maybe seemingly boring thing, but a very important thing. I think everybody recognizes this. And in order to achieve the kinds of things that have been discussed, particularly by Heather and Doug, we have to be real. We have to think about how we're going to maintain these gardens in order to have success, have community support, be able to get other people to adopt the kinds of things we believe are more wholesome and beneficial to the environment. Again, my name is Bill. I operate this nursery in Mason, Michigan. It's just southeast of East Lansing. And my business does two things. We have this native plant nursery, and then we are environmental contractors where we do design and installation, restoration of larger open spaces, and maintenance. We're not doing very much residential work anymore, but we did quite a bit of it in the early years. I started the business in 1996. But in all the work we do, maintenance is top of mind. And my comments today are going to be largely for smaller residential properties, but they can be applied to any scale, really. So let's see. Okay, so we are a consumer-based culture, and the landscape world is not immune from this consumer-based idea. For every problem we have, someone has a product that is willing to solve it. Okay, and the lawn culture in America is very strong, still very strong. This community is building, but we're still very, very small. So this ad for Honda lawnmowers poses this rhetorical question. You know, they're both incredibly efficient mulchers, but which would you rather walk behind? And I take this as a rather subjective. There's a certain level of subjectivity to this. So I personally don't like mowing. A lot of people do. Okay, I think this group might share my dislike for mowing, but the big box stores and garden centers are full of products. Okay, pre-emergent herbicides, edging, synthetic weed barriers, on and on and on. Lots of promises and broken promises. Okay, I think most of us can relate to this. Most of us have used these products and been dissatisfied. There are places where these products may be applicable, particularly metal edging in some situations. It's used here extensively in this garden, and for good reason. These plastic edgings are just terrible. You know, not only do they not work, they create problems of their own. And I think you know what I mean. You hit them with a lawnmower, they get hit by a plow, they heave, they twist, they come out of the ground, and then they're very difficult to repair. Okay. This consumerism also applies to the plant part of it. Okay, this is I have a vested interest in this. I should be up here telling you that native plants are lower maintenance. And I should be able to make that unequivocal blanket statement, but I'm not going to do that. I think many of you have been successful in designing high maintenance native landscapes. Okay. So today, during my talk, we're going to be talking about design. I don't want to spend time talking about techniques to maintain your garden specifically, but how to design them to avoid some of the common things that create problems in your garden. So I often say that the issues here are really more about the secret to a lower maintenance garden. There's no such thing as a no maintenance garden, but lower maintenance really begins with design. If you start thinking about it after the fact, then you're buying these consumer products that are Band-Aids, they don't work very well. So it's really 10% about the plants and majority about the design. Now, that is not to say that native plants don't have enormous benefits. Heather and Doug made just a beautiful case for incorporating native plants into the landscape. I certainly can wax poetic about all the environmental benefits and aesthetic benefits, but the maintenance is really in the domain of design. When we engage a client, we need to find out what they're interested in, what their hopes, aspirations, what their needs are, make sure their expectations are reasonable. And once that meeting's over and we are designing something, we begin the process with the maintenance. And we reverse engineer or reverse design the project so we create a landscape that is maintainable. For instance, if you feel like you want to incorporate fire into the future management of the property, you better be mindful of that in the design process. I wouldn't put a lot of conifers in and create areas that are difficult to burn. You need to be mindful of that right at the beginning. There are many other aspects of design. I'm going to be only talking about one or two of them today. And one I'm going to specifically focus in on is the proximity of turf. If you have to have turf, its proximity to any other kind of landscape type. We're always talking about how much we dislike turf. I do. It has a huge carbon footprint. The equipment it takes, the pollution, air pollution, sound pollution, mowing creates, all these things. But it's also a pernicious weed, okay? It's one of the most difficult things to control. And we very rarely acknowledge that because we have a lawn industry that's always promoting it. So we think about the maintenance aspect right at the beginning of the design process. Now, you might think, and you're going to have to wait to hear me out, that a golf analogy is not appropriate here, okay? But I think in this with these kind of metaphors, golf courses are made up of greens, fairways, and roughs, and they are proportioned accordingly. The greens are small, the fairways are a little larger, and the roughs are the largest area. I'm not a golfer, but if I was, I would be in this picture. Now, okay. So if you apply this analogy to your residential landscape and use the green, the fairway, and the rough as zones of your residential landscape, the greens would be the smallest areas. It would be places that you may want to have higher maintenance, a place where you might have a cutting garden, a vegetable garden, an herb garden. I would keep them very small, put them near entrances where you see them and can maintain them very easily. And they would be places in my designs that are viewed regularly and close to your entrances. The fairway would be intermediate in every way, intermediate in distance, size, and level of maintenance. And the rough would be the largest areas, lowest in maintenance, and would be places that I would encourage you to naturalize or rewild. And this can be done on very small landscapes, on small lots as well as larger properties. In both the fairway and the rough zones I'm describing, other than during the period of establishment where these plants will require water, perhaps for the first season, and maybe mulch to get them established, they should never be irrigated thereafter, never fertilized, no insect control, no fungal control, no hedge trimming, no raking. Either of those applications, the fairway or the rough, requires none of that. If you feel like you have to do some tidying up occasionally, fine, but we're trying to take a couple strokes off your game here, okay? You don't have to do these things. People come into fall and they say, oh my gosh, all the leaf raking I'm gonna have to do. Don't do it. You don't have to do it. Okay, so let's take a generic house. This is in plan. We're looking down on the house here, a one-car garage and a driveway. It's a very generic landscape where you often have a foundation planting of yews that you're trimming regularly. There's a flowering tree by the entrance, a shade tree, probably a Norway maple. And of course, you have to have a blue spruce or some conifer in the front yard. And in many yards, maybe some of yours, there's this kidney-shaped or amorphous blob cut out in the lawn. Okay? Well, I hope the owner of this house isn't here today, but there's nothing wrong. There's nothing hideous about this landscape. It's a very typical landscape. We see them everywhere. Foundation planting, flowering tree, a shade tree there. This particular landscape doesn't have the blob I'm talking about, but oops. But you see them everywhere, absolutely everywhere, with the plastic edging, the rock, the synthetic weed barrier, the weeds coming up. They look terrible. It's a life sentence. You will never win at that game. The grass will always win, no matter what you do. Well, the grass won't always win because there are situations like this, okay? This could be an advertisement for preen or something like that. If I were to put this in a category of the greens, the fairways, and the rough, this residential landscape is all green, okay? It's not irrigated, but it's mowed at least 25 times a season, and it's in Michigan, people are mowing into October and even into November now with the extension of the season. These complicated rock wells, then surrounded by dyed mulch with plastic edging. No weeds, okay? That's a little scary. So this is too much, way too much. So let me just introduce this idea. It's a little abstract, but when you have to put turf next to something else, try to minimize the amount of edge interface. So I always think of this in geometric terms. The circle is a very efficient shape. It has the smallest amount of edge relative to the volume or to the area it represents. And if you start thinking about the efficiency of the circle, when you are designing your residential landscape, think about defendable areas where you can minimize the edge. In this example, you're utilizing the edge of the drive where you have no grass intrusion. Don't put a mowed strip there. That adds 3 strokes to your game, okay? You will be forever fighting that grass getting into that area. Use the foundation as another defendable space. And where you must, by ordinance or desire, have lawn in your front yard, minimize it where you can, and try to create the most efficient, the most minimal of edge that you can create. Now, to apply this greens, fairway, and rough example to this picture, the greens would be right around the front entrance, the back entrance, which I didn't draw really. In this particular example, I would probably call the turf the fairway, and I would do whatever you could to maintain it. Don't irrigate it, don't fertilize it. And then you could create the rest of your property as the rough, naturalized areas that require some occasional maintenance. Invasive species will have to be addressed periodically. A weed aberrantly growing in those areas will not be visible to you because you're viewing them at a distance, and it will look tidy, particularly if you have a discernible edge. Talk about cues of caring, Heather mentioned, and giving people the idea that this is not a neglected property. By clustering trees and shrubs densely and perennials, but particularly the trees and shrubs, you can discourage a lot of grass intrusion because of the shade. So utilize these elements defensively to minimize this particular problem. This is a landscape. It's not entirely native. It has some greens. There's some areas that were irrigated for cutting and just favorite ornamental plants. But the vast majority of this property is fairway and a lot of naturalized areas around the border. All projects that we do, unless there's some lawn, and there's very, very little lawn in the projects we design, every square inch gets a base coat of ground cover, something, a mix, always a mix, because you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. You don't have your entire retirement in Tesla, okay? So you want to diversify your risk, and there are many low growing ground covers, and these can be used as I don't like the idea of lawn substitute. There is no real substitute for turf, but these can be low growing and give you a very satisfying, cropped, manageable look. I am so glad to hear Doug mention Virginia creeper, because if I mentioned that myself, you'd think I was a whack job. But this landscape up here is a combination of strawberry, Potentilla simplex, and Virginia creeper. And it's fantastic. Thank you, Doug. They think I'm credible now. The Virginia creeper turns a brilliant red in the fall. It's a great ground cover for shade, for dry, for wet. There are many combinations of native plants you can use this way. This is an example of strawberry potentilla, and this is a rain garden. And in the lower area, there's swamp buttercup, there's Candida anemone, there's Virginia waterleaf. Just mix it up. You won't really, once the ingredients are in the broth, you really can't tell what's what. And that's to your aesthetic advantage, can be used to aesthetic advantage. Now, these trees were planted by squirrels or some animal. No one in their right mind would plant trees this close except me, okay? But don't be afraid to plant trees in close proximity, but don't put them in the turf. Encase them in a perennial bed or inside an area that is not being used as turf. This cluster of trees, though very, very close, really acts as one beautiful aesthetic element, particularly when viewed as at a distance. So we see a lot of this. It's everywhere. It's here in Ann Arbor, all over the country. And we tend to use turf as a default. It just fills all the negative space from building to building on this campus, this corporate campus. And then you put a couple of evergreens because people feel like they need evergreens, particularly in the wintertime. It fills all the negative space in this area, and it has a lot of negative implications. Thank you. It requires water. This is fertilized. It's treated for weeds, and it has no shape. If you're going to use turf, in this particular example, I had to use a small amount of it on this project here. This entrance drive, there is a circle. It's the turf isn't actually in a circle, but it makes a circle, and it's defendable on all sides except where it meets the rough. There's a little bit of greens here where there's a culinary garden, a cutting garden, and the rest of it, there's no fairway. It's a little bit of turf, and the rest is naturalized area. Oops. Now I'm going to just leave for a second this whole turf interplay with the rest of the landscape and just mention a few things about design. My customers like to play Noah's Ark. They want 2 of every plant I have. And it's a worthy thing. And I think it's wonderful for diversity, but don't think of it that way. To give yourself and those people who have to maintain it greater ease is simplify your designs. You can add a lot of diversity, but start out with a couple of stars that jump out, that give it continuity. Let your neighbors know that it's just not a whole bunch of weeds. So keeping your palette on the surface simplified, but you can add a lot of diversity in and around these combinations. Under every one of these are ground covers and a greater diversity of species. Okay, this is my garden. Okay, well, this is my garden right after we remodeled the house, and before I had a chance to go get some native plants, and that's what it looks like today. Again, simple combinations, pretty easy to maintain, requires no water. I don't cut it. I don't clean it up in the spring. I don't clean it up in the fall. And I have to do a little bit of weeding. It's far less than 25 mowings a year. My closing slide is this really, and that is aesthetic quality is much more than just topical beauty. If your landscape is absolutely unmaintainable, if it isn't sustainable, if it doesn't have environmental integrity, it does not have aesthetic quality. You're not going to win at that game. You're not going to convince your neighbors. You're not going to convince your municipalities. So really embrace this idea of aesthetic quality being something just more than beauty, topical beauty. Thank you. Hello, Jane.
Hello, Bill. What do you say to someone like me who, from the get-go, I was Noah's Ark?
Well,
one or two of everything, and I still have 1 or 2 of everything, but they're all mixed up.
Well, you're a special case because you are don't take that the wrong way. She's an extraordinary gardener, very knowledgeable, and you can get away with that. I always say you can break the rules as long as you know the rules. Okay, I know you're breaking the rules, but I haven't seen your garden, but it has a phenomenal reputation, and I know you're out there every day. Embrace it, go for it. But not everybody is Jane, okay? And for those of us that are not going to spend that much time, try to simplify the landscape so it's a little easier to maintain. If you have to hire someone to maintain your landscape, as many of us do, it's been brought up today, and you have someone who doesn't know the plants, and they're just thrown into this environment where there's 25 or 30 species of plants, which my neighbors might euphemistically refer to as weeds, it's very, very hard to find someone relatively inexperienced to do it. Even people who have some experience. You're maintaining yours yourself, but it's to help you. Yeah. Sure. It's a. The question was, how do you control Canada goldenrod? And what we do, and it can be a problem. It's native. You can pull it, but it was someone in the audience is suggesting. But every time you disturb the soil, you can create a site for natives to grow, or you can create a site for unintended plants to grow, maybe invasives. So what we will do is we will either hand wick them, or we will cut them and dab the cut ends with herbicide. These are situations where we do use herbicide judiciously to maintain and address some of these problems. Canada goldenrod, reed canary grass, certain things that can get into your planting.
One thing that really struck me about your good design after kind of the classic lawn design was that it didn't seem like there was a front yard garden and a backyard garden. There was just garden all the way around the house. And I wondered if you design like that on purpose. Do you see a distinction between a front yard perennial garden and a backyard garden, or is it kind of all the same tidiness and attractiveness level all the way around?
Well, I think that's really needs to reflect the neighborhood and the interests of the client. It's a good point because a lot of people don't spend that much time in their backyards, but they see their front yard every day. So I think that you have to think about how the client is going to be using the property and design appropriately. That was a very generic example, and there's a million ways to put that together. You have to create access and various other things. So, but it's an astute observation, and I'm not sure that we should necessarily automatically design them differently.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it me?
It's you.
So I have a lot of rain gardens and other gardens, but and because I have a big property, I don't hover over them. So one of my problems is that some plants are very aggressive. They're native, but they're very aggressive. I have Missouri ironweed growing in a big patch, and Canada anemone has been mentioned, zigzag goldenrod in some areas. My friends here were laughing at me when I said I was going to remove some of these things because I just didn't want that monoculture. You didn't mention that, but I'm sure other people have that issue, or maybe not.
Well, these are gardens, and you have to make the rules. Okay, if you have kids, you didn't let them do whatever the hell they wanted. You had to lay down the law, right? The other thing is you have to match aggressiveness. Okay, people come to the nursery and they say, "Oh, don't plant that. That's going to spread all over the place." I think I take that as a compliment. I want my plants to be successful. You have to match it. If you come to the nursery too, I will tell you the things that are not very competitive. So I use a lot of food analogies, and you wouldn't put sriracha. I wouldn't put sriracha on asparagus. Asparagus has a very delicate taste. Sriracha is very assertive. You have to make sure that you're not putting, I'll use a plant example. Green-headed coneflower with Campanula rotundifolia. You wouldn't normally, because they would occupy slightly different environments, give this very tall statured, very aggressive plant with this diminutive plant that grows in really dry, sandy soils. If you're going to use Campanula, you want to make sure that you're using it on infertile soils than those plants that generally colonize infertile soils tend to be smaller statured, and those plants will be more competitive under those conditions. So pairing the right plants together and be a disciplinarian.
Hi, when you answered the Canada goldenrod question, you had two options and I didn't catch what the first one was.
So there's a technique called hand wicking where you put a high quality neoprene glove on your hand, a cotton glove over it, and saturate it with herbicide. And you can run your hand up so you can selectively herbicide each individual plant. Okay. Pardon? No, you buy high quality neoprene glove, and then you put a cotton glove that you get at just a cotton glove. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. You and Doug both mentioned Virginia creeper. I've been hearing a lot more about it lately. Great plant, but I've spent many hours pulling it out of shrubs and off of trees. Do you know if anyone is developing a cultivar that does not climb and just stays as a ground cover? I'm not a fan of cultivars, but that would be very helpful.
I don't know if anybody developing cultivars. I'm the wrong person to ask because we don't grow cultivars. Not that I'm against them, but it's it's kind of like asking for a big blue stem that only gets this big. It's kind of undermining its inherent behavior. Thank you very much.
Bill, that was very brave to use a golf analogy with this group of people. But anyway, I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker, Shannan Gibb-Randall. Shannan is a principal at Insight Design Studio, where her work focuses on ecological landscape design. Her firm recently collaborated with Pete Udolph on the Udolph Garden on Belle Isle. If you haven't visited, it's incredible in all seasons. Shannan also played a key role in the design and construction of our Great Lakes Gardens here. So we're very happy to welcome her back for the 10-year anniversary. And Shannan will be sharing her process and experience working on native plant focused landscapes. Welcome, Shannan.
Hello, everyone. So today I am going to be talking about working on this garden and then also talking about designing with natives. So it was very meaningful for me to get this job with the Great Lakes Garden. Number one, because I got to work with my professor who had a huge influence on me, Bob Grese, who you're going to hear from at the end of the time here. And then also because I'm from this place. I wasn't born here, but I spent most of my time in the Great Lakes region. And so I grew up in an oak woods. I played in wooden wetland. Little closer. Should I go a little closer? There we go. Is that better? Yes. Okay, thank you. I played in these systems. I spent summers in the dunes. I visited the Cobble Beach Gardens. And so it felt very much in me to work on this project. And so it was it was very meaningful for me to be able to do that. The other thing that was amazing about working on it is I got to learn new things about the Great Lakes. And part of that was through working with Tony Reznicek, who was on the project too. And I got to learn all about all of our gardens, which I knew nothing about. And maybe he'll tell us a little bit more about it when he gets into his talk. But so it felt like coming home, but it also was learning about it in a new way. So it was really exciting to be able to work on this. And I had the most amazing client, right? I didn't have to like convince anybody of anything around native plants, which I usually have to. But at the same time, I had a really tough audience because I had to make them acceptable to the public. So that's the toughest, right? And the other thing is that I didn't do any of the plants. I did everything else but the plants, and Bob and his team did the plants, and he'll tell you kind of the origin story and how they handled all of that. I did all of the structural stuff and how to get the thing built. So again, these have to be acceptable to the public. They have to be something that they're going to care about, that they're interested in. And so we have to make these spaces that people are going to accept. So we start with site analysis, and that's super, super important. Bob's team had really done a lot of the site analysis for this space. He had an intern that had come up with a concept early on, which was handed to us, and then we amended it from there. And the site analysis is just a super important part of your process. Somebody was just asking out here in the lobby about planting purple lovegrass, and I was like, well, do you have really sandy soils? And she's like, I don't know. And so it's like those soils, all those conditions matter a lot to the success of your plant. So understanding what soils are like, what sun-shade relationships are like, what hydrology is like, all those things are super important. So for this area, you know, you can see the image on the left is how it started. So we start with the Fleming Creek that's kind of lower down, which is a wet woodland down there. Then there's kind of a steep drop off. You go up into a dry oak woodland. And then there was this big sunny disturbed lawn. And then you can see kind of how it translated a couple of years later. So we wanted to be able to map these gardens into these areas that made sense. So we had to think about the hydrology, where it was wet, where it was dry. We wanted to make sure we were preserving native trees, thinking about sun and shade. And then the other piece is that some of these gardens are really not of this particular place, right? And so we wanted to place those gardens that were the most disruptive to the soils in places that already had a lot of disturbance in them. So that, you know, that was really the genesis of how we laid all of these things, all of these gardens out in relation to each other. And then the other piece, and I'm going to show you some really boring construction drawings and some of this too, so you just understand what it takes to put this together, is that this was our soil, our planting media preparation plan. So this is where all the different soils went, because each of these gardens had a different soil profile going on. Some of them were just left the way that they were, and we did amendments in other places. And then in some places it was just pull it all out and put in something completely different in order for it to work. So I felt like my big job here was to really come up with good bones for this, have structure. And that is something that translates into all of the gardens that you do, especially with native plants, because so many of us, you know, the wrap is, I'm sure that all of you know this, they can look a little raggedy, they can look a little unkempt. So if you have good bones, it goes a long way in terms of being able to kind of spatially organize and understand and be able to absorb what's in front of you. So what we really have here, did I skip? Oh, no. The big organizing principle through here really are the pathways and the stone. So it's really the mineral element that is pulling you through this whole garden. So we didn't want to, I mean, if you think structure and you just back up and think of all different ways that you could represent all these different gardens, you could have had like a big patchwork quilt that had 9 squares and you go into each one of them. That's not what we ended up doing here. So we wanted it to be more of a kind of a long narrative experience, with one going from one to the next. And that stone was really the thing that linked them. And the stone changed as you went around. So in the Cobble Beach area, there's smaller cobbles. And then you move into the Alvar area and there's stacked limestone. And the stone kind of pulls you through all the way around. It transitions to boulders. And so that is this framework on which everything else can sit and kind of pulls you through that whole system. So again, boring construction drawings, but somebody has to draw it, somebody has to bid it, somebody has to build it. So this is just how we laid out all of the walks and the drives. And then these were all the different walls. So again, you don't just go out there and kind of throw, you may do this in your own yard, pretty hard to throw things around, you know, throw rocks around. But if you're building it on a larger scale, you really need to think about how you can actually get these things built. It's not just an intuitive process. It's something that has to really be laid out on paper somewhere. So this is what it looked like before it got planted. So you can really see what those bones are doing, right? How that's pulling you through, where these curves are, senses of like not very mysterious right now. You can kind of pull yourself through. There's no plants there, but you can see how when you start adding those things in, it kind of pulls you through that landscape and reveals things to you as you move along this path. This is in the Alvar area looking back towards the front. There's a lot of stone out there. It's interesting. Go walk around. I don't know if all of you were able to get around there during lunch just to see kind of where that is. And then in the winter, there you go. It's right there for you. And those plants are providing structure too, but that stone, that's really the skeleton on which everything else hangs. And this is what it looks like, when the plants come out. Isn't that great? But you know what? It still looks pretty cool, even in the wintertime. Scale was the next thing, really thinking about how big each garden would be, how they were associated with one another. So there's the entry garden, the Alvar garden, and with the grassland right next to it, through the prairie, and the oak opening, the dry woodland, the wet woodland. I forgot to add the native orchid collection, which kind of came a little bit later, the dune and the cobble beach. So all these things are kind of next to each other. We wanted them to feel immersive, while you were in them. And again, we didn't want to have abrupt transitions between them. It's not like you move into one, you can't tell what's in the next, and then you pop through to the next. We wanted it to still feel like one integrated experience, but that you would sort of gently, softly move between these systems. There would be signs and things like that, but you still experience it as one whole system. So there's this sequence, right? And so for those of you that didn't get out there, walking into the entry and then moving into that Alvar system with the limestone, and you can see a little bit of the cobble beach there, and then starting to get into some of these interesting plants that grow within these individual areas, pulling through there into the Alvar grassland area, and then in through the prairie and down through that zone. Again, this stone is really helping define where all of these areas are, pulling yourself around, going into the open woodland area, the oak openings area, and then down into the woodland area and into the boardwalk, into the wooded wetland, up through the dune, and then into the cobble beach area. So I really hope that each of you get to walk around and check it out. It's not immediately out here for those of you who haven't been. It's kind of off to the side, but it's really fun to be able to see what all of these different systems are kind of right next to each other. Okay, so now I'm going to pivot, since we didn't really do the planting out here, and talk about, but we do a lot of native planting design. So I want to talk about plant communities, because I think that the way that people often get into this is they kind of do the right thing. Some of these plants look really cool, and you start looking up, Googling Michigan native plants, and you're like, oh, I like that one, and that one's really orange, and look at that one, that's blue. Wouldn't they look cool together? And it turns out one is a wetland plant and one only grows in super dry areas. And so you have to start with getting grounded in what these plant communities are, who wants to grow together, what those soils are like, what the geomorphology is often like in those different systems. And what it really means is paying attention, going to real places that are intact and paying attention and looking at what those plants and what their neighbors are doing. This is a fabulous area that you need to go out to. This is the Ojibwe Prairie that's over in Windsor. Breathtaking, absolutely amazing. Lake Plain Prairie, where there's these beautiful oak open woods and wet prairies there that are just stunning. And every time I go there, I learn so much about who's growing together and the distribution of plants, which ones are clumpers, which ones tend to be further apart from one another. All those things absolutely inform my design. Oak openings and prairies. This is the Nan Western Preserve. I'm sure many of you have gone out there. Just such a wonderful place to be able to learn and to appreciate. All you see is Trillium here, but there's like 50 other species underneath these things. So again, going to these real places that have intact systems to be able to learn from is absolutely essential in terms of you coming up with a successful design. This is Black Oak Forest around Kensington Metro Park. Another remnant around Ann Arbor. This is an area over in the Indiana Dunes, a black oak area there that is just coated in lupin and just absolutely beautiful. So go to these places that are just really beautiful and will teach you so much. This is a new prairie that I found west of Ann Arbor, just absolutely covered in lupin this spring. And this is back to that Ojibwe prairie. Again, just an incredible spot. So go to these places and pay attention, take notes, take lots of pictures. You will learn so much by doing it. And there's so many people, frankly, landscape architects that start trying to get into the native plant thing. They're only thinking about them from the ornamental side of things and not thinking about them from plant community perspective. And that is just absolutely essential for being able to have a successful design. But the best thing is that you can go out here and you can see these plant communities all right next to each other, distilled down into these gardens. It's not everything, but it's a lot. So go shop around there and then go in and buy some stuff inside, because you're going to learn. I mean, that's the beauty of this idea. Whoa, it's shifting around on me. Okay, hang on. I moved. Is that, you can go see what these plant communities are like and start to understand them from here, where it's all kind of one-stop shopping. The other thing to keep in mind is there is a 14-foot fence all around this place. And that is what's keeping the deer out. And I'm sure that I'm preaching to the choir here, but I'm just going to say it anyway. Deer are absolutely changing how we're doing our planting design. And it's having a huge impact on the interactions that we see. And it's frankly kind of tragic. So go enjoy it, but just realize there's another layer of research that you have to do on the other side if you are around them, and many of us are. Okay, here's another piece of how I tend to think around these things, is what I call the art of distraction. Okay, so this is bee balm, right? Everyone knows what bee balm looks like when it's looking fabulous and great. And then this is what bee balm looks like in August, right? Let's be honest, folks, right? Okay, it's like an AA meeting. Let's get real here, So what we need to do is not plant bee balm, but to think about who's coming up after bee balm to be able to pull your eye away somewhere else, right? So this is a garden we did not far from here, actually, just up around the corner for the Dix Road Project restaurant. There was bee balm all over this garden, but we have other things that are coming up afterwards. And so you just don't even notice. There's a ton of bee balm in this photo, but you have no idea that it's there because we've got other things that are happening. So if you think about those things that have kind of, whatever, they're just going through their thing. It happens every year to the bee balm. It just does. Or, black-eyed Susan. How many of us have seen this black-eyed Susan? You know what I mean? It just gets all gray, gets the powdery mildew thing. This is the fish park, which is where Patrick Judd, a good colleague and friend, did this. There's a lot of black-eyed Susan in here that's dead and done, and you'd have no idea because there's all these other cool things that are coming up. So just thinking about that sequence, don't invest everything in one species, and just be mindful about how you can pull people's eyes in different directions. Okay, now I'm going to start getting into just traditional design principles, okay? And they apply to anything, but they can apply to native plants too. And I'm going to have them with that lens. So the first is form. So this is the Ann Arbor Municipal Center, which we did all the site planning for. And thinking about form of beds, thinking about form of hardscape, thinking about how you can just create just meaningful shapes in the landscape that draw your eye and that do interesting dynamic things. This is a rain garden that we did at the EMU Family Housing Project, where again, needed to be super neat. And so, the big welcoming arch, right? All these are 100% native plants, but thinking carefully about what those forms can be and how people respond to them. This is an apartment complex that's on 618 South Main in Ann Arbor. The whole landscape around this back area is it's all rain gardens, like all of it is stormwater management all around this whole area, and it's filled with native plants in there. And we thought a lot about form. You can see in the green roof, from this drone shot, thinking about form with that. This is a very new planting, just about a year old, out at Meadowlark. Again, 100% native plants, but we were very organized with it because we knew clients coming in and out, things like that, and they really wanted to make sure that the native plant thing didn't look a little too crazy. And so highly designed, all with natives, but we had to do a ramp. They didn't have a ramp going up into this old part of the building. And so we built it out of Corten steel and used that curve to be able to inform how we were laying out plants in different ways. You know, massing and texture and things like that, really important in this as well. Okay, here was the odd couple. This was the guy who was like super neat freak and the woman who was total native. And we had to figure out where the like that much of the Venn diagram like covered each other. Ooh, not easy. And this thing is only about a month old, so the plants are all just babies. But we were really clean with all the parts that weren't the native plants. And came up with different techniques to try to make that super neat. And then in the other areas, we had more freedom. So this is kind of looking up at those series of walls and steps, and there's all these little baby native plants that are just starting out. But again, he can take that a lot more easily because we've got these other things in front of them that are kind of ultimately distracting him from seeing the native plants. But, you know, whatever works, you know, we'll just go with it. Texture is another really big one for me. So boy, native grasses, this time of year, texture is just unbelievable, really is. So massing some of these things together, they can really make an impact. This is over at the Traverwood Library, that texture against the sumac. We have a couple of different kinds in through there, and the iris just can make a really powerful statement, especially when you mass some of those things together. I love the texture contrast of prairie dock with other kind of filigreed things like Spirabolus here. So just playing, again, these are just very traditional, like, you know, design principles of how to be able to think about using texture as an interest. And texture in the winter, frost on switchgrass, holy cow, that is like an incredible thing. It looks like sequins going on it when the sun hits it. This is my rain garden. This is texture of, you know, that Canada ginger, and there's a whole lot of early meadow in there. This is early, so things haven't yet started kind of popping up through it, but that texture of the big leaf, you know, with the more dainty early meadow, they can really set each other off. Okay, so massing and legibility. You know, it's like, it's making these things legible to people. It's, you know, structures out there, but we have to make them something that people can kind of absorb. And sometimes it feels too overwhelming to have lots of different species all together. They're like two of everything kind of thing. Like, we like it, right? Yeah, right, exactly. And it's gratifying for the Noah's Ark people, but to the general public, it's kind of like, what's going on here? It's like too much happening. So massing is a real, is something that we use. It doesn't have to be a single species. It can be combinations of things together. This is back at Traverwood Library where we have goldenrod there with switchgrass in the background. This is that same area, but different time of year where you have Amsonia in front of that. And then, you know, this is, again, all natives, but very traditionally layered, right? So you get your ginger in the front and the iris, and you've got the bottlebrush buckeye at the back, big area where we have massing with iris going underneath a bridge. And then again, you know, just some of those combinations that Bill was talking about with the strawberry and combining it with Potentilla simplex and the echinacea. And then line, I need to hurry up. So I'm going to really blast through some of this. Using the stump path, right, as a way to carry your eye. This is Huron Hills golf course. So thinking about the grading around where we resurfaced a creek that was there, and thinking about the line of the prairie around that. Using stones. This is at my kids' rain garden at their school that I helped them develop. These things carry your eye through some things that may be otherwise kind of overwhelming looking. This is again out at the Dixboro project that's connecting a couple of rain garden systems. Just big curving form can be really beautiful. This is my house, all the nodding wild onion, right? And sometimes it can just be a straight line, but you know, there's bees all over that thing. Contrast. Look at that lawn. I mean, holy cow. With the trees, you know, the whole 9 yards, but then it's got the contrast of the prairie behind it, but big, beautiful forms. And that contrast is part of what makes it powerful. This is obedient plant. For those of you who have planted it, know that it's not very obedient. Again, the foliage contrast between those light leaves and the echinacea. And then we definitely use nativars and cultivars of native plants as well. This is the chocolate eupatorium. That dark can be really beautiful against that. And then prairie dock, it's just letting that be sort of a punctuation mark in the middle of lower things can be really powerful too. Repeating patterns, super important. Again, can help legibility for sure. I'm just going to fly through some of these guys. Yeah, okay, all right, I'm okay. Color, I'm doing this one last because I know that all of you start with it first, right? Am I right? So if you do all those other things, then the color's just gravy. Then the color's just fun. It's not necessarily the backbone of it. So again, this is that Dixboro project place. Sometimes you can get really restrictive on yourself and just say, okay, I'm just going to stick within a certain family of colors. And that can be really powerful too. So out of this project, we just did pinks and maroons and purples, and it reads really strongly. So again, purple stems, purple leaves, purple flowers, and it can be really, really beautiful. This is my friend Susan Bryan, who teaches the rain garden program here. It's all white, and that can just be really lovely too. So sometimes giving yourself a limited palette can be really powerful. And then doing the opposites, right? Doing the yellows and the purples. And then there's often foliage too that can have really interesting color with some of the cultivars that are out there. This is one of the elderberry cultivars. And then this is color of, this is in my own yard. This is tiger eye sumac, which has kind of pink in the stem, which I love with the pink of the big blue stem, that's right next to it. So like color can become in different ways. Okay, now be careful with this one. This is pokeweed for those of you, but oh my gosh, look at the stems on that thing. I mean, it's just outrageous. And I love it with the echinacea and with the big blue stem. Now I am actively pulling pokeweed out all the time because I'm willing to do that because I love the pink. So this is just buyer beware on that one. And then, this is somebody who's a caretaker in a park that did this, and this has a bunch of non-natives in there too, but so what? They just went for the big, like wild color thing. In a month, it's probably going to look like crap, but who cares? It looks awesome. I mean, so sometimes it's just fun to mix it all up too, so it's like anything's good in a lot of ways too. But I just wanted to give you some other ways of thinking about it as well, just as a way to kind of get your head around it. Okay, so this is my hokey, so I'm gonna admit something to you. I totally anthropomorphize plants. And I'm offending all of the scientists in the room. I know that. Like when bloodroot comes up in the spring, I'm like, oh my God, my friends are here. I mean, it feels so great. And so I truly feel like part of my job is to make plants happy. And what that means is that I really get where they grow. I really understand the soils that they're coming from. I understand who their friends are and who they need to be with. And that I am creating conditions that are going to make them happy, which also means I'm going to make my client happy. So I got to keep a lot of people happy here. And then of course that brings in all of the other happy people here, all of the bugs and insects and things like that. And it's kind of like, I don't throw parties like this anymore, but remember like in your 20s when you had a party in your dorm room and you kind of invite a couple of people and it's really fun, but then it just like starts becoming really fun and everybody's interacting. It's like people start coming in, more people start stopping by. And it's like, before you know it, it's like this exponentially amazing thing. What I feel like my job is to invite the right people to the party. I'm serious. And that they will make the magic happen. They truly will. There are so many things we don't know about this stuff. And there's a lot of things we do know, but there's a lot that we don't. But if you can get the right components in it, the magic will start to happen if you really read your landscape, if you really understand, what, like picking the right things for the right spot. So make the party happen. I mean, I'm serious. You really can, because you know what? I feel like we're in this time where it just feels like we're getting so weighted down with just how much we've messed up the planet. And there's just all these things are like, okay, whatever the next less bad thing that you can do, so you can recycle and it's less bad than throwing it away. This is something that is not less bad. This is good. This is like healing. This is regenerative. And that is powerful.
Shannan, sometimes I think Dorothy and I we don't take the easy way out, but we love plants and we want to give everybody a chance in our gardens. So we put in 2, 3, 4 of everything. And then we kind of wait and see. And sometimes sometimes it's a disaster, but other times they kind of even themselves out and they kind of decide who's happiest and who's getting along with someone else. And this year especially, it seemed like we're really beginning to see more patterns in things that have adapted well to the soil or to whatever. And is that kind of I don't know. Is that cheating? Is that
no? That's you like living in your site. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't ever get that. Like when I'm working with a client, I'm not there watching it every year, you know. And so you're like learning with your land, which is really cool. You know, I don't think that's bad at all. I mean, I think that, you know, whatever, like people hire me to help them kind of figure it out beforehand. You're figuring it out as you go along. And obviously, you know, people are going to figure out as they go along too. I don't come up with the perfect thing, but I think it's what you're doing is trying things in small scale and watching and responding. And I think that's really what it's you watching and responding. That's the biggest piece. I mean, really, I think it's that paying attention piece is really, really important.
Well, it's also kind of handing it over to them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that they're making they're figuring out with each other. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Shannan, so I understand this concept of planting maybe fewer plants and having them massed, and we've talked about that a lot. I don't have good knowledge about natural communities, and I don't think I'll ever remember enough to feel confident about that. So when you're planting fewer species in masses, do you worry about not having enough to invite those lower level friends there in your picture?
Mm-hmm.
And how are you just going by gut because you've sampled from a particular community and you trust that the visitors will come and will have enough food and habitat?
We're never using 3 species. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're still having some level of complexity, I think, that's going on too. And it also just depends on who the owner is, because for some people, it's really about what they want it to look like. And for me, I know I'm kind of like, oh, well, but here's all these other things that come along with it. You may not even care about that, but I do, you know? And so for them, it may be more about what it looks like. And that's okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like that's okay too. It doesn't have to be a perfect ecological restoration. It really doesn't. I think the danger with massing, which I probably should have brought up, is that there are some things that don't want to be massed. And what you have to do is look out in those reference ecosystems. And I've made these mistakes. And so I'll tell you about one of them, which is woodland phlox does not want to be massed, just so you know. And I did it on a project, but you know what? They get a fungus if they're together. And so if I looked at Sharon Hollow, they're all dispersed. They're probably dispersed by some ant or something like that, and they're coming up intermittently. The same thing I noticed at the wet prairie was liatris spread all around, not in big clumps. So that careful paying attention can tell you about that too. And so oftentimes we'll mass, but we'll maybe have something coming up through it as well. But it may not be 10 different things, so I'm kind of paring it down here in a lot of ways because I have to figure out what to put in here in a 25-minute presentation that really I probably took 35 minutes for. So I'll kind of.
Okay, so Tony Reznicek is a curator emeritus at the University of Michigan's herbarium. University of Michigan's herbarium is one of the largest herbariums in the country, or rather in the world. So Tony, for his whole career, because he's now just retired a couple of years ago, but he's still really active, has had cabinets of plants, like millions of plant specimens at his disposal. And he's also spent a ton of time out on the landscape. He's one of the most knowledgeable people in the Great Lakes region, if not the most knowledgeable person on the flora of the Great Lakes. He's also an avid gardener. His garden, his house is like visiting a botanical garden. There's many native plants, there's orchids, there's plants from all over the world. And he's also tried to grow most things. I'm always thinking about what else can we grow? Like, oh, there's this beautiful plant. Can we grow it? I'll ask Tony, oh yeah, I tried that. All you have to do is throw some seeds down, it works. Or no, it's tricky, that doesn't really work. But this species that just looks just like it is easy to grow, and you should try this instead. So he's just super knowledgeable. He's the co-author of Michigan Flora, which most of us use to identify the plants. Also, it's got a companion website he's in charge of. He's there's a small group of people in the state that decide what plants should be state listed as threatened and endangered. Tony runs that committee and has for years. So he's one of the people, or one of the primary people who decides the status, the conservation status of each plant in Michigan. And he's been really active in land preservation movements. So land preservation, identifying key sites for preservation and then finding funds through those. He's on the Washington Areas Technical Committee, which the Natural Areas Technical Committee, which identifies sites that the county should purchase. So he's been active in that for years, as well as many other things. And he was also a director. So the next two speakers have been directors of Mathi Botanical Gardens, and Tony was a director in the late 80s, I think, for a while. So anyway, thank you. Give a round of applause for Tony. Thanks for being here.
Well, it's kind of appropriate that I'm going to be talking about distant past history. That title is kind of appropriate. I should have actually been more specific and said I'm going to explain why when most of Michigan is forested, the Great Lakes Garden actually is full of rock and gravel and sand. There is a little disconnect there. But I want to show you a little bit about how we got where we are, why the Great Lakes region is special, and look at a couple of plant communities for interest. And of course, all areas are special. Every area of the world has a unique combination of species and history and how it developed. So it's not like that's what's special about the Great Lakes region. I think one of the things that's special about the Great Lakes region is that, we're flat. We have to admit it. We're dull. No mountains, we've been recently glaciated. And if you're a plant, a glacier will just ruin your whole day. So we have all this going against us, and yet we still have quite a number of plants that are nowhere else in the world, almost all of them associated with the actual shores of the Great Lakes. And we have a lot of plants that have outliers, especially in the northern Great Lakes, that otherwise occur in, for example, the northwest of the US. So there's something special going on both climatically and plant migration wise about the Great Lakes. So I'm going to try and outline some of those things. These are two Great Lakes endemics. That goldenrod was just named as a new species in 2022. So that's pretty cool. And it's found in the world only on Lake Superior. And so that's kind of an interesting thing. All right, well, you know, Michigan was a blank slate not too long ago. We were really messed up. There's just a teensy little bit of the Laurentide ice sheet left. So, you know, this is the view where we were. We were kind of dismal from a plant perspective. So, you know, you look north and there was the glacier, you know, make a real mess, but you get a little further away and things are starting. There's plants there, a few little things. This is, of course, how a lot of the distinctive features we see in Michigan came about. There's a kettle hole. Some of you have been to kettle hole bogs. This is what they looked like about 18,000 years ago. This happens when a big hunk of ice from the glacier gets buried in the dirt. When it melts, it leaves this round hole full of water. Pretty cool. Sometimes glaciers have rivers flowing through them, and you get these sinuous curves, eskers. And basically, the recovery after the glacier proceeds along some very characteristic patterns. Raw soil, you start getting a few plants. If you are in a forested region and you're not too big of a glacier, it doesn't take long, maybe 80 years, before you get starting a young, thick forest, typically alders, birches, poplars, then some spruce and fir. So, but really we started off as one great big messy gravel pit, you know. And if you are actually on a continental glacial ice sheet, not just a smaller glacier, all those pictures were from the Bering Glacier in Alaska. If you started out in a continental glacier, there were no trees nearby, and it took a long time for trees to get here. You can't go straight to forest. So this is what Michigan looked like. This actually is indeed a giant gravel pit that was sculpted by hopefully a sober bulldozer operator. I'm not sure, but anyway, they spent a lot of time going around in circles, and there's what it must have looked like: birch, spruce, fir, and alders and poplars, and herbaceous vegetation. On the wet side, it would be a sloppy, calcareous, that is alkaline, shores and gravelly beaches. No organic matter at all, of course. And a little further, you start getting jack pine. There was once a lot of jack pine in Michigan, even compared to what there is now. That's why, of course, we have the endemic Kirtland's warbler, a bird found only in jack pine because there was once a lot of it. In the swamps, you eventually get a bit of organic matter, and you get this spruce, larch, sometimes cedar and fir swamps developing, and Northern hardwoods eventually come into play, and we end up where we are. You know, that was about a few minutes for 18,000 years of history. I think I'm doing pretty good. I should be finished in no time flat. So anyway, here's our southern deciduous forest. And this is basically this, along with associated oak savannas and a few little patches of other things, are basically where we stand right now. So think of waves of plants moving through the state. And the present day right now is a little snapshot in time where our southern deciduous forests have gotten about midway through to the middle of the lower peninsula. If you go way up north into Lake Superior, still a bit of boreal forest hanging around. Spruce, fir, jack pine. But keep in mind that each of these movements of plants had a lot of characteristic species. What happened to all those other species? Did they go quietly into the dark? Or are they still stealthily hanging about in a few places? Well, they are. And of course, they're in special microsites, and those special microsites are often linked with the Great Lakes shores. And sometimes those sites are so extreme, so ecologists would say stringent, that actually, even in the short span since glaciation, there's been some evolution. And we have thus some of these distinctive species. And they come from a lot of sources. Many of them are northern. Many of them are plants of open ground from further west that got stranded here on the shores when everything became forested. And just to illustrate how prominent some of these things are, you know, here's an older flora. I should have updated it, but the totals are basically the same, of the Canadian high Arctic. I mean, this isn't just fooling around with Hudson Bay. This is way up on the Arctic islands. And remarkably enough, about 18%, well, that's nearly 1/5 of all the species in this flora are still found in Michigan. So they haven't been able to get away yet. And those are some of the materials from which many of our special plants are derived. What are they? Well, here's some examples. The northern paintbrush. This is on only Isle Royale and the Keweenaw. The Arctic bilberry is only on Isle Royale. This sedge, I love sedges. This sedge is mostly in the Upper Peninsula, around the Straits, and a few things like this one here actually creeps down in cooler microsites down into the northern part of the Lower Peninsula. Well, here's what they look like. You know, this, if you're in Alaska, this is blueberry. It's really it's really a bilberry, not a blueberry, but we're not, the taste is the same. So, you know, this is one case where botanists' classifications don't make a lot of difference. So this is what they are. And some of them you have to work really hard to find. Others are not all that rare. This kind of snapshot has some interesting highlights from other viewpoints as well when you look at the modern flora. So Michigan flora, about 2,900 species, but only a little more than 1,800 are native. Isn't that terrible? But if you try to do a rough separation of them into some groups, wetland plants, take those out, the rest is upland, divide the upland plants into forest and non-forest, you see something quite remarkable. And that is that a very large proportion of the upland dryland plants in Michigan are actually not species of forests. And that's kind of interesting because, you know, Michigan's covered in forests and, or at least open forests, savannas. So it's rather remarkable. So what are these crazy habitats? Well, of course, we have a few prairies, very small extent, barrens. Some of those are original barrens, fire barrens. Savannas, many savannas, of course, are creeping towards forest, but not all. Dunes. Dunes are a big one, and lots of dunes in Michigan. Cliffs. Cliffs are cool. Not a lot of cliffs around here. You have to go north. Alvars. I promised that I'll define alvar. And upper beaches, successional habitats, fire, all these things are a very small fraction of the area of upland, but yet a high proportion of native plants are crammed into this small area. Now, this has conservation implications, of course. So, and even more so when you're talking about the very special plants, the plants that are nowhere else, endemics. So here's Great Lakes endemics. Not all of these are species. Some of them are special forms, subspecies, and varieties, and some of them haven't been well studied. But basically, if you look at all these special plants that are linked to Great Lakes habitats, you see how many there are. Dunes and beaches. Alvars. Alvars are mostly near the Great Lakes. I'll explain why. And then fens, seeps, wet shores. That's a lot of them. There's very few endemics, plants found nowhere else, that occur in forests. So, and jack pine plains, well, we know there's a lot of jack pine in Michigan, so there are a number of those. How do these endemics develop? Well, here is a sedge. I have to use a sedge example. Of course I do. That was my day job, working on sedges. So anyway, here's basically an Arctic or subarctic sedge. And you can see it actually has a few localities on Lake Superior, one spot on the cliffs on the Escanaba River. So, Escanaba is a special place, not only because of that movie. How many people saw that movie, Escanaba in the Moonlight? Oh my goodness, it's so terrible. But anyway, so we have this Arctic and to some degree alpine plant, but on the limestone shores of the Great Lakes, what do we have but, how do I get rid of that? Just escape would do it. Yep, there we go. I don't know how that came up, but on the limestone shores of the northern Great Lakes, there is an endemic subspecies of this sedge. And you can see it's in Michigan, it's in Ontario, and nowhere else. It's a special form that's derived, presumably post-glacially, from this widespread Arctic and subarctic plant. And so this is the kind of thing that we have in the Great Lakes region. And here's the kind of habitat that it occurs in. So I want to note this habitat because this has everything. See, there's some dunes, there's some limestone pavement, and there's the shore. So all jammed together. So, and I'm cheating a little bit. This is actually on the Bruce Peninsula in Canada, but there are places that are like this, for example, on Drummond Island, and a little bit even on the north shore of Lake Huron. So anyway, that sedge was right about there. So typical Great Lakes endemic habitats. I want to talk a little bit about the dunes first, because they're on top. Our Great Lakes dunes are fantastic. They're often very extensive. This is it's at least almost a mile to the lake here on this building out dune system. And believe it or not, this is on Lake Erie, but it's not in Michigan. This is Long Point on Lake Erie. The only way to get out there is to walk out there or by boat. It's a bit of a haul. Dunes are dynamic. You know, if you had a cottage under that tree, why, you'd be unhappy. So dunes are amazing, and they do have some really interesting things. Home to some beautiful and challenging to grow plants. There's one of the prairie puccoons. I always get it mixed up, but I think I looked it up correctly. There's a hoary and there's a hairy puccoon. Both of them are cool. So, but the hairy puccoon is on the dunes. Pitcher's thistle is a dune endemic. Nowhere else in the world except our Great Lakes dunes. So, and you know, likes open habitats. So that's the spot for it. Sand cherry. This is the time when sand cherries are ripe. Not everyone likes the flavor. They're a unique combination of slightly bitter and astringent. So, you know, they're best steeped in alcohol, but not too bad, not too bad. Sand cherry is a specific variety of one of the widespread dwarf cherries that's found only on Great Lakes dunes. And it's kind of interesting because it's on the dunes on all of the Great Lakes. Many of the endemics are more restricted. Here's a couple of goldenrods. Our famous Houghton's goldenrod, federally threatened, centered on the Straits of Mackinac, and Gilman's goldenrod, which is a dune plant, both found only on Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. So that's more typical of Great Lakes endemics. And of course, our most famous endemic, the dwarf lake iris. What's not to like about that? And that is centered on the Straits. There's a little bit dribbling down into the Dorr Peninsula in Wisconsin, and a little bit dribbling down in the Bruce Peninsula of Ontario, but otherwise right on the Great Lakes. And it's one of our most remarkable endemics. So I said I'd get to alvars. There we go. Alvars are glaciated limestone pavements, shallow or almost no soil. On the Great Lakes, that's what they look like, where the soil is washed off. Remember that our land is lifting up out of the Great Lakes. Another 5,000 years, this will look a bit like that. Beautiful rock gardens, full of cool plants, extensive. There's jack pine, and here's the crevices. You have to get down in there, poke your head in there, don't get it stuck. And there's little ferns, cool little things. Prairie smoke is found predominantly on alvars east of Lake Michigan. And this wasn't entirely successful in giving the smoky look, but it's a cool plant. Lakeside daisy is one of our famous alvar plants. I mean, these are really stressful environments. So it's quite remarkable. And I also wanted to comment just a little bit about climate, because one of the influential things about occurrence of plants in the Great Lakes region is climate. Lake Superior in particular has a vast climatic impact Moderation of winter cold, although the people that live up there wouldn't agree. Moderation of summer heat, that's why you go there. Deeper snowfall, that's why some people go there, not me. Increased humidity, all those kind of things. So here's a plant that occurs predominantly in the Pacific Northwest, but the only place it occurs in Eastern North America is right there. And there's a couple of spots down here. That's one of the climatic impacts. That is stunning and striking. If you look at some other things, you see the same impact, but much more diffuse. Do you see how almost all the occurrences are on this side, not on this side? That's because the wind is coming that way. So there's lots of occurrences here, very little here. Strong climatic signal. And that climatic signal probably extended further inland when the landscape was more intact, more forested. And I want to talk a couple of minutes on changing ranges and what we can see for the future. So one of the favorite little orchids, the fairy slipper, Calypso, there it is, Wilderness State Park. I'm not sure it occurs there anymore, but before settlement, this was probably its range. Notice how old these occurrences are. My estimate of 1980 is about like that. And where are we headed? And you see the same with sedges. Here's this little Carex tenua Flora. About 1980, it was only there. Well, I have good news though. Not all of this dramatic change is due to our shifting climate, because of course there was huge drainage projects, a lot of land clearing. So if there are intact large chunks of land, there's hope for some of these things. So I looked at this, 1961, where's that from? That was from the University of Michigan's George Reserve. So I thought, let's go there. And in fact, a few years ago, I did confirm that this was still there. So there's hope, and we have to go forward from there. But anyway, last comment. What are we going to see in the year 2100 when Kala is organizing this symposium? She'll have a cane by then, but you know, other than that, we'll go from there. You know, we see already a lot of plants shifting northward, and we're going to see more of that. This is only partly a climatic process. A lot of this is a statistical process. And what I mean by that is, if you've got an outlying colony in southern Michigan of some northern thing and it disappears, where is it going to repopulate from? So it's a statistical winking out. If it dies out for any reason, it's probably game over. So it's not entirely climate, but there's no doubt that a lot of plants also are moving northward. And it's a more complicated thing to predict what we're going to see than we might think. I'll just have one note on that, and that is that keep in mind the tremendous climatic impact of nearshore habitats on Lake Superior. We can buy ourselves a lot of time by protecting as many of those as we can and keeping them from being further developed. And that way we'll keep our plants until we can figure out what on earth we're doing and get this ship righted again and back on track. Thank you. Yeah.
Raised in my mind, for those of us that are trying to do our modest land restoration pieces, is, you know, should we be looking at plants in Ohio and South? I mean, what is what would, what is the right thing to be bringing, not only in terms of having it survive, but also attracting pollinators and insects and all these things. Because I think even some of us have had the experience that plants that seem to have been native to our greater Washtenaw area aren't necessarily thriving on our lands. And there could be a lot of reason for that. But when you convert that last statement to some sort of practical question, what are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are not completely formed for two reasons. One is we don't really know what all the tolerances and limits of the species are. That's where the Great Lakes Garden could maybe help a little bit for some things. The reason we're not that familiar with them is because, well, primarily because our flora is still not in equilibrium. And a lot of climate models are kind of assume implicitly that plants are where they are because that's where their optimum habitat is. A lot of our plants are probably still struggling to get a little further north where they're happier. So I think I'm concerned that we're not really, we could mess things up if we start hauling up stuff from Ohio. I'm not in favor of planting Ohio Buckeyes everywhere by any stretch of the imagination. I think that one of the things that we should try to do is have some continuity of habitats so that river corridors, especially, and shoreline corridors are still available for the movement of plants. And then also, I think we need more work on just what the limits are. In cultivation, a lot you're sticking a plant there. It can't tell you, well, it can tell you by dying, but it really can't tell you, I'd rather be 5 feet to the right. So, but we can do a fair bit. I'm not a big fan of sort of thinking, in 50 years, we're not going to be able to have sugar maple here, so we better start planting sweet gum and southern magnolia in Washtenaw County. Well, I don't know about that. There's a lot of problems associated with that, but it is a difficult question to know what to do. And I think our best hope is to care for the land better, get better continuity, especially corridors that plants utilize and animals, and try to keep as much terrain native as possible, including your own yards. But no planting of Ohio Buckeyes way up north.
Along those lines of continuity, is there any organization that you know of that is providing sort of a master plan so that all of us who are out there putting native plants and species into our own yards is doing our best to replicate what would have been here or what should be here, and that we're setting up continuous corridors of plants as opposed to just, I have this in my yard and somebody else has that in their yard, and we don't really have any sort of overarching goal?
Wow. Well, that's a good question. No, I don't think there's any organization that's taken that on as a theme running through their program. That's actually a good idea. Yeah. There are lots of organizations that are thinking about it, but yeah, that's a good idea. Well, yes.
And what we do is we look at GONAP, which shows you the distributions by county of where all the plants are now. The best way. Where they're going to occur in years.
Yeah.
With climate change, you're increasing you're gradually increasing global temperatures, but what you're really increasing is climate variability. So you've got these giant swings. It gets hot, but it also gets cold. We have the polar vortices. If we start moving plants up from the south, they get clobbered. I think the best we can hope is that they've got enough genetic variability to handle all this stuff we're throwing at them and stick with where they are now. I just think it's all we have right now.
Yeah, plants respond to extremes, not averages. All right, thank you.
All right, so our next speaker is Bob Grese. Bob is a professor emeritus now. He's also a director emeritus. He was the former director of Mathi Botanical Gardens in Nichols Arboretum for many years and a professor in the School of Environment and Sustainability. Both Shannan and Bill were his former students. I met Bob back in early 2000s. We were both on the Nature Conservancy Science Advisory Technical Committee or Science Advisory Committee. And but I had heard about him for a number of years before. As soon as I got here, I started meeting all kinds of people that he was their professor, he was their mentor, so just over and over. He was also on along with Tony on the Michigan Natural Areas Council, which advocated for the state of Michigan to designate natural areas. So I was hearing his name, and it was really a pleasure to meet him back then. And to my good fortune, I ended up working with him here. So Bob is a registered landscape architect, has been involved in ecological restoration movements for years, doing it also. This was his backyard experimental property, if you will. Same with Nichols Arboretum. And if you walk around our grounds, you'll see native plants everywhere in the bioswales, in the parking lot, along the roadsides. He's a big advocate for using native plants in designs and on our land. And so I want to welcome Bob back. He's also a volunteer now in our Great Lakes Garden. So he's working with Calla Butler, who introduced the previous speakers as our native plant technician, and he's working with Calla to enhance and beautify the Great Lakes Garden. So thank you, Bob.
Well, thank you, Mike. I'm glad all of you have stuck around so long today, and I'll try not to delay you too long to getting to the reception and being able to get out and walk around. So those of you who know me know that I am very interested in history of landscape design, particularly that of using native plants. And so what I plan to talk about today, oh, by the way, I decided to change my title a little bit to simplify it. But I am going to talk about something about the design of the Great Lakes Garden, but I'm going to talk about how it was influenced by history of native gardens, and part of which has influenced me greatly individually, but also influenced my decisions and thinking as we develop this garden as part of Mathi Botanic Gardens in Nichols Arboretum. So I'm going to delve into some history, but before I do that, because this history is largely influenced by post-European settlement, I want to acknowledge that certainly, as we heard from Robin earlier today, that there's this long tradition of First Nation peoples in managing the landscape, and I appreciated Tony's land acknowledgement early in this seminar. Just a month or so ago, Tony and Bill Schneider and some former students and I were able to take a trip over to Walpole Island First Nation in Ontario. And whenever I visit there, I'm constantly struck about the whole landscape is really a garden and how it's been tended for hundreds of years, maintains really high biodiversity. And there are certainly things we can learn from that. But those of us who come from a colonial tradition, we're still learning. And hopefully through the gardens and native landscapes that we create, we can maybe aspire to that kind of long-term connection to the land that our indigenous peoples here in the United States and Canada have had for a very long time. So I wanted to now acknowledge that first on, and then move into some of this history. So sometimes we think that this whole movement towards native plants is pretty recent, that it's been within our generation, but really extends pretty far back. Here are some images from earlier efforts in restoration and small gardens from some of the middle ones here are from Lincoln Memorial Gardens, which I'll talk about a bit later, which was designed by Jens Jensen down in Springfield, Illinois. I want to call attention to this publication on the right by a gentleman by the name of Wilhelm Miller, who it so happens was a graduate of the University of Michigan, was the first landscape architect, extension landscape architect for the state of Illinois. And he urged people to plant native plants in their gardens back in 1915 with this prairie ballot that you could get this booklet for free if you promised to plant native plants on your home landscape. And maybe we need sort of a new ballot for people to plant native plants and to promise something in return for them doing that. So anyway, I've developed a little bit of a timetable that I'm going to go through pretty quickly, and just to talk about some of the landmarks that at least I'm aware of as in the history of native plant gardens. If any of you have read the Brother Gardeners by Andrea Wolf, she details some of the early interests in the native North American flora. John Bartram was clearly one of the key early individuals that was shipping plants back to Europe. There was like a wave of fascination with American flora, and that was his major business. He was located around the Philadelphia area, and as part of those efforts, he created his own test garden in Philadelphia, which is now called Bartram's Garden. I don't know exactly how it was organized, but he was clearly testing a lot of North American species, seeing how they would grow in a garden type setting. And to my knowledge, that is one of the very earliest native plant gardens in the country. Then Andrea Wolf also wrote a book called The Founding Gardeners, which talks about our American presidents in the early history, and in some cases, their fascination with the American flora as well. George Washington, particularly after the Revolutionary War, decided that it was appropriate at Mount Vernon for him to plant North American trees. And so much of the palette of what he planted were North American natives, particularly American natives, as part of the new republic. And so we have a long legacy of some of this going back. Similarly, James Madison decided that he was very concerned about loss to forest area in Virginia and the American colonies after the Revolutionary War. So he created the James Madison Landmark Forest, a replanting of native trees on his property at Mount Pelier in Virginia. And that again, 1809, was quite early in our history. In 1835, Thomas Cole, who was one of the Hudson River painters, became concerned that people were still too fascinated with European landscape traditions and not enough in American landscapes. So he sought in many of his paintings to create the stories associated with our landscapes. He postulated that it was because the European landscapes had what was considered a rich history associations with them, and American landscapes didn't quite have this. So this is one of his illustrations for The Last of the Mohicans, where he thought that these stories would help make people appreciate the beauty of American landscapes, that we had something valuable here instead of only looking across to Europe. Then Andrew Jackson Downing, 1851, really from about 1835 to 1851, he wrote a number of articles. He was expounding, trying to create a horticultural movement in the United States. And many of his garden designs were rather formalistic, but he also talked about how we didn't appreciate our own native flora. At the time, the most popular trees planted in the American cities was Tree of Heaven and Lombardy poplar. And he noted that we had wonderful trees that ought to be used in these public landscapes and private landscapes at the time. One of the things he also suggested was that American gardeners should be studying nature in the landscape more and catalogs a lot less. which is still true today, I think, in terms of being able to appreciate how plants grow in nature. And certainly most of you have probably heard of Frederick Law Olmsted and Calvert Vaux, who designed parks across the United States. One of their first, they won the competition in 1858 to design Central Park in New York. And although they weren't really particular to native plants per se, they used a lot of native plants, and they espoused a very wild and naturalistic approach to landscape design that celebrated a more natural heritage. Then as we move to the late 1800s, we have a Michigan resident, O.C. Simons, who's a native of the Grand Rapids area. He became, after studying at the University of Michigan, where he studied engineering, he went on to become a landscape architect in the Chicago region. One of his first projects was the redesign of Graceland Cemetery, where he thought it appropriate to take what he called the common plants of the countryside and give them a place of honor in this cemetery. And throughout his work, really sought to capture the character of the region that he was working in, particularly with native plants. In 1888, Charles Sargent and Henry Stiles created a publication called Garden and Forest Magazine, which was incredibly important in the conservation movement in this country. Although it only ran for a short time, it included many essays about conservation, protecting lands, interesting plants are being discovered, how plants in gardens were related to human well-being and our mental health. It really caught a lot of themes that we've only began to rediscover today. And quite interesting to go back and look at that. The entire collection of those magazines are available online if you want to search them at some point. Then the person that I've wrote about a good bit, Jens Jensen, in 1888 created what many consider to be one of the earliest native plant gardens in the country. It was in Chicago in a park called the Union Park. He created what he called the American Garden. He felt that many people who were moving to Chicago at that time, particularly from the countryside around Chicago, would value seeing what he termed, like Shannan said, he sort of considered plants like people, but that they would like to see their friends from the countryside in the urban environment. And so he created this American Garden, which became very popular with the general public. We don't really know what it looks like, except for this diagram. Here's the American Garden in a corner of Union Park. And from that, he proceeded then to become the landscape architect for all of the West Park District in Chicago. In 1890, Benjamin Fairchild created the Fairchild Wildflower Audubon Sanctuary. That's wasn't its original name, but it's become a very important preserve and certainly one of the earliest wildflower sanctuaries in the country. In 1902, the Wildflower Preservation Society of America was founded at the New York Botanical Garden. This is Elizabeth Britton here, one of the organizers of that group that really sought to protect wildflowers across the United States. And again, a return to O.C. Simons. In 1906, he created the plan for Nichols Arboretum. And he was the designer of many of the parks in Ann Arbor. So we have a part in this long legacy of native gardens. In 1907, Eloise Butler created what some people have touted as the first wildflower garden and sanctuary in Minneapolis. I think, as I've mentioned, I think there were others that were slightly earlier. This may be the only one that really continues to exist today as a wildflower garden, but it certainly was an important one in this overall legacy. In 1920, Edith Roberts created an outdoor ecological laboratory at Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York. Now, by this point, Edith Roberts was a student of Henry Cole's, who is often credited with being the father of ecology from his work in the dunes along the shores of Lake Michigan. And she took really much more of an ecological approach rather than just planting in groups of ornamental plants. The idea here was to be influenced by the plants found in and around Poughkeepsie, New York, and create a learning laboratory for the women students at Vassar College at that time. And that still exists today as a real sanctuary. Then in 1932, the University of Wisconsin creates the Forest Preserve Arboretum and Wildlife Sanctuary. Aldo Leopold had a strong hand in this in terms of looking at how to restore, the idea was to restore habitats from across Wisconsin as part of this arboretum. And some of which was successful, some of which less so, but it was really a landmark place. And it's considered by many a real laboratory for discovering how to manage ecological preserves and landscapes. And then finally, my hero, Jens Jensen, created Lincoln Memorial Garden in Springfield, Illinois. This was meant to be a memorial, a tribute to Abraham Lincoln and the states where Abraham Lincoln had lived. And so plants, much like what Edith Roberts' work, plants were to be arranged in groupings, in plant community groupings. And it served as a sanctuary. It was a project of the Garden Club of Illinois. And people collected plants from sites that were being developed across Illinois, would ship them to Springfield. And you see these women here taking trunk loads of plants that got planted out into the landscape. Also, school children collected acorns from across Illinois. And in a ceremony in 1934, well, 36 is when they planted the acorns. They marched across the site and planted them as part of this overall landscape. So we're clearly part of this whole tradition. In addition, magazines over the years played a very central role in publicizing the idea of native plant gardens. All of the magazines mentioned here had articles, particularly in the late 1800s and early 20th century, about native gardens. Some of them, particularly the Craftsman magazine in the 1890s, had a Back to the Land movement where they talked about creating sort of natural lands as part of your personal retreats and properties. Country Life in America, which was edited by Liberty Hyde Bailey and Wilhelm Miller, who wrote the publication on the prairie spirit and landscape design, quite frequently featured native landscapes that were being designed across the United States. And then Edith Roberts and Elsa Raymond, Edith Roberts being the professor from Vassar, wrote a series of articles for House Beautiful magazine on native landscapes in the 1920s. So there is certainly a very rich legacy. Also, if you look at the early 20th century, there's a host of publications, many of which have been republished. So I'm showing some of the more recent republications and the titles. But Nelchie Blanchard's, for instance, the series Nature's Garden, Wildflowers, Birds Every Child Should Know, were really interesting books that suggested particularly backyard habitats should be important. Wilhelm Miller's The Prairie Spirit and Landscape Gardening, Frank Waugh's The Natural Style on Landscape Gardening, written in 1917. There was a large handbook of nature study. Anna Botsford Comstock and her colleagues wrote a series of pamphlets for use in the schools back in the earliest 20th century. And there was a rediscovery of William Robinson, who was an English author, but very popular in the United States and influenced a lot of people in terms of encouraging wild gardens. And then Jens Jensen wrote his book Siftings in the 1930s. O.C. Simons wrote his book Landscape Gardening in the 1920s. So there is sort of a large record of these or a long history of these gardens. Now moving to Mathi Botanic Gardens and Nichols Arboretum, in addition to O.C. Simon's design for the Arboretum, where much of the land was kept in its wild habitat, there were parts of the farm or the farmlands that were existent at the time that were given over to plant collections. In 1955, Harlow Whittemore, who was the director of the Arboretum at that time, proposed a wildflower garden. This is between the two main drives, Glen Drive, which extends from Geddes down to the river. Unfortunately, I don't think that he was very much of a purist in terms of what constitutes a wildflower. So many things that were planted here are things that many of us tried to weed out of our wildflower gardens today. So periwinkle, lily of the valley, and some other naturalized plants were included here. But some of the wildflowers that still exist there, Trillium flexipes, I've often wondered if they were planted during this time in that particular garden. But there are some really interesting wildflower plants, and this is probably how they got there. If you look close at this plan, you can't really tell, but this is a parking area. So this is the time that the Arboretum was still open to being able to drive through. And he sought funding from the Ann Arbor Garden Clubs to help with this. Although it was shortly after this that Mathi Botanic Gardens was formed. And I think there was competition then in terms of who would get funding from many of the garden clubs to help these projects. Here at Mathi Botanic Gardens, the second wildflower garden in Mathi Nichols was named for Helen Smith, and it still exists as the Helen Smith Wildflower Garden, which is about midway up the northern end of the property here. This lower are images that show the dedication of that garden. Here's a picture of Helen Smith, who wrote this book on Michigan wildflowers. And there's a plaque up at that garden that really commemorates that history of the garden. Unfortunately, as we were thinking about the Great Lakes gardens, we become aware all too much that deer were helping themselves to many of the rare plants in the Helen Smith Wildflower Garden. It was becoming near impossible to grow some of those plants. So that was one of the impetuses for creating a new wildflower garden here in the property. Other things that influenced me in particular, I mentioned Elsa Raymond and Edith Roberts earlier, Edith Roberts being the professor at Vassar who created their outdoor laboratory. They took the series of articles that they wrote called Plant Ecology that were featured in House Beautiful magazine. And in about 1929, they published them in American Places, American Plants for American Gardens, which I think is a real testament. And then a little bit later, Elsa Raymond wrote an article for Landscape Architecture magazine, where she urged that in every part of the country, there should be gardens that would celebrate their regional flora, that would help provide inspiration for designers, help to acquaint people with their native flora, and to really give you an ecological sense of how these plants were grouped together. And I really took that to heart. I've thought about that for years and years. And when the opportunity came to create a garden here at Mathi, I felt that was one of the directions that we should take. I also looked at other gardens that had taken an approach. The University of North Carolina Botanic Garden in Chapel Hill is one that also sought to create a garden that would really be representative of the different plant associations across the state of North Carolina, and a few other gardens have done that. But those were really very inspirational to me in thinking about this garden here. So beginning around 2007, 2008, started having discussions about that, this idea of a garden. Tony Reznicek was very helpful with this, Sylvia Taylor, many of our staff members here. But we wanted to showcase the ecosystems and plant communities found around the Great Lakes region had this idea of creating a living landscape to complement the collection of native plants in the Michigan Flora collections at the herbarium. And particularly, we wanted to feature many of these endemic plants, some of those that Tony talked about that are found nowhere else except around the Great Lakes in this particular garden. We wanted to demonstrate how we could establish and care for these plants in the garden, providing a laboratory for students, and then finally, to share the cultural heritage of these plants and the ecosystems. At the time, just prior to this, there had been proposed a large labyrinth at the center of the gardens. There were several gardens, the Gateway Garden of New World Plants, the Alexander Hicks Herb Knot Garden, and the Perennial Garden were the three main gardens that existed. Working with some students, we developed an overall scheme that included a bonsai garden, included a Gatfield Children's Garden, and then earmarked this area up in here for being this garden of endemic plants, is what we were calling it at that particular time. And then, as Shannan noted, in 2007, one of my landscape architecture students created this concept for that garden, and we began using this to fundraise for the project. And then, as one of the things that we did that really helped to create staff interest in this is that Tony led us on a field trip up to the Bruce Peninsula, where we visited alvars and could see firsthand a lot of these plants in the wild that would give us some inspiration for this garden. And then in 2010, rather than 2011, we were able we had significant or sufficient funds that we could hire Insight Design to come and work on the design for this garden. And then Shannon's already gone over some of the arrangement of the garden here. I do want to call out the contractors who worked on this, because if any of you, one of the key features that Shannan didn't get into, but we knew that this garden really needed contractors that were sensitive to what we were trying to create. And particularly the stonework, that it had to be put in just so we were, as Shannan mentioned, we were modifying the soil, and we Shannan wrote into the specifications our ability to carefully monitor what was being created, to reject it if we thought it wasn't appropriate. But thankfully, between the staff from Angelo Iafredi, Ron Roby, and Doug Williman in particular, who was the bulldozer operator, he was an absolute artist. I couldn't, to have someone who used a bulldozer like a paintbrush in terms of shaping the land to fit what we envisioned was just really incredible to watch. And then also Ray Rogers of Rockworks LLC was incredibly gifted in terms of moving stones such that they fit together to simulate these alvars that we were trying to create. And then finally, Kyle Builders, who built the boardwalks, we created very narrow pathways for him to work and disturb as little ground as possible. And all of those fortunately fit together. When we put this out to bid and we had to go to the low bidders, we weren't sure what kind of contractors we'd get, but we really ended up lucking out to get builders that were very responsible and responsive to our designs. So very quickly, these are some images of the landscape as it existed as we were beginning to stake out the landscape. So much like the discussion earlier about a large lawns, that's what we were operating on. We also had large piles of broken concrete and some big slabs of limestone that we had acquired prior to this. And we ended up using some of those in the construction. Underlying some of the alvar is this pile of concrete, which we laid out to create really shallow soil conditions. And that has ended up working really well as part of the process. Here it was during the construction process. This shows we basically, for parts of the site, as Shannan mentioned, we completely reshaped the topography. and basically brought down soil to shape the habitats we were trying to create. Here it is as it was taking shape. And then in terms of planting, we had to be very creative. We had assembled a really long list of plants. We had Tony, of course, was advising us on the list of plants. Connie Kranzer, who had planned to be here today, had put together a long list. I had advised them. We circulated them about to people like Bill Schneider and other native plant nurseries at the time. But we actually collected seed from a lot of those plants and grew the plants ourselves, or also ended up going out and collecting. So here's Sylvia Taylor, who offered that we could go wild collect on some of her own property on Boblo Island. And so several staff members went with her to field collect some of the plants from the Alvar type communities found there on Boblo. So we really had to take advantage of all directions, opportunities that we could. Then here are just some images of the early planting. Here's Connie guiding some of the native plant volunteers at that particular time. And some of you in the room, I'm sure, have memories of being here, helping plant this garden. Here you see some of the alvars with the dwarf lake iris being planted. And it's very rewarding for me in particular, but I think all of us who work on the garden today to see how these plants have responded and spread in this habitat that we created in those years. Some plants were very unique in terms of their planting. So the pitcher thistle was a challenge. We had grown them in these long tubes. And if any of you have dug a hole in the sand, you realize how difficult it is to keep it from closing in on itself. We were fortunate that one of our volunteers, Tim Schaefer, I don't know if he's still here, he's a retired engineer from GM, I believe, but he helped invent sort of this tool that allowed us to keep the hole open while we could insert this tube and then remove the tube from the plant to create colonies of pitcher thistle. So in the early days, we did have a fairly large colony of pitcher thistle growing there. And of course, this is a plant that once it blooms, it dies. And so there's a whole second and a third generation of these that are coming on board in the garden today. Certainly one of the gardens that's been one of the trials has been the orchid garden. We had early on thought this was largely built on an area that has seepage, and we thought we could plant these orchids directly in the ground. We had problems with too much sunlight, so we experimented with various ways of covering them. And then we realized, well, for years, nobody had observed Fleming Creek flooding this area on a routine basis. And then suddenly we had years and years of inundation that kept flooding this. Orchids are a plant that doesn't like high nutrients. And so, of course, these flood events would bring lots of nitrogen and other nutrients to the site. So eventually, Mike Cost and others developed this idea of raised beds, which we're still working out to see how best to raise orchids here. But it's our hope to really have thriving orchid population to share with the public in the future. And then, of course, there was the challenge of signage. And we developed signs for each of the gardens. I don't think we realized early on that the open dunes would be attractive for people to hike across them or let their children run wild going up and down the dune climbs. And so we had to provide signs. We also had to warn people that Massasaugas were in part of this garden. And so that was challenging. We also had a lot of struggles in the early days with thinking about how to do plant labels. Our original concept was to include the Anishinaabeg names of each of the plants, which turned out to be a much harder thing than we thought. But we realized that we did want to share the Native American heritage of these plants as well, and I think that's still a work in progress. And then finally, in terms of furniture, we were fortunate that Landscape Forums, which is over in Kalamazoo, produces benches out of a tree that's often considered invasive in our area. It's made out of black locust. which happens to be rot resistant. So all of the benches there are made of black locust lumber, which was, I think, an interesting touch for us to be able to include in the garden. Here are just a few shots of the dedication. So you can see it was still a work in progress at that point. Many parts had been planted, but other parts were still evolving at that time. This is how it started to evolve the first few years. And one of the gratifying things to me has been to see the use of the garden for different ways. So working with the Potters Guild, for instance, to hold a gallery, use it as an art gallery of ceramic sculptures a few years ago, was really quite a wonderful use of the garden to see the juxtaposition of those very creative sculptures with the native plants in the garden. And then finally, some images of the garden this last week. And I hope you all will go out and take a walk around and enjoy this garden that, although we're celebrating 10 years today, it certainly will continue to evolve, and hopefully we'll continue to celebrate our native Michigan flora and Great Lakes flora for a long time. So thank you. And I think I've run over. It's called Landscape Forms. It's a company that does mostly furnishings. One of the things I might mention is that, so years ago, one of my sisters gave me a little plaque, and it says, may all your weeds be wildflowers. And I used to think that a successful native garden is where all your weeds were native weeds. And I think in that case, the Great Lakes Garden is successful. Most of the weeds that those of us who are volunteers pull out these days are native plants. And so that's one measure of being successful, I think. Any other questions anybody has?
Tony had mentioned earlier kind of the changing climate and new or coming to be revealed little microsites in Michigan and in the Great Lakes. Are there any plans to add new gardens or new habitats to these gardens as Michigan changes?
I don't think there's real space to add new gardens areas to that. Mike might be able to answer that better than me.
We are hoping to add a pine barrens component to the garden too, which is certainly where the climate is moving. So that's one component. Yeah.
One of the things that we really vowed early on was that we would take plants, we would use plants that are from the particularly Michigan, but also somewhat in some cases the Great Lakes region, the genetics of those plants, because we wanted to have that genetic heritage as part of this overall garden. So I'm sure we'll be continuing to watch how those plants perform under the changes. Question back here.
I know that in Minnesota, and I think it was mentioned that in Pennsylvania, there are efforts underway to encourage people to put in native plants. And there was a lot of discussion of what's gone on historically. Are there any coordinated efforts to reach out to various state representatives and senators here in Michigan to create some sort of bounty program for calorie pears, or something like the Minnesota Prairie Program where you replace your lawn with prairie and they help fund it?
Well, there certainly are some programs. There are conservation programs at the statewide level to really help farmers plant habitats locally. This very active rain garden program here in Ann Arbor, and many of those gardens are mostly native plants. There's many organizations. The Wild Ones chapter here in Ann Arbor really encourages people to plant native gardens on their properties. Those are kind of the main things that I know of offhand. There are incentives certainly that clearly here in Ann Arbor and also in Detroit, you are assessed a fee based on the stormwater runoff on your property. And so there's a real incentive to do rain gardens in particular, to reduce your overall stormwater runoff. And so some of those help indirectly to encourage native plants. Another question in the back.
I have the impression that you have some fairly conservative plants growing in these representative ecosystems. What's your trick for getting such conservative plants to grow on such disturbed soils?
In some cases, we just trial by experiment. We certainly learned a lot from, as Mike mentioned, that Tony Reznicek is also a gardener as well as a botanist. And so for some of the plants, he gave us expertise. We've collaborated with other botanic gardens growing them. So for instance, some of the orchids, University of Minnesota Landscape Arboretum is doing a lot of work on orchid growth. And so, whoever we can learn from. There's a lot of discussions with the native plant nurseries on growing and propagating plants. So we're constantly looking for that expertise in helping us know best how to grow some of these plants.
Okay, so we've learned a lot today. This has been wonderful for me, and I'm sure it's been wonderful for you. It's just been amazing to be able to be with these wonderful folks, with each other, and learn. There's tremendous. Doug Tallamy and Heather especially talked about all the ancillary benefits to other species of plant. As we plant native plants, if you build it, they will come. And we certainly have seen that with the Great Lakes Gardens. I had a student, we had a student intern working with Kala, a butler who manages the Great Lakes Garden. And she was a graduate student in School for Environment and Sustainability, and she was also worked for the Museum of Zoology. She had a real interest in insects. So she spent more of her time, to Kala's chagrin, taking pictures of insects and identifying the insects than she did pulling weeds and helping plant plants. But Beth Wheeler did a wonderful job of documenting the insects in the Great Lakes Garden, which was, to me, super helpful, not so helpful to Kala, who was needing some physical work at the time. But nonetheless, Beth documented 27 different species of butterflies. And there's not many places where you can go and see 27 different species of butterflies. And that is just amazing. And number of beetles and bees and whatnot. And the important thing about this to me is, and I think to all of us, when we come to know a native plant, we realize plants are people too. And when we come to know recognize one bee from the other, or a moth from a butterfly, which really isn't a really distinction. But when we come to recognize these different species, they become our friends, and we look forward to seeing them. We also, as we struggle in our own lives, food, shelter, we understand what it's like to plant a plant and allow it food and allow it shelter, or to take that away. We get it. We understand, we identify. And to know something is to love something. And to love something, love is, I've heard it said many times, it's the most powerful force in the universe. Love is what brings us all together. It knits us. It is the bond that holds us all together. So that's what we're really doing when we're caring about these plants. We're extending our love to them and to these other species. And as we learn, we can then share that enthusiasm with others. So we got that going for us. We definitely have that going for us. So you all, by planting plants in your yards, and by getting your neighbors to do so, and your friends and family, and them seeing your excitement, and if we can spread that excitement, we can really make a difference. MacArthur and Wilson, back in 1967, wrote a paper that was influential and still is today on island biogeography. It's this concept of isolated preserves. As we protect this natural area and we protect that natural area, those are critically important. But we also know the smaller they are, the species blink out. There's immigration into and immigration out of, and occasionally like dry springs like we just had. Like I used to have tree frogs all the time at my house. This year I did not hear I am not hearing tree frogs at my house. I hope they come back. but they need a route to come back, right? And so what Doug Tallamy is proposing here with his homegrown natural park idea is that all of us create corridors, these little, that insects and other species can hopscotch and get to the next preserve. The preserves are critically important, but the interstitial space, our yards, are critically important too, because what that allows is the migration of corridors to connect the preserves. And that's what MacArthur and Wilson found, and that's what they recommended. The closer, the more clustered we can make that, the bigger the preserve, the less likely the species will blink out. The closer the preserves can be together, the better it is. So it's a whole science in conservation science is reserve design. And we think about this in nature centers, but if we can extend that to our yards and think about our yards as the ability of species to hopscotch from one preserve to the next, we still need everybody involved in land preservation efforts. Bob and Tony have been active in throughout their careers, have been active in land conservation efforts, and that's critically important. But your role is huge. It's not small. Yes, what you do in your yard, you might think it's small, but your pocket prairies that then expand, they provide insects with the ability to hopscotch to these bigger preserves. And it bears out in the conservation science and research, it bears out too. So keep exciting others about this and yourself. Pick up some native plants. I want to thank all of our speakers today and my fellow members of the organizing committee. Calla Butler. Calla, can you just stand up for a minute? So Calla, this was Calla's enthusiasm. First of all, idea, but enthusiasm. She kind of pushed us. The staff was like, you're kidding. Really? We're going to pull this off? This is all of our first time doing this together. Like, we've never done this before. And it was Calla's idea and really her enthusiasm for this that really pulled this together. So Doug, first annual, right? That's why it was Calla's idea to put 2023 on there. I think she's thinking already. She's probably planning for 2024. So anyway, I just wanted to thank everybody on the committee and thank our speakers and all of you for attending too. There is a reception. I've mentioned this a couple of times. Thank you all for sticking around, for coming today. Please consider sticking around for a little while longer. We have some snacks and beverages, and take home some native plants and maybe some books too. So thank you.